Hello. This is the second part of an extensive analysis of Fallout 4. If you have not yet seen the first part, I highly recommend watching it before continuing with this one. Otherwise, let's continue. This video will contain spoilers for Fallout 1, 2, 3, and New Vegas, and of course Fallout 4, as well as potentially Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. Now when we left off last time, we were at the part where we can decide which group we want to align with. As a result, I have to talk about each of the factions now, and my god are they all rife with issues. Each faction has its own quest lines, side quests, and Radiant quests. I'll be covering the first two now, and Radiant quests in part 3 of the series. For the format I'll be using here, I'll go through each faction one by one, starting with just general comments and observations, complaints, and things I've noticed about the faction, before moving on to the respective main story quest lines. Then finally, their side quests. The Minutemen are a complete non-entity that doesn't at all feel like a fully realized faction in any sense. Preston is the only member at first, and he immediately promotes you to be their leader. While I get they're on the brink of destruction, even when you do fully revive the Minutemen, it's populated almost entirely by nameless NPCs that don't do much. When the time comes to build the teleporter, Preston will straight up tell you that you cannot do it if you haven't done enough of his god-awful Radiant quests to save settlements yet. As if he wasn't enough of a f***ing meme already, he actually forces you to do his shitty quests. Keep in mind, your character's entire motivation for getting into the Institute is to rescue their kidnapped child. He says this.
I need your help with these schematics.
Oh yeah? What are they for?
They get me inside the Institute.
The Institute? Why in the world would you want to mess around with them?
They kidnapped my baby.
Damn. That's some bad business. Even for them. I'd like to help, but you know my situation. I've got to deal with the immediate problems first. I haven't forgotten that you need my help. Remind me as soon as you found out what that settlement needed from the Minutemen.
As if your kidnapped child isn't an immediate issue. I absolutely refuse to accept that any decent person in this scenario, especially someone like Preston, who supposedly really cares about people, would tell a distraught parent, "You've got to wait to rescue your kidnapped child. I need you to help a random group of people you don't know first." This would be understandable if he was in fear of some kind of retaliation, but no such thing is ever mentioned. You're the f***ing leader of the Minutemen. Why can't you tell Preston to go f*** himself? Why can't you do anything besides follow his orders? He promotes you to be the leader, but you have no actual decisions to make as the leader. You just do as he says, as if he's the leader anyways. You are the faction leader of the Minutemen, in name only. Even as you claim settlements on the map, it doesn't feel like the Minutemen ever become a substantial force. Most of these people are worthless dirt farmers, not soldiers. They're entirely useless entities to fill the world, and they seem unable to do anything for themselves. The game also seems to half expect you to arm and armor them all yourself, as they spawn without any armor, and they always have the lowest tier of guns available, the pipe weapons, which means if you want them to be better equipped, you have to collect armor and weapons off of every enemy you kill to do so. This just becomes exceedingly tedious, especially since your inventory is likely already full of your own equipment, as well as whatever random junk materials you're hoarding to dump into the next settlement building workstation you find. More on settlements as a whole later. Now the Minutemen obviously exist to be the yes man of this game, a group you can side with if all other paths get permanently closed. Credit to Bethesda where it's due, you can get permanently hated by, or effectively wipe out, the Brotherhood, the Institute, and the Railroad. That said, based on what little backstory the Minutemen have, there's no good reason why they should be filling the role of yes man, as they appear to be a group that has a vision and a set of morals and goals. This breaks even worse when you realize that with Nuka World installed, you could still complete the main story by siding with the Minutemen, even after you've gone full Raider. This whole scenario becomes even more ridiculous when Preston will refuse to be your companion, but will still follow orders because you're the general of the Minutemen, meaning he won't follow you around the world, but he'll still do things you tell him to as part of the faction, which just makes no sense at all. So there's a whole 8 quests in the Minutemen's part in the main story. The first intersects with the earlier part of the main story, where we save Preston and his crew from the Museum of Freedom. I don't know if I have much else to say on this quest. It can technically be skipped if you know what to do, and just do a beeline for the vault Nick is in, or else stumble upon him randomly, but you have to do it if you're doing the Minutemen path. The next quest is overly simplistic, so much so that I had initially mistaken this for a Radiant quest, but that just goes to show how absurdly simplistic the actual quests are, that they can even be confused with Radiant quests. The problem is the fact that this quest has no real substance to it, and the setup just comes across as an excuse to shoot some baddies. Just as a reminder, the original Fallout games and New Vegas designed most of their quests around some kind of conflict to be solved. While you could just shoot your way through most, if not all situations, they were often designed to be deeper than that. Here we get a quest to shoot our way through a dungeon to get an item. Essentially the most basic a quest can be. This is technically a side quest, but in my experience it came up while playing the Minutemen path. You also do get a Radiant quest, usually to go to Ten Pines Bluff, that is necessary for completion of this path. It's one Preston makes you do before building the teleporter. Following that is a quest where you retake the castle for the Minutemen. This is a straightforward quest that isn't particularly interesting in any way. You just show up and kill some Mirelurks and a Mirelurk Queen. This quest is more annoying than anything because you also have to go around the entire castle and deal with every nest of eggs which spawns a couple baby Mirelurks. Following that, you kinda have to be away from the castle for a few days so it can get cleaned up by nameless NPCs before getting the quest Old Guns. As it turns out, the castle has a whole armory that's locked behind a big metal door. To access this armory, you have to clear some rubble from a tunnel using the settlement building feature and go through the underground to reach it. Again, this is a rather straightforward quest, but I've actually got more to say here. If you can use the settlement building powers to remove the rubble, why can't you just remove the door? You can scrap entire collapsed houses or nuclear-powered cars among a whole bunch of other things, but you can't remove the door? I get the door is the whole reason this exists as a quest, but they didn't even do anything unique or interesting with this. You also use the settlement building feature to remove an obstacle, so it would realistically be very time-consuming, and not possible through normal gameplay without this feature. If you can use the settlement building feature to remove this obstacle, why can't you use it to remove this obstacle? You fight a sentry bot, dodge some landmines, and reach the other side. Also, you somehow find the perfectly preserved corpse of the former leader of the Minutemen down here. F***ing what? Now, I wasn't quite sure how long he had been there. The Mirelurks have obviously been in the castle for a while at this point. Possibly a few months, maybe even a year. But for the sake of accuracy in doing this analysis, I decided to be thorough here and look to see if I could find exactly when he died. The info I found, using the Fallout Wiki, refers to the Fallout 4 Vault Dweller Survival Guide, which is just a fancy title for the official walkthrough guide. From this book comes a snippet of information that says the castle was taken from the Mirelurks in 2240. For a point of reference, Fallout 4 takes place in 2287, meaning he likely died approximately 47 years before the events of the game. This is even listed on his page for the Fallout Wiki. Despite dying no less than 40 years prior to 2287, McGann shows no signs of decomposition. Wow. Even if this little tidbit of information happens to be wrong, since it's from a strategy guide, and technically not an official source, the guy's been dead for a very long time. But this is actually backed up by Ronnie Shaw herself, who says,
"There's no point in getting all sentimental about something that happened 40 years ago."
This obviously doesn't break the game, but it is a testament to Bethesda's monumental laziness or incompetence. You make your way through the armory, and considering what Ronnie Shaw said about it, this armory is pretty lackluster. Apparently by schematics, she just meant one. Also, a couple of traps you can't move or use for some reason. It would have been a lot more interesting if, for example, there's actual unique equipment in here for modifying or crafting items, several unique blueprints instead of just one, and other goodies, or even equipment your settlers could use to improve their arms and armor on their own, where they could work on making something new. What we get is a single new workshop item, the artillery cannon. You build one and test it as part of the quest, and it seemed pretty worthless to me. I honestly didn't care about this item, and I never really used it, so I can't say much about it. The next quest is Inside Job, which intersects with the one from earlier, where you make your way inside the Institute. This entire quest is putting a holodisk into a computer, downloading data, and giving it to Sturges once you leave. I really can't say anything about this quest because there's nothing else to it. You just press a couple of buttons and talk to a character. What I do have an issue with here, however, is the fact that you can just download all the Institute's important data from this one terminal, and it all fits on a single holodisk. Amazing. Next is Form Ranks. In this quest, if you haven't gotten enough settlements yet, Preston tells you to go get some to build up the Minutemen's ranks. Basically, this f***ing meme of a character tells you to go help another settlement several times. Following that is Defend the Castle, where the Institute decides for no reason to assault the castle in force in an attempt to wipe out the Minutemen because reasons. Strangely enough, this doesn't happen to the Brotherhood or the Railroad when you follow those paths. Sean must really care about his last surviving parent to try and kill them in this way. In all fairness, if you decline to join the Institute, your character will tell Preston that we're going to war with the Institute. But even then, it's not explained why. It's just something that happens. For some reason. Sean does say that by declining his offer to join the Institute, you'll be considered an enemy. But at that point, why even let you leave if he's just going to try and kill you later? One thing to point out here is how the coursers are no longer unstoppable Terminators. Remember, one courser took out an entire building full of gunners with exceptional ease. Yet during this quest, you and the Minutemen, the faction that's characterized entirely as being dirt farmers with guns, take out several coursers during the battle. There's one more quest for the main story, but I can't talk about it right now. I'll talk about it a bit at the end of this section after we go through the other factions. Finally, we've got the Minutemen side quests, and there's not a whole lot I could say here about the actual quests. Legitimately, the only quests they have are, you guessed it, saving settlements. Oh, and the quest I talked about in the previous video where Mama Murphy tells you the future. You can convince her to quit drugs and lose the sight, or you could get the single greatest reward offered in this game if you keep giving her drugs. She will eventually die. Out of the Fire ends up being one of the most interesting quests the Minutemen have as a whole, despite most of it being a dungeon with enemies in it for you to shoot. For some reason, these settlers decide to build their home 30 feet away from a massive raider base, and have ended up getting harassed by them as a result. Who could have guessed? The son had run off to go join them in order to protect his family. After mowing your way through the dungeon, you have the chance to save him from the gang leader. If you save him, he returns home, and there's a heartwarming scene where him and his father reconcile their issues. Also, the Forged are gone, until they respawn. Sanctuary is among the weakest and shallowest quests, but it is meant mostly as a tutorial for settlement building, in which you have to build beds, crops, and a water source. Troubled Waters is another quest about shoving bullets into things indiscriminately. Some robots run a greenhouse, and they need their water turned back on. The nearby water treatment plant is flooded, and you need to go clear it out and turn it back on. The outside has a bunch of super mutants, and the inside has a bunch of Mirelurk. Kill the enemies, press the buttons, complete the thing. You know, it says an awful lot about a faction when they have no real storyline, and the majority of their listed quests end in location name. Here's an idea. You know how Preston Garvey said the Minutemen were broken in Quincy? Why not have a questline dedicated to undoing the mistake that brought the Minutemen to the brink? It may not be related to the main story, sure, but would go a long way to add some character to the Minutemen and Preston Garvey himself that they desperately need. Maybe he could get some closure on the events that happened there. Why did the Gunners even want Quincy? What was the goal? Did the Gunners realize Preston needed a tragic backstory, and thus participated in the destruction of the one thing Preston was written to care about, the Minutemen? Or are we given this big story and nothing is done with it? Other characters in the game don't even seem to know or care that it happened, including the journalist, probably the one single person whose job it is to know such things. This gets even worse when you realize the massacre of Quincy was over a month before the start of the game. Piper's lie to get the door open is that a trader from Quincy with a month's worth of supplies wants in. No one noticed the lack of traders in over a month? Quincy is a big town, big enough to rival Bunker Hill or Goodneighbor, maybe even Diamond City. You're telling me no one noticed this town getting wiped off the map? The Gunners even went as far as to send off a group to try and track down Preston and the remaining survivors and wipe them out. Why? What motivation was there for them to kill off a random group of survivors who abandoned the town they took over and don't pose a threat? Was it petty vengeance? Having a well-written questline around this could have been good for the game. Hell, with Preston's obsession with settlements on the map, you'd think Quincy would be a prime target to take back and restore. Instead of the way it's handled now, where you have to go save location name from a group of random baddies. Why not make the other settlements more interesting and unique? The Minutemen get to become a real force in the wasteland. You get to actively see their presence grow, patrolling the roads, getting into battles against various monsters, raiders, and synths that roam the land. New and interesting characters are introduced. The castle gets fully repaired, and a few settlements, probably the castle and Concord, which should also be a settlement, are established as major bases of Minutemen operations. They began running caravans, making alliances with Bunker Hill, Diamond City, and potentially other groups, and as the grand finale, the Minutemen launch a coordinated assault upon the Gunners in Quincy and take it back in a crushing victory. This could even lead into a war against the Gunners as a whole, and potentially wipe them out as a force in the wasteland, taking their basis of operation and resource, further strengthening the influence of the Minutemen. One of the gunner groups is squatting in a vault, for Christ's sake, which would be an insanely valuable asset to the Minutemen in both terms of a resource, as well as a settlement for people to live. It's safe and sheltered. It's not in some crap shack outside. The only presence I've seen of the Minutemen in the actual game is some groups of them fighting synths in random outdoor locations after you defeat the Institute, and random patrols of nameless NPCs. It's like the absolute bare minimum to show a faction exists, let alone is doing anything. Further, considering how you're the leader of the Minutemen, you should have the option to have them act as a sort of front to the other factions, should you complete the game with them instead. For example, if you side with the Institute, then you're the leader of both that and the Minutemen, so why not make it so the Minutemen are the force controlling the surface for the Institute from the shadows? Or alternatively, the Brotherhood could use them for information gathering, or as ground troops to help keep the local wildlife population in check, while the Brotherhood takes care of bigger threats. The next faction I'll be talking about is, of course, the Institute. My god, are there a lot of issues here. I legitimately have no idea where to even start here, so I guess I'm just going to jump right in. The Institute is presented as a sort of boogeyman to the wasteland, to the point I thought they might not even really exist, and it was just people's paranoia at work. Then I met Nick, and thought maybe the Institute was just being blamed for all the evil shit they're being accused of. What's that? Someone went missing? It can't be a more logical reason. It must be the secretive group we know nothing about. I'll be honest, some of the paranoia around the Institute and Synths was actually handled fairly well on a surface level, at least until you realize how there's no depth to it. It's a shame then that it all goes to waste, and the rest of the faction in nearly every conceivable way makes absolutely no goddamn sense. One of the biggest examples is in the Synths themselves, and even getting onto the topic of the Synths is one of the biggest cans of worms this game has, besides the main story itself. Let's rewind about 10 years to the events of Fallout 3. There's a quest in this game called the Replicated Man, in which the Institute is hunting down an escaped synth that went so far as to get facial reconstruction surgery to avoid being identified and captured. I bring this up to establish a point of reference, that synths escaping the Institute has been a problem for no less than a full decade. This is an absolute fact. At this point in writing the original version of this analysis, I took a break to go back and check exactly what is said in Fallout 3. To my surprise, the Institute is named if you pressure Zimmer enough, but he hardly comments on it. As it turns out, Harkness is some kind of unique model courser that decided to escape. He apparently felt guilty about capturing other escapees. Yes, that's right. Harkness was not a unique case. Synths were escaping in such magnitude 10 years ago that the courser class of synth was created before the events of Fallout 3. Worse than that, is Harkness is a new model of courser, which implies that this has been an issue for significantly longer than a mere 10 years. Even Zimmer's bodyguard, Armitage, is a courser, which itself is strange since the Institute in Fallout 4 does not give names to their synths. I had brought up this quest in Fallout 3 as a lead-in to the whole problem of synths escaping the Institute, but this info from Zimmer only compounds the issue. How is the Institute so incompetent that synths are regularly escaping them for what I can only conclude is well over a goddamn decade? As we learn, there is one way in and one way out. Teleportation. Why not put some armed f***ing guards there? You seem to have no shortage of old model synths that are in fact robots in the truest sense of the word. Just put a dozen of them in there. I'm sure no one will be escaping then. Hell, put the elevator on lockdown, or require a code unique to each member of the Institute so you can track who is accessing it. How do the synths even manage to escape? This problem doesn't exist with the old models. Nick Valentine says he was trashed himself, so it's not like he escaped despite quite literally having the memories and personality of a pre-war human shoved into him. The Institute considers them to be just robots, right? Then why give them a free will? Even when pressed on the issue, the Institute still seems to believe they have no free will. That they're just defective machines. F***ing how? What f***ing logical sense does this make? Is everyone in the Institute a brain-dead moron? The coursers are agents designed to hunt down escapees. If that's the case, are coursers going rogue too? Harkness did, and we see one in Far Harbor, but is that the extent of it? How is it the coursers are more resistant to this flaw? Why not use this knowledge to isolate the exact problem? Why not make all synths coursers? Oh wait, only certain synths qualify for becoming coursers and receive special training.
The SRB constantly monitors our Gen 3 synth population, looking for specific traits. Those who show tenacity, fearlessness, and independence undergo a rigorous training regimen. We teach them armed and unarmed combat, investigative techniques, psychology, and mechanical skills. Those who pass a final evaluation become coursers. The rest have their memories wiped and return to their former duties.
So wait, what the f*** does any of this even mean?
Those who show tenacity, fearlessness, and independence undergo a rigorous training regimen.
Tenacity, fearlessness, and independence. Okay, so first off, what possible situations could the Gen 3 synths ever get in that would allow them to show how tenacious they are? You have them mopping floors. Also, how would they ever show fearlessness? They're robots. Shouldn't fearlessness be their default state? If I go to the store and buy a toaster, and my criteria is fearlessness, then they all pass because toasters can't feel fear. And independence. Wouldn't that be a sign that they are defective? That they're operating outside of normal parameters? If my toaster decides to toast some bread, completely independently from my choice to toast or not toast something, that would be unexpected behavior and a sign of a problem. See, the whole setup is the idea that the synths gaining free will is a bad thing, but now we learn the Institute considers independence to be a positive trait in synths, even though independence by definition would imply a level of free will. If I tell a synth to mop the floor in the kitchen, and it decides to mop the kitchen and the dining room, then it has used free will to make an independent decision. I suppose it would be important for a courser, who would need to make decisions while doing field work, but if that's the case, would that not make them more susceptible to going rogue than regular synths? It's incredibly irritating, and a sign of bad writing, that a core plot point like this just goes unexplained. Then there's all that shit about the training. You have the power to fucking spawn programmable people. Why do you need to give training to existing robots to make them coursers? Can't you just plug them in and give them the data, information, and skills they need? What advantage is there to giving your robots personalities when it makes them run away? Hell, why do you need to make such humanoid robots when you're mostly just using them for menial labor? Just make them Mr. Handy. In fact, even those have personalities as we've seen, and there wasn't a regular issue with them running away. This is the problem with the Institute. The more you look at it, the more it just breaks down. This started happening earlier when you first met Father, and it just spirals out of control the more you look at it. I'm going over a hell of a lot in this section, and I don't doubt for a single second that I'm still missing a plethora of issues, because there's just so goddamn many of them. The synths, as a whole, are broken in nearly every way. This is exemplified in what I call the case of three synths. These synths are Nick Valentine, Roger Warwick, and Art. So they give the synths personalities, eh? How did they do this? How does it work? We hear from Nick that his personality was a brain scan of a pre-war cop.
My memories, my personality, they're all lifted from some cop who volunteered for an experiment back before the war. They scanned his brain and copied it onto the hardware that runs between my ears.
He has all the memories, morals, beliefs, and feelings of this random cop. Is this the Institute's preferred method? Oh wait, apparently not, because when they replaced Roger Warwick, he went through a series of intensive interrogation sessions. Intensive interrogation sessions. Huh. We don't get to see this happen, so I can only assume they mean actual interrogation, rather than it being some kind of weird code word for brain scan, when they could just use the words brain scan. So are these synths not exact copies then? If it was possible to scan a human brain pre-war and shove his memories into a robot synth, why can't this be done now? If they've got the technology to implant a pre-war brain scan into Nick Valentine, why can't they just use this technology with Roger? Sure, they didn't create the brain scan tech, but surely they can use or recreate the pre-war tech needed to do it. They've already surpassed what was possible pre-war, so why not recreate pre-war tech? There is no reason given why this cannot be done. It should be trivial for these super scientists who created the synths in the first place. As for the interrogation, how deep did they go on the past and memories of these people? What are their intensive interrogation methods? It seems like this would lead to wildly inaccurate results. What if being under the stress of being an Institute prisoner and an interrogation subject, he forgot some important details of his life? What if the real Roger Warwick had a long-lost childhood friend who met Synth Roger, who didn't recognize a friend, or have any memories of him? That might raise some red flags for people. Wait, how long was Roger gone for? They say a series of interrogation sessions, which implies there's some sort of extended break between them. Like, several hours, or a day or two, or something. Did his family not notice him missing? Were they not concerned when he returned? What with the rampant paranoia of people being replaced with synths in the Commonwealth? If there's such a problem with synths escaping, why doesn't the Roger synth want to escape? It sure is a good thing this surface agent is loyal to the Institute, when he's in possibly the best position to escape. What happened to the original Roger Warwick? Is he dead? Did the Institute kill him? What did they do with his body? Then there's the Art encounter, a random event in the Commonwealth where a human named Art and his synth counterpart are in some kind of conflict with each other, either actively fighting, or one is holding the other at gunpoint. I thought the Institute needed the original human to base their synth off of. These two guys have the same reaction when the other is dead, but one of them is a synth. If they're not already fighting when you find them, one of these guys claims to be a synth working for the Institute and needs to replace the original human. What? So the Institute needed to do a series of interrogations on Roger Warwick to find out everything about him, to plant in the Roger Synth's memories so they could replace the original with the Synth. But they didn't need to do it with this guy? They also couldn't do a brain scan either like pre-war Nick, because they need the original human for that. Neither of them has any dialogue saying they were captured by the Institute, so I'd have to assume that's the case. What? It makes no sense whatsoever that Synth art would have to fight human art to replace him, as the Institute would need the original human to get his memories one way or another to put in the Synth replacement. See the problem? Each of these three Synths has a different method of obtaining their memories, with a brain scan, which seems to be the most effective to the point our Nick is essentially a clone of the original Nick's mind, a series of interrogations, which seems like they would be very ineffective for their purpose, and a good old shrug for art, because they wanted to do that trope where a man is fighting an identical copy of himself, even though it doesn't fit in with what they established already, but they also didn't do anything with art beyond this one dumb encounter. He won't even talk to you afterwards either, regardless of which version survives. He will simply say,
Christ, that thing was wearing my face.
There's also another issue here. I recorded this clip on a fresh character who has not yet done anything with the main story whatsoever. So if you pass the charisma challenge, why do you not have the option at all to ask about the Institute or even what synths are, when this is your character's first time learning of these things? Once again, this is one of the big problems with Bethesda's writing. There's hardly ever any consistency to it. They just want the cool moments and payoffs with none of the proper setup or structure. Isn't it shocking to see two identical people fight each other? Sure, can I learn more about the situation? No! And the result from this writing style is their games having more holes in their plot than a goddamn screen door. There seems to be no oversight or any kind of quality control when it comes to the writing in these games. It's just a mishmash of ideas from a bunch of random people all slapped together, oftentimes with what seems to be little effort, and what we get is a world and story that constantly contradicts itself, which will be even more apparent by the time I reach the end of this section on the Institute. There's also the whole issue of the synths gaining free will and emotions. See, the Institute doesn't actually know why it's happening. In fact, they seem to think it's a defect in the synths, which is strange because you'd think the Institute scientists would fall victim of confirmation bias, as they do actually want the synths to have emotions and feeling. I have to stress, this kind of becomes a big plot point when many of the issues the Institute faces is due to synths malfunctioning, getting free, and sometimes going mad and killing people. See, this is the problem with robots that have emotions, and that's the fact that giving them real emotions is going to be an exceptionally difficult thing to do. It's not something that can just happen by accident. If the story is centered around how they gain real emotions and free will, then understanding why that's even happening is a pretty vital aspect. From what we see in-game, it's just happening for some reason, and no one knows why. It's handled just as poorly as Detroit Become Human, where the answer is a good old shrug, because no one expected you to even ask this question for some reason. The Institute acts as though it's a defect, but they don't seem to actually look into why it's happening at all. They just reprogram them, and set them back to doing menial tasks when this should be a core concern of theirs. Nick tells us the Institute has a failsafe on all their synths that erases the memory of the Institute in case they escape. Why doesn't the failsafe just shut them down? Why isn't there programming to detect free will, or disdain towards the Institute, or a desire to escape? Why the fuck would you make programmable people with personalities and not expect them to escape? How does it detect they've escaped? But wait, there's more. Apparently some of these synths have trackers in them.
A raider gang just hit one of our scavenger teams. The bastards captured a Gen 1 synth. Our tracking shows that it's still functioning, but we don't have the assets to spare for a rescue.
Alright, that's fine, that makes sense. At least until the point you realize that not all of them have these trackers. Why? What benefit is it to build synths en masse without a tracking device when they regularly escape? Even Detroit Become Human, as shit as that game is, throws in a line about how the trackers and androids stop working when they become deviants. I just had to give credit to a fucking David Cage game for getting something right that Fallout got wrong. Fuck you. There's another issue with the Synths, and that's the core question of what the f even are they? Because Bethesda doesn't seem to know, and the game doesn't seem to want to commit one way or the other. They're made of biological material. This is why the Institute needed Sean in the first place, and they all contain his DNA, which is why he is called Father, as he is technically a father to all of them. Slight tangent, but even that name should come into question, as the Synths clearly don't like the Institute if they're escaping, and the Institute themselves believe the Synths incapable of true feeling or free will. This would mean that the title or nickname of Father given to Sean is done so due to ego and self-importance, rather than the Synths seeing him as a father. Anyways, the Institute could just spawn as many as they like. In fact, Synth production is running non-stop. If you kill them, they explode into meat chunks, same as anyone else would. So they're clearly organic in nature. See, despite being able to watch the entire process, it doesn't seem like any actual mechanical or computerized parts actually go into them, despite them having the synth component. So it seems completely ambiguous as to just how much of them is biological or not. We see the skeleton get pieced together. Are these bones biological? If you kill a synth, will their corpse decompose as a human corpse would? If you were to cut a synth with a knife, would that wound heal as it would on a human? They can also just grow a personality and feelings out of nowhere, apparently. Again, this is never explained or explored in any way. We don't even hear a hint that it might be due to their at least partially biological nature, that being based so closely off a real human, and apparently having their own actual brains, it just might be a natural part of the process. In fact, that would seem to make sense, because the older model robotic synths don't have this issue, where they grow personalities and run away. While at the same time all that is happening, you could say a code word to put them in a shutdown mode so you could take them away to be reprogrammed. The game also just outright contradicts itself regarding whether the synths need the basic necessities humans require to live. Roger Warwick can be heard talking to his son, in which the son questions why Roger never sleeps. Max Loken will say that the synths don't need to eat or sleep, and they can't get diseases.
Our third-generation synths are a true breakthrough, the culmination of centuries of research. It's no exaggeration to say that they're superior in almost every way to human beings.
What makes them superior?
The list of improvements is exhaustive. I can talk for an hour and still not cover all of it. Imagine what you could accomplish if you could live without fear of hunger or disease. Imagine what you could create if you could spend every waking moment of your life as you saw fit, with no need of sleep. Like I said, a momentous time.
Okay, several problems. First of all, the lack of needing to eat or sleep is already dire. Food and water keeps us alive and functioning, in the same way that gas and oil will keep a car running. The process of animals eating isn't an arbitrary one. It's where we get our energy from. The fact that the synths do not eat would imply that the Institute has found a way to create energy out of nothing without them even realizing it. For anyone who doesn't realize how significant that is, it is currently believed to be absolutely impossible in the real world with any level of technology. The law of conservation of energy, or alternatively, the first law of thermodynamics, states that energy cannot be created or destroyed, only converted from one form of energy to another. An example being chemical energy being converted to kinetic energy when a stick of dynamite explodes. What this means is that all energy would have to come from somewhere. You eat food, your body's natural processes function generating body heat, and you're able to act in your daily life. No food means no energy means you can't do anything and are probably dead or dying. Of course, it's more complicated than that, but I'm also not here to give you a science lesson. The point I'm making is that because the synths don't require food, that means the Institute has accidentally achieved the impossible by creating these creatures that don't need food and were never given an alternate source of energy they may receive, but they can also perform all the actions a human is able to. Which means that simply by the fact that they're alive, before they even actually do anything, they are by default expending energy they do not have, which means they are creating it from nothing. Further, because the synths are essentially the same as humans, that also means that the fact that they don't need sleep is a big problem too. Sleep is necessary to keep our basic functions in order. There's a reason why people get delirious when they go extended periods without sleep, and why we'll outright die if we go too long without it. This ties back to the whole issue of what these synths even are. Not needing to eat or sleep wouldn't be a problem if they're robots, but they're almost entirely biological in nature, meaning they would be susceptible to the same failings we are. It is also entirely unbelievable that they're also immune to diseases. The basic framework of a synth is based on human DNA, and they supposedly are living biological material, which would mean they should have the same, or at the very least similar vulnerabilities in this regard. Remember that a lot of diseases and viruses work by attacking the cells in our bodies. If the synths are biological, then they would have cells too, which means the virus should be able to function in the same way. These would also cause problems in other ways too. So now every synth meant to infiltrate surface societies now has a massive exploitable weakness that people can use to determine who is or isn't a synth, should anyone notice someone in their group or town doesn't eat or sleep for some reason. And additionally, there's cases of synths not even knowing they're synths, which should be impossible as they'd obviously know if they needed to eat or sleep. These problems are already really bad, and I haven't even gotten to how the game contradicts itself yet. See, despite Max Loken outright giving us this information and Roger Warwick backing it up, Curie will tell us once she has her synth body that she feels hungry. This is nothing less than an outright contradiction, and shit like this is why I say that it seems like Bethesda wasn't paying attention or didn't give a f when they made this game, or just slapped a bunch of shit together with no rhyme or reason. Bethesda themselves don't even know what the synths are, and can't even establish whether or not they require the basic necessities for living, which shouldn't be surprising considering what they did to the ghouls. So they're biological, but apparently don't have the biological requirements of a human. In fact, they act entirely as robots would, except for when they grow a personality and escape. They can be programmed for certain tasks, but how far does this programming go? How does it work? Are there actual lines of code within the Gen 3 synths that control what they do, how they act and react to the world around them? Again, referencing Max Loken, he refers to the synth software needing debugging, so there absolutely has to be code of some kind. What effect does this free will have upon this code? It's implied through the implementation of the whole plot point of synths gaining free will that this overrides what they are programmed to do. Yet at the same time, the shutdown code is still like a master kill switch to turn them off. Why can free will not overcome this? The big problem is that Bethesda is treating them simultaneously both as robots and humans, where it's this weird middle of the road between the two, so they can serve whatever purpose Bethesda has for them at any given time, while not adhering to one set of rules or another, leading to an infinite spiral of contradictions. It ends up being a really cheap and shallow copy of Blade Runner, with none of what made that movie so good. The reason this is important is twofold. First of all, it's yet another example of Bethesda's incompetence as story writers. If this is unintentional, it speaks to their lack of skill or ability. If these contradictions were intentional in the sense that they totally have a reason it makes sense, that reason isn't conveyed in-game as far as I've been able to find. Hell, it's taking digging and research to even find many of these issues, and answering questions that arise when I do find a piece of information. But secondly, and most importantly of all, the synths being consistent is key to understanding what they are and what place they hold in the world. Normal robots aren't supposed to have sapience or an actual personality. They're programmed to emulate behavior at best, except when Bethesda decides otherwise apparently. But ignoring the Star Warsification of some of the robots within this game, it's generally understood that they're little more than tools or utilities to humans, in which they're built to serve a purpose or function, much like a toaster or a car. You can't hurt a robot's feelings in the same way you can't hurt your toaster's feelings. Yet the synths are treated both as robots and as human beings, with contradictory information regarding their function and necessities to survival. I understand the Institute is supposed to be characterized as using them as slaves, and views of them the same as they would any other robot, but if their synths needed food to survive, this is something they have exactly a 0% chance of not discovering, because if they don't feed their synths, they'd start dying off due to starvation. It would also speak volumes about the character should a synth who doesn't need to eat or sleep tend to crops and work tirelessly day or night for their human friends to survive. We don't even know if the synths can age or not, nor do we know for sure if they can gain or lose weight. The McDonough synth was designed to look exactly like the original McDonough, who is overweight, but he has shown interest in becoming a courser when his job is finished, which the Institute essentially treats as a delusion due to his body, as if he cannot physically train to lose weight and become stronger. This implies the traits we see in synths is inherent to their designs when created. A synth that is made to be fat will always be so, and by extension, a synth who is physically strong will also always be so, with no need to maintain their body the way a bodybuilder would, and even possibly a child synth being a child forever, which has horrifying implications, especially when combined with the possibility of having a real personality and free will. I don't think Bethesda expected anyone to look so deep at the synths, because there are just so many problems with them that only get worse the more you think about it. One of the biggest problems here is the fact that Bethesda doesn't even approach the level of depth necessary for this to work, as much of the crucial information to understanding what the synths are, and what they do, and what their place in the world is, simply doesn't exist within the game, and what little we do get seems to always conflict with something else they've said. They're treated primarily as a prop or a plot device and little more. Despite being the whole reason for why everything is even happening, they come across as a footnote. While the whole story of the Institute should be about truly figuring out what the synths are and what their place in the world is, what we get instead is a bunch of shallow claptrap about the synths being defective from the Institute, and that they're slaves from the Railroad perspective, and bettering the future of mankind, and the Institute being evil for the sake of being evil. We never get that like Tears and Rain moment in Fallout 4, despite the replicated man in Fallout 3, and as a direct result the entire story that follows that in Fallout 4 being a reference to Blade Runner. Oh, and by the way, everything I just said in the past 20 minutes or so is entirely new to this remake version of the original video. Years later, and I'm still finding new issues. This is the Institute. This is Bethesda writing, where the only kind of depth is in just how bad it gets. Moving on, these logs also say all the evidence of their project at the Warwick homestead will be purged once the project is completed. Does that mean they intend to kill the entire family, and everyone else settling there? Even the children? Oh. This brings me to another issue. Once you meet the Institute, it's all presented in another light. Instead of being the horrible monsters you hear from people on the surface, the Institute itself and everyone in it claims that what they're doing is for bettering the future of mankind, and they're all really nice people for the most part.
For now, it is enough that you understand that the Institute really is devoted to the betterment of humanity.
Betterment of humanity, my ass. How is heartlessly slaughtering a family who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time bettering the future of mankind? How does kidnapping and replacing random people on the surface better the future of mankind? How does wiping entire towns off the map and killing everything in the way better the future of mankind? How does making hundreds of super mutants and releasing them upon the surface better the future of mankind? I realize some of the surface synth agents are meant to control people to some extent, like the mayor of Diamond City, to try and reduce or prevent any threat to the Institute, but it seems like kidnappings are a pretty frequent thing, and there doesn't always seem to be a reason for it. Their choice of people to replace is so seemingly random that nameless settlers in your settlement could be synths. Why replace Art, a literal nobody who, by design, has no actual place in the world? He mentions he has a family. Okay, cool, where are they? They don't exist. He literally just exists for this one encounter, and nothing else. Not to mention, they've been kidnapping surface dwellers and turning them into super mutants for years. Is the Institute the source of the Commonwealth super mutants? Well, yeah, they are. Why would they do this? What benefit is there to mankind to release super mutants onto the surface who are going to kill people living there? Wouldn't some of these super mutants interfere with your surface operations? What if Synth Roger Warwick got killed by a super mutant?
We fell on some hard times not long ago. A pack of super mutants hit us and wrecked our entire crop. Used to be the Minutemen would have helped us out, but last I heard they were too busy fighting each other to worry about us farmers. So we were on our own, all of us starving near to death.
If power is such a limited resource for the Institute, why would they waste so much energy teleporting super mutants to the surface?
Absolutely. We scratch and scrape for every precious ounce of voltage that we can. Over the years, we've learned a few tricks that help supplement our power budget. When necessary, we can tap into select sources on the surface. We take only what we need, of course. Fortunately, Advanced Systems is always working on new solutions to generate more energy. It's a good thing, too, because the demand is always increasing. You don't even want to know what a single use of the molecular dematerializer consumes.
Wait, the people that get kidnapped to be replaced by synths, does the Institute turn them into super mutants when they're done interrogating them? Is the real Roger Warwick a super mutant on the surface now? Is this Roger Warwick? Hold on, the Institute has the same problem with their FEV experimentation as the Master did in Fallout 1, that irradiated humans result in dumb super mutants. And the Institute kidnapped Sean because they needed a pure human to base their synths on, and none of the Institute personnel would have worked because they had all been tainted themselves, right? Then how is Virgil a smart super mutant? Was he a pure human too? If so, then how? Was he from a vault? If he wasn't a pure human, then how did he come out of exposure to FEV with his sanity, personality, and intelligence intact? Was it just pure luck? That's a bit inconvenient to the story now, isn't it? Where did he come from? If pure humans are needed for the FEV testing, why didn't the Institute leave people alive in Vault 111 to use for later? If they concluded that irradiated people resulted in unexpected deviations or problems in their projects, synth or otherwise, you'd think they'd have instead used some other prime selection of pure humans. Oh wait, no, they killed them all because of reasons. Sure, prime human DNA is an extremely rare thing. Let's just waste an entire supply of it with no goddamn due date for no reason. Why? How does releasing super mutants upon the surface help anyone in any way? It only serves to make the surface all the more dangerous. I understand the Institute believes that they are the future of humanity, and the surface dwellers are doomed. But that doesn't mean they have to make the Commonwealth even more dangerous for those who aren't inside the Institute. Virgil says that they've learned nothing from the super mutant program in years, well over a decade. How long have they been pumping super mutants into the wasteland? How many innocent people were turned into these monsters? How many innocent people were killed as a direct result of super mutants being released upon the surface? Wait a second, I see no mention of FEV testing on dogs, so where did the mutant hounds come from? The super mutants on the surface don't have access to FEV, like the Mariposa super mutants did in Fallout 1, or the Vault 87 super mutants in Fallout 3. So how do they have mutant dogs? If they had no progress in the FEV testing for years, then how did Virgil know he'd turn out alright if he exposed himself? Why can't you talk to literally anyone about any of this in any capacity? Everyone just treats everything as business as usual. You cannot even ask in most cases. Things simply are the way they are, and that's it. This is where the shit gets absolutely goddamn infuriating. You see all of the Institute's dirty laundry, and it's hard-coded that you can't ask or tell anyone about it in any capacity. The game doesn't even explain why the synths are even being made in the first place. Apparently you can't even ask that question when it's the core reason why everything in this game is happening in the first place. Even trying to find answers online, I could find no actual source for a reason. It's mostly just people speculating, doing the writing for the writers, saying the game is poorly written, or that the answer the game gives is, you wouldn't understand it, which I can't actually find in the game. What absolute bullshit. It's literally the writers being too lazy to justify their shit writing. This extends to pretty much everything to do with the Institute, by the way. Take Nick Valentine, for example. Can you ask anyone in the Institute about him? Is there any information you can learn that would be valuable to him? Can you bring him in for some repairs? Nope. Nothing of the sort. For characters whose entire existence is thanks to the Institute, it's absolutely bizarre that he's completely divorced from them in terms of story content, almost as if there was simply never any connection between the two. The Super Mutant program was shut down because of Virgil, so you don't have to deal with anyone in that department, and you don't have any reason at all to go in there once you've got the cure for him. Out of sight, out of mind. Wait, where are all the scientists that worked in there with him? Surely it wasn't just him alone. You don't actively engage in taking people, or having people taken from the surface to be replaced. It's just already all done. You're not killing innocent people, and neither is the Institute at the moment. Everything bad we've heard about them is true, but they're not doing any of that at the very moment you enter the Institute, and not during any of the time you spend with them, so that means they're not the bad guys anymore, right? Recovering escaped human-like synths? Not something you have to do beyond the first two quests. The first one is the leader of a raider gang. This is to prove how dangerous an escaped synth can be. What? Raiders were a problem regardless of any synths being a part of their group. A reprogrammed escapee can be literally anything, from a trader, to a Brotherhood paladin, to a mechanic, to a raider. One escaped synth going raider doesn't mean they all will, nor does it mean they're all dangerous. A synth is literally just a stand-in for a human. A raider synth is no more dangerous than a raider human. The real danger is implied to be another broken mask incident, in which a synth goes berserk and starts killing people at random, but the Institute doesn't acknowledge this, instead pushing this raider bullshit. Nor do they even care about the surface dwellers, as even Sean himself admits. It's such bullshit. They claim to be doing this for the good of the people of the Commonwealth, while at the same time saying they don't care about the well-being of the people of the Commonwealth, and have spent years kidnapping people, replacing them with synths, and turning them into super mutants to release onto the surface to make the world even more dangerous. Hell, a super mutant is far more dangerous than a raider synth. You could try to argue that Sean is just bullshitting you about how he cares that rogue synths can be a threat to people. What's even more annoying is that you can't call Sean out on his bullshit in any meaningful way. It's all superficial at best, in which the best way you could disagree with him is by your character becoming stupid and using fallacies that are easily dismissed. Worse is the fact that you can't call Sean on his bullshit facade of caring about the innocent people the Raider synth has killed, when the Institute has spent a century turning people into super mutants and setting them loose on the surface, or that they've been kidnapping people, killing and replacing them for decades. I don't believe for a second that the writers were intending Sean to be lying to the player here. I think they're just f***ing incompetent, as evidenced by nearly the entire rest of the game being dog shit. You can't fight back in any meaningful way against the Institute's perception that synths aren't people in the slightest, except for one quest which requires you to take an action that can get you exiled from the Institute, and you're treated like a child that misbehaved, and you either give up arguing the point or get exiled. They go out of their way to present everything differently to you, the player, to make it feel like you sided with the good guys. It's like the Institute as a whole is recontextualized after you join them, so it doesn't feel to the player as if they're choosing a bad guy faction. Once again, New Vegas did this better. Caesar's Legion does some truly awful things and are antagonistic. They are the current threat to the Mojave, but some can argue they're not entirely evil, that they want to build a better world and their way of dealing with it is through a violent dictatorship that destroys or assimilates its enemies and breaks them. But their actions are not recontextualized or hand-waved or entirely forgotten once you join them, and they aren't presented as some kind of innocent group. You still see all the horrible shit they do. Slavery, crucifying people, destroying the unique identities of the tribes they assimilate. New Vegas never reframes or downplays what the Legion is. When you join the Institute, all the horrible stories of the things they've done begin to sound like a myth, or like propaganda against the Institute, when everything you've heard, and worse, has happened. It's like a switch is flipped for the game to now actively downplay all the horrible things the Institute has done, or not draw attention to it at all. That FEV lab? Only ever used for Virgil's cure, and to recruit Dr. Lee in the Brotherhood path. Roving bands of old model synths going to the surface to scavenge for resources, they're so violent they've wiped entire towns off the map as a result. Inside the Institute, there's no perception of this. It's just a team of synths being deployed to gather resources. Most of the Institute's problems are a direct result of the Institute itself. Maybe there would be less fear, paranoia, and hatred in the Institute if they weren't so intent on kidnapping or replacing people, or sending out vicious armies of synths that kill everything in their path to collect resource. Keep in mind, their killing isn't incidental. You can run into groups of synths in the wild and they'll be hostile by default, as long as you aren't allied with the Institute. It can be argued that the people within the Institute are simply sheltered and unaware of the damage they're causing. But how can they not understand they're holding the entire Commonwealth back and hurting everyone as a direct result of their actions? What the f*** do you think happens when you kidnap someone and kill them, or turn them into a super mutant? More than that, you cannot call them out for any of this. You can't bring it to their attention at all. They never question why the surface dwellers hate them, just that they do for some reason, which makes them a danger. Even though everything they've done since Broken Mask is fuck over the lives of every single person in the Commonwealth while doing nothing to help, even though their entire goal is supposedly the betterment of humanity. Seeing the outside world for the first time, Sean says he's only confirmed what he already knows, that the surface is doomed. He writes it off because they're unable to rebuild when the Institute has spent the last 210 years actively destroying any attempt for the Commonwealth to unite and start fucking rebuilding. No shit, the surface is completely fucked when you've only ever done things to actively make it worse. It's like breaking someone's fucking legs, then calling them pathetic for not being able to walk. No one would fucking hate the Institute if the Institute didn't pose a direct threat to the lives and well-being of quite literally every single person on the surface. Most infuriating of all, members of the Institute have the fucking audacity to say the surface dwellers have nothing to fear from them, and once again, you can't call it out. You can't say anything about it. But this goes deeper than that. The paranoia surrounding the Institute arises from the Broken Mask incident, in which the first of the human-like synths that were sent to the surface went to Diamond City, acted normal for a while, before going mad and killing people. This is where the people of the Commonwealth realized that the Institute's synths had advanced to the point of being indistinguishable from normal humans. This is followed up a year later by the Institute intentionally wiping out the representatives of the Commonwealth Provisional Government to prevent a government institution from rising up in the wasteland, effectively damning everyone on the surface by preventing progress in rebuilding the ruined world. I assume the reasoning here is that the Institute would consider them a threat, but the problem is, they wouldn't need to worry about a government rising up if they sided with that government. They were involved with the Commonwealth Provisional Government before, but pulled out due to infighting among other groups, but there is no reason at this point to hate or fear the Institute. It would have been in the Institute's best interest to take control of the situation and unite these settlements while acting as a sort of shadow government, and this would have prevented all their problems, except maybe the Brotherhood depending on whether they made synths or not. Alright, let me lay this out. The Institute's biggest issues, by far, are energy, resource, and safety. In Fallout 4, they solve the energy problem by building a nuclear reactor which doesn't impact the Commonwealth itself, though this could have happened far sooner if they didn't have to operate from the shadows. They gather resources by sending groups of synths to the surface to basically strip mine various locations of old world objects. These synths are violent and engage in combat with random wastelanders, thus contributing to the perception that the Institute is evil. Finally, their safety concerns are all thanks to their own actions. Besides the previous example, they also kidnap people and replace them with synths to spy on the surface and control what little government there is. If the Institute had instead been more open and worked with the Commonwealth Provisional Government, controlling things from the shadows, none of this would be an issue. First and foremost, they wouldn't be hated by everyone, as they'd essentially be just another part of the CPG, which immediately reduces the number of people who would want to kill them. Secondly, there would be no reason to send out roving bands of violent synths to gather resources. With an organized government in the Commonwealth, they could easily pay a small stipend to scavengers to just give them all the junk they can find that the Institute would find useful. Put up job boards saying what particular materials they need. With no bands of synths destroying entire towns for resource, this further reduces the hatred against the Institute, as the threat of being wiped out by mindless robots becomes less of a concern. Furthermore, with a standing government, they could train troops to defend the Commonwealth, including the Institute, from outside threats, such as the Brotherhood, and these numbers could be further bolstered by robots or Gen 1 and 2 synths created by the Institute. Basically, the way it actually is in the game, the Institute does everything imaginable to make things harder for themselves at every turn, and refuse to take any level of responsibility, when at this point, they could have their own massive chunk of the wasteland carved out for them, with little to no worries, while controlling a faction that could have been an East Coast equivalent of the NCR in terms of size and power. As far as I've been able to find, there doesn't even seem to be a reason for creating the synths. Sure, they want to replicate humanity, but why? Synths seem to be the single most important thing to the people of the Institute, but there doesn't seem to be any motivation for this beyond, let's make fake people. If they need someone to do menial tasks or defend the Institute, they could easily make robots based on pre-war versions, or entirely new robots to do these tasks. I realize in a lot of science fiction, there can be robots or AI that exist that pass as human, but those cases typically take place in a future where the entire world isn't a nuclear f***ing wasteland, where because we wanted to actually is a valid reason. As in the wasteland, you'd have more pressing concerns. There's even an entire dilapidated wing of the Institute dedicated to the production of robots that's just not being used for no reason, yet they're digging deeper into the earth to expand. It's bizarre beyond any rational explanation. They make fake people in order to enslave them and make them do menial work, and they have a habit of running away, rather than making a robot that will follow orders to the letter and is designed for specific tasks to be as efficient as possible at said task. If I wanted a machine to chop down trees for me, I wouldn't make a humanoid robot. I'd make a machine designed to cut down trees as efficiently as possible. If I wanted a machine to automatically clean my floors, I wouldn't make it a synth. I'd make a f***ing Roomba. See what I mean yet? This game is a complete mess. The Institute is broken on nearly every level I can find. Just going over all these inconsistencies and massive plot holes is almost exhausting. It is absolutely insane that this game has this many problems. We went from what is arguably the best written game in the series to the worst written one directly after it. The worst part is, I'm not even done yet. Not by a long shot. I actually have to break formula here to continue talking about the synths, since this is a side quest for some reason, and not a main quest for the Institute. Plugging a leak is a side quest within the Institute to find out how the synths are escaping. As it turns out, the Institute sends groups of them to the surface for some reason. I thought they used the older models for that, but I guess not. Fuck logical consistency. Just accept what you're given and don't think about it. The composition of the groups being sent is regularly changed to include synths that are at high risk of fleeing. I'm not sure how this is even a thing, since it's very clearly stated numerous times, including in random dialogue between synths in the Institute, that the Institute basically has the power to have them wiped and reprogrammed at a moment's notice. If there are individuals at high risk of fleeing, why not wipe them and reprogram them now, so they aren't high risk anymore? What benefit is it to keep these high risk synths around? Also, this is a Grandmaster plan has been causing synths to constantly escape for well over a decade? The Institute, full of the supposedly smartest people in the world, couldn't figure this out for well over 10 f***ing years? Now, I said this was a quest, but I was very generous with that label. This is more akin to doing errands. This entire quest is just you leapfrogging from terminal to terminal until you find out who is behind it. It's supposed to be an investigation, but there aren't even any interesting investigation elements to it. Open a terminal, get your next map marker, open that terminal, you get the point. You find Eve, and I don't know why there's a jump scare cue here.
Don't come any closer!
I'm sorry that you had to find me here.
Anyways, you talk to her, and she says she's trying to protect Liam. You can either kill her, or pass a pointless speech check to talk her down. Confronting Liam gives you two whole options: framing the head of the SRB, or reporting that it was a Liam, which causes him to be exiled from the Institute, which actually means he's just entirely removed from the game forever. Rather than doing something more interesting like having him join the Railroad, or move to Diamond City, or something. His father has no comments to make on the matter. I don't know how old Liam is, but is he supposed to have been the cause for the Synths escaping all this time? He seems pretty young. Was he doing this when he was a teenager? Did the Institute not investigate this any deeper sooner? All the info was literally right there for you to find with zero effort. You find this info on a terminal that the head of the Synth Retention Bureau, the SRB, himself had checked. Did he miss this info? Was it made after he checked? In all this time, did the Institute not change their methods of handling such procedures where synths are sent to the surface? Why wouldn't they have several levels of verification on this to prevent synths from escaping? What's that? The group composition was changed? Why? Who did it? Hey, wait a second. This specific synth is at high risk of escaping. Why is she in this group? We can't let them go out like this. We have to change it back to the original group. Maybe if the Institute had some basic security and verification systems in place, this wouldn't be a problem. Yeah, resource is so scarce that each department has to be extremely careful with energy consumption, and they have to send out groups of synths to gather resources they need from the surface. So instead of putting some basic security measures in place, let's create and devote an entire division of our organization to recapturing our fake programmable humans to keep escaping when we send them outside. I've seriously written nearly 9,000 words on these issues with the Institute alone. This isn't even getting into their quest line yet, which, by the way, let's get to that now. There are 9 quests in the Institute path. The first is reclaiming a synth turned raider. This quest is extremely straightforward. Go to raider base, kill raiders, reclaim their synth leader. Done. Sean explains that the point of this is to show the people on the surface that the Institute aren't the bad guys, that they're trying to control their synths or something. This raises the question of why the Railroad would reprogram a synth to allow it to become a raider. As I understand it, and I could be wrong, when reprogramming the synths, they basically have full control of their new personality, right? Then why would they turn one into a raider? Maybe they just gave him a generic personality and he ended up turning into a raider? But as we learn in the Railroad path, they try to get rescued synths out of the Commonwealth, so why is he here? Worse than that, this quest raises another question. Why does the Institute even care what the people on the surface think of them? The Institute makes it clear that they don't care about the surface as long as they're not posing a threat to the Institute, so why bother trying to prove anything to those on the surface? Sean does mention that it's because they don't want the surface to become a threat, that they're doing this to prove to those on the surface that they mean them no harm. But this comes across as a token effort at best, especially considering that this is the only outright evil synth that isn't working for the Institute that I've been able to find in the entire base game. Further, wouldn't the perception still be that the Institute is kidnapping people as a result of this? Just think of how this news is going to spread. The Institute captured the leader of a raider gang in broad daylight. That's a bit fucking ominous, isn't it? It is possible that Sean is simply lying here, but once again, I found nothing in the game to support this possibility, nor do you have the ability to call him on it. What's worse is that this doesn't change the fact at all that the Institute does kidnap people and either turns them into super mutants or replaces them with synths, or both. I think the people of the Commonwealth are far more worried about being kidnapped and replaced over a random band of nameless raiders having a synth leader, which no one could even know anyways, and does not change the capabilities of the raider gang, as a synth is a one-to-one stand-in for a human.
As you will soon see, we're also more than capable of reclaiming any synths that become a danger to the surface.
This line rings a bit fucking hollow when you can be attacked by synths on the surface at random. Even further still, synths could infiltrate your settlements and go berserk and attack. The second quest is the Battle of Bunker Hill, where you're sent to retrieve some escaped synths from a railroad hideout. This ends up becoming a massive firefight between the Institute, the Railroad, and the Brotherhood of Steel, who decided to show up for some reason. There isn't a whole lot to this quest either. Kill your enemies, acquire objective. It's worth noting that if you've dealt with the Railroad and the Brotherhood, you can warn them both about this attack, and they'll say they had no idea if you hadn't warned them. But if you don't warn them, they both still show up anyways. Either way, the Railroad will lay an ambush for the Institute, and the Brotherhood will ask you to kill the synths. Naturally, you can take any one of these three paths: reclaiming for the Institute, killing them for the Brotherhood, or saving them for the Railroad. You talk to Sean on the roof of the Institute of Technology. He says he's never been outside the Institute before now, and it only confirms what he believes, that the Commonwealth is a dead wasteland and isn't worth their time. What? This is beyond idiotic. He steps outside into a world that was devastated by nuclear fire and 200 years of decay and immediately loses any hope for the surface, despite the fact that it's been the Institute that's been going out of their way for years to keep things this way. It's solely due to them that there's been zero progress. Without the Institute f***ing things up for everyone constantly, there could be the East Coast equivalent of the NCR by now, a full-on nation rebuilding in the ruins of the old world. But of course, he doesn't consider this, and you can't confront him about this because the writers are shit. If you decide to help the synths rather than help the Institute reclaim them, Sean will essentially treat you like a child who has done something wrong. If you argue the point with him, that they are people who deserve freedom, you'll be exiled from the Institute. Not getting exiled leads into the next quest. This is less of a quest, but more of a jumping point, I guess, to the next half of the Institute storyline. You attend a meeting of all the department heads of the Institute, and they're all nervous you're there. Sean says he's dying, and he appoints you to be the new leader of the Institute. This is your only chance to find out what he's dying from, so if you miss it like I did, it just appears to be some mystery disease. I'm dying because I'm dying. If you pick the right response, he'll say it's cancer. He just randomly has some vague form of cancer that's giving him only a short time to live, I guess.
As I'm sure several of you are already aware, I have been under Dr. Volkert's care for some time. I'm sorry, this is difficult for me. Our best efforts have failed. Every experimental treatment we could devise has been unsuccessful. I'm sorry to say I am dying.
What?
Please,
Be serious.
everyone, please. I am sorry. This is not how I wanted to tell you, but we're running out of time.
This can't be happening. I only just found you.
I've had the same thoughts more than a few times. But we cannot let this stop us. Our work must continue. We can talk more later. Right now, the future of the Institute is at stake.
Why would you joke about this? It isn't funny.
Were it a joke, I'd agree it's in poor form. But I'm afraid it's not. We can talk more later. Right now, the future of the Institute is at stake.
There must be something we can do to help you.
The only thing that matters now is continuing the Institute's work. It will be all right. I assure you, we can talk more later. Right now, the future of the Institute is at stake.
You're dying?
I'm afraid so. A very aggressive form of cancer. Believe me when I say we've done everything we can. We can talk more later. Right now, The future of the Institute is at stake.
It's totally not cheap, lazy writing, bro. Trust me, bro. It's great, bro. There's no problem with it at all, bro. It's very annoying. Despite you now being the leader, much like the Minutemen, this is an in-name only position, as you don't actually get any control over the Institute. Following that is mass fusion, which requires you to get a thing from a place full of enemies. This quest very much comes across as filler, as these factions are so thin, there's little to engage with story-wise, so the best Bethesda could come up with, apparently, was generic fetch quests. The Institute needs this new component for their new nuclear reactor, which will apparently solve their power issues. This is the point of no return for the Brotherhood, though. Up until this point, you could still work with the Brotherhood, and during the railroad path, you're doing these jobs for the Institute as cover, for the real goal of helping more synths escape. But doing this quest during either the Institute or railroad path will permanently make you hostile with the Brotherhood. After that is Pinned, where you have to kill some guys to talk to this other guy. This quest also comes across as total filler. Apparently this guy is a scientist and the Institute wants him because he's useful to their purposes, but he serves no practical role in any real way. It's just another do-nothing NPC that gets loaded into the Institute. Then is possibly one of the weakest and shortest quests in the entire game as a whole. You go to Diamond City, plug some parts into the radio broadcasting equipment, and leave. Then you pick a bunch of dialogue options that don't actually matter at all. That's it. What? This is for a broadcast the Institute makes that is essentially telling the surface to leave them alone. Regardless of what you say for the speech, it changes nothing. Sean will comment on your changes, but this amounts to flavor text and nothing more. Next is End of the Line. Several times through playing this path, you hear that members of the Institute don't fully trust you yet, due to your contact with the Railroad. To go back to what I was saying earlier, was it part of Sean's plan that you meet the Railroad? If so, why would he do this when it could potentially influence your opinion of the Institute, or, possibly worse, if it can make the rest of the Institute trust you less? If not, then what was his plan for you to figure out how to get into the Institute, an otherwise impossible task? Anyways, he finally says you've got to wipe them out. There's no other way around it. It is just this way, because reasons, and that's all we'll ever get apparently. There's no choice, there's no chance to work it out, there's no way to talk to them and come to terms with each other, and there's no other possible alternate solutions. There isn't even an attempt at discussion. If this wasn't incredibly stupid already, prepare for it to get a whole lot worse. After getting the cursor chip decoded, I had no real reason to talk to the Railroad again on the Institute path, so when I finally got to this quest, I went to their base, and this happens.
We've heard some very disturbing things about you. That you've been to the Institute. That you're actually working with those monsters. You're lucky we don't shoot you on sight.
Who told you that?
I'm not about to divulge anything sensitive to you. Get the hell out of here, and don't come back.
She's worried about me potentially working for the Institute, but has taken absolutely zero precautions. Like, none of them sat down and thought, you know that person who brought us the Courser chip? I've heard a rumor they're working with the Institute. Maybe we should find a new base of operations and abandon this one just in case. This seems like a pretty big security risk. At the very least, we should maybe not have all our leadership in one convenient location, so we can effectively be wiped out at the drop of a hat. But no! Once again, a major group lacks any critical thinking skills. You just walk in and mow them all down, because despite being a group that's been around for well over a decade, and has survived at least one major attempt of the Institute trying to wipe them out, they didn't think that maybe, just maybe, the person who knows where their secret base is, and is known to be working with the Institute, might potentially be a threat to their existence. This could have been turned into a small questline in and of itself, where you have to decode their messages and find other bases. It could have been an interesting investigation, where you show up to this base to find it abandoned, and you have to search for clues to find where to go next. But no, They're just that fucking stupid apparently. More on this later. Finally is airship down. As of this big battle with the Brotherhood of Steel, where you have to break a few of their toys, so synths can teleport in to back you up, and you've got to protect a special synth while it reprograms the Liberty Prime to shoot down the Brotherhood's blimp. You're teleported across the shore to watch the explosion. Once again, there's no attempt to talk. It's just all about killing your enemies, with no more substance to it than that. The Institute reprograms Liberty Prime as a sort of power move to make everyone think twice about f***ing with them again, but that's about it. There's one more quest after this, but we'll be waiting again. As for the Institute's side quests, there's hardly anything here. Just a whole 3 quests, one of which I've talked about already. The other 2 are A House Divided and Building a Better Crop. A House Divided starts after you're declared the new leader of the Institute. Now I don't know if this glitched for me, but no one actually told me about this quest. It just popped into my quest log, and not a single character commented on it. Basically, a couple guys are pissed that you're the new leader, and decide to lock down bioscience to keep all the food they're growing hostage, until you're exiled. I ignored it at first, just to see if these guys were really starving out everyone else in the Institute, or if it was just some false empty drama with no weight behind it. I'm sure you could already guess which it was. After finishing the Institute path and still hearing nothing about it, I finally did this quest. You get inside and talk them down, then discuss punishment. Quest over. Their threats and actions don't really have any impact if no one ever cares about what they're even doing. This is why Bethesda seriously fails with their games. Yeah, their games are popular and successful, great, fine, whatever. But when speaking on the quality of the games, shit like this is absolutely dire. It proves that there are little to no stakes in anything that happens. Bioscience being locked down in order to starve everyone else out isn't a massive emergency that needs an immediate solution. It's not a dramatic or tense or dangerous situation where people's lives are on the line. It's a couple of chucklefucks who lock themselves in a room you don't need to visit, aren't important to literally anything else ever in the entire game, and their actions hold exactly 0 weight over anyone else in the game, player included. Being shot with a Nerf gun is legitimately more damaging than what these characters are doing, because Bethesda didn't give enough of a shit to have this major event have any kind of consequences upon the world in the f***ing slightest. Made even worse by the fact that Sean doesn't give the slightest of f***s to even mention it to you, and isn't part of the Institute's main storyline. It seems like Bethesda is deathly afraid of consequences in their games, as if they're afraid of making a player have to deal with anything that might challenge them in any way that isn't throwing an enemy in front of them to pump bullets into. No consequences mean there are no stakes. If there are no stakes, then it's difficult to get invested in care, and situations like this come across as entirely hollow and pointless. The point of their protest is to put pressure on everyone else, but because we can't let the player face consequences, nothing actually happens. So there's no point to it. There is no difference upon the world if you play for an hour after getting this quest, or 5,000 hours after getting this quest. So why the hell should you ever care about doing it? By the way, to the point of these characters not being important to literally anything else, I wasn't joking. You not only have the choice of having them exiled, but you can have them straight up f***ing executed here if you want to. No one questions your decision. There isn't a discussion or a vote. You are the sole leader of the Institute. It is strange, then, that you can outright order the actual executions of 2 intelligent and useful people of this very small society, yet can't handle anything else with this faction with as many options, and in fact cannot change the path of the Institute at all. The quest I mentioned with Liam earlier? I also did that after completing the Institute path of the game, and I had almost no option to deal with the conclusion of this quest. You're a leader in name only, or at least when Bethesda finds it convenient, which is basically never. Building a better crop is more errand running. You drop off some seeds for Roger Warwick, find out a couple other settlers think he's a synth, track one the good neighbor to find out he was sent to hire a mercenary, come back to find Roger being held at gunpoint by the other settler, which you could kill or talk down. Hey, maybe other people living with Roger Warwick got suspicious because his memories were due to being gained through interrogation rather than a brain scan. Maybe the Institute should use this extremely useful technology if they're going to be replacing people like this. Who am I kidding? That would require the writers to think about it for more than 0.5 seconds. Once again, the whole synths replacing people thing is eternally stupid. It's handled in the clunkiest way possible. Figuring out who is and isn't a synth could genuinely be a huge part of this game if handled well. The Institute having a spy network and who you trust with information could be detrimental if you share it with someone who actually is a synth. Maybe certain NPCs could get replaced in real time, and it's an honest-to-God concern of who you can or cannot trust. But of course, Bethesda takes the most ham-fisted and lazy way possible to do this. You've got crazy paranoid weirdos, and the people who actually are synths are a joke. As it's done now, the whole idea of who is or isn't a synth. You know, the whole reason Emil wrote the story in the first place?
The theme, and this became a very important point for us, and it's something that we didn't realize until a little late in pre-production. The most important theme in Fallout 4 is suspicion. Who is this person sitting next to me? Are they human? Do they want to do me harm? Which is a theme that is very relevant in the world today, right? Am I human? What are my own motivations? And so that, when you look at the themes of Fallout 4, that was most important to me.
Is done so lazily that anytime a character is revealed to be a synth, it doesn't change anything. There is never that moment of the deep betrayal of someone you trusted who turned out to be a synth. The mayor of Diamond City is portrayed as untrustworthy from the start, and Paladin Danse is a beacon of honor. Guess how much changes for each character when the truth is revealed? Effectively nothing character-wise. The mayor, who the game flags you shouldn't trust, is a piece of shit. Shocking. Danse is still a good guy. Maybe picking these two characters is cherry-picking, though. Let's look at some others. Amelia Stockton is a synth, and nothing about her changes. Eve was Alan Benet's 3D printed waifu, and the only thing she did of note was try to protect Liam. Gabriel only shows up as a raider in the quest where you reclaim him. Glory was always a known synth working for the railroad. Jules is a synth who revealed his true nature to two humans he considered friends, who turned on him as a result, not because he betrayed them. This is also a random encounter. Magnolia, who sings and barely does anything else. Sturges, who never betrays you, and the only reason it's known he's a synth is due to the game files. Finally, there's Timothy, an escaped synth met in a random encounter where he's looking for Bunker Hill. That is every single synth with an actual name in the base game, and not a single one of them betrays you or acts differently from what you might expect. Of course, the Institute has Radiant quests as well, but as I've already said, we'll be talking about that later. One final note, and I know I already mentioned this, but I want to repeat it, because it's something that really annoys the fuck out of me. And that's the whole issue of the Institute being portrayed in a different light when you side with them. It's one thing if they genuinely don't understand the harm they're causing, though even then, I don't believe that they genuinely don't know what they're doing when they kidnap, interrogate, and kill people. If you order the two men to be executed in a house divided, the person you give the order to understands what this means. So this can't even be hand-waved as them being unaware by having a robot synth do it, because they would know what it means to kill someone even if they aren't personally pulling the trigger. The people of the Institute are not children, and despite being exceedingly retreaded in most ways, they're not mentally unfit to the point of not knowing what murder is. The problem is that everything evil the Institute actually does is just conveniently not being done when you're there. There's never that moment of kidnapping someone innocent to replace with a synth. The one person you do take is hired by the Institute. There's never that moment of crossing the line and doing something truly terrible, and helping the Institute with its scumfuckery. Yeah, sure, there's wiping out the Railroad and the Brotherhood, but it takes two to tango, and both of them declared the Institute an enemy first. The point is, you never have to go kidnap John Fallout from his loving family, interrogate him for information on his life, of which we know nothing of the Institute's interrogation methods, kill him, and sending a synth copy out to return to the family. It's like the game just sweeps all the evil under the rug. And because I know I'm going to get a comment from someone about this, yeah, you can look around and find all the dirty laundry and see how evil they are. But the problem is that you can never address this. Your options are ignore it entirely, or destroy the Institute, which means destroying all the genuinely good advances that they've made. It really does feel like Bethesda doesn't want to give you any truly evil options, which is weird considering their previous entry in the series allowed you to nuke the first town you come across, but in Fallout 4, there's hardly the option to do anything evil as presented by the game. In fact, I was shocked to learn Nick Valentine is actually critical of you when you complete the Institute path for wiping out the Brotherhood and the Railroad, especially since if you complete the Institute path and have a high affinity with Piper, she'll write a piece essentially saying they give the Institute another chance. A chance they do not deserve. The next faction I'll be covering is naturally the Railroad. Despite already going into how incompetent the Railroad is, there's still some shit to talk about here. The entire faction as a whole seems like their goals and motivations aren't fully thought out. I mean, I get their goals are to help synths, but this just seems really forced. So the Railroad are a group of humans who one day just kinda decided they should rescue synths from the Institute, even though they have no way of reliably doing this. How do they know they were even helping synths? I thought escaping the Institute triggered a failsafe that erases their memories. How would a synth even know they are a synth at that point? How would anyone be able to figure out who is or isn't a synth? Remember, the whole point is that they perfectly resemble humans, so what would indicate to anyone who is and isn't a synth? The Railroad has absolutely no way to directly free synths from the Institute, and have no contact with anyone inside. The flow of escaped synths relies entirely on one single person within the Institute. What if he got caught? What if he died? The Railroad would become irrelevant pretty f***ing quick. If no more synths were escaping, that means the Railroad wouldn't be able to help them anymore. They might stick around for a bit as an opposition to the Institute, but they'd be left at a dead end. But more importantly, how did the Railroad even form in a world where resources are limited and day-to-day survival is a struggle? Where do they get their food and water from? Where do they get their money? Running a charity freedom fighter organization against a shadowy, mysterious group that wants you dead ain't easy, and it ain't cheap, and they need food and water just as much as every single other person does in order to survive. So how do they keep this organization running when barely anyone else is able to keep a town together? Oh, I guess it's just because Emil said so. Don't think about it too much. Remember, it's not poorly written if you don't think about it at all. You even find out Liam put messages on the synths he was freeing, and that's how the Railroad knew someone on the inside was freeing them. But the question then becomes, how did they originally find these messages? How would they know how or where to look for these messages? How did Liam put these messages into the synths? Did he do it remotely? Do the synths plug into a terminal? Where's their plug-in port? If he modified the synths before freeing them, shouldn't there be a way for the Institute to find out? Hey, someone's been messing with the synth. Unauthorized changes were made. Who did this? Why did this group of humans unify and decide it was more important to save fake people rather than their fellow man? I understand there's an element of morality here, as synths seem to have human-level sapience, and not just mere code in a machine. But we're not talking about a world where humans already live rather comfortably. We're talking about a horrible, hellish nuclear wasteland full of raiders and mutated creatures, and countless other threats including starving and dehydration. Where does the Railroad get all their resources from? How has the Institute not dealt with them yet? Hell, the Institute raided their previous headquarters. Surely there was some serious info in there the Institute could use against them, right? And their new HQ, there's a board that shows what all their symbols are. If they got raided, that info would just be sitting there for the Institute to see. Suddenly, all your call signs and symbols are worthless, and in fact, even dangerous, since the Institute would know what they all mean, You can now use them as traps, stake out locations you've already got set up or picked out, or even place their own to lead you into death traps. Liam says he's put messages into the Synths for people to find, but didn't know if anyone would find them. Okay. How did the Railroad initially find them? Serious question. It's clearly presented in such a way that he's not simply telling them information, but putting messages into them, as in, somewhere in their programming. It becomes a big fucking deal to understanding how all this works, when you realize there's no possible way for anyone outside of the Institute to even know this is possible. The Railroad just seems like a bizarre house of cards that's somehow still standing in a hurricane. They seem like a disorganized group of assholes who are LARPing as some kind of deep undercover operatives who don't know what they're doing, apparently have time to stand around in dark rooms all day waiting for someone that gets their shitty password, and have managed to survive on pure luck alone. I cannot overstate how much I hate this faction and everyone in it. Rather than some group of freedom fighters who are constantly under fire and are fighting a good fight, they instead come off as a fanatical group of some of the most unlikable and stupid characters I've seen in a while.
So is there anyone you like?
Oh, I wasn't aware we were competing for congeniality awards. I thought we were rescuing Synths. My mistake.
I'm going back to their whole password issue from the last video, so I'm not an expert in running an underground resistance movement or anything like that, but I can tell you some basic things I do differently from the Railroad to reduce my chances of being wiped out entirely. See, as I mentioned in the previous section, the entire leadership of the Railroad hangs out in one location, their current HQ. This means they can be wiped out in one fell swoop, which is a stupid tactical move. Logic dictates you'd have parts of your leadership in different underground bases instead of having an established headquarters, so if one gets raided and wiped out, your entire organization doesn't die with you. Let's pull this all the way back to the Switchboard, their previous HQ. It was raided by the Institute. People died, and others escaped. If I were in their position, I'd have several locations scouted as potential new bases if needed. We'd have people scatter after an attack, and regroup when it's safe in at least 2 of these potential bases. One for the higher ranking and more trustworthy members, and one for the grunts and newer members you might not trust as much. This would be to prevent potential spies from leaking the new location of the leadership members, and it keeps everyone connected to the wiped out base separate from other bases to prevent unnecessary risk to them as well. You get the new main base properly established, and do some waiting to make sure it's safe, and then deal with all the call signs and stuff, and when you make your password for your new safe house, don't make it something brain-dead fucking retreaded. See, when you face death and outright extermination, it might make sense to take some measures to maybe prevent that.
Our HQ was strong, defensible. Heck, we thought it was secure. Inside a minute, the Institute troopers breached the doors and turned it into a shooting gallery. The survivors didn't have time to grab anything. So we're getting something important we had to leave behind.
The Switchboard being attacked by the Institute seems to be a rather recent development. I can't say how fast the headquarters in the old church got set up, but they should have waited maybe a few weeks, and they'd have a lot of time to come up with a password that isn't stupid. But I also get the impression they've been there for a while, because there's that phrase that's floating around at the start of the game, "Follow the Freedom Trail," that you can hear from rando NPCs and from Dr. Amari in the main story. I think I'm safe in saying the Railroad are quite possibly the single most stupid group of underground freedom fighters in fiction. Literally, the only reason they haven't been completely wiped out is because the Institute is equally stupid and have taken no proper steps to figure this shit out in the slightest, as well as plot armor. Need I remind everyone that the Freedom Trail is literally a bright red trail leading through the city directly to the Railroad's main base, especially considering that anytime the trail has been destroyed or covered by rubble, new red paint gets placed there to connect the breaks in the trail. This really just makes both the Railroad and the Institute both look cartoonishly incompetent, as if the rest of the game didn't already do that. It's like 2 wily coyotes fighting each other and failing constantly. There are a whole 6 quests in the Railroad path. The first I've already covered in the previous video, and exists as part of the main quest, Road to Freedom, where you find the Railroad. Following that is Tradecraft, which is largely a massive waste of time. After some pointless f***ing around, you go to their former HQ to retrieve a pointless item that does absolutely nothing, and is just an entirely pointless quest objective. This quest does show off the kind of danger they face from the Institute, but as mentioned previously, this just makes them both look incompetent given the situation we see at their current base. Deacon does inform you a bit about their call signs posted around the wasteland, and while I've only found a couple on my own, they do seem to lead to stuff. But in a world full of loot, a railroad loot cache doesn't amount to a whole lot. Also, in my experience, you never have to deal with an informant like this guy ever again, which is why I called it pointless f***ing around. This comes off as Bethesda wanting some slick spy movie elements without ever committing to it fully. After that is Underground Undercover, which is basically setting up for a synth revolt from within the Institute for when you attack it later. The rest of it just has you following half of the Institute path, your character basically deceiving the Institute. It's worth noting that a synth revolt is the most pointless thing ever, because they have shutdown codes and the Institute has an intercom system that can transmit to the entire facility. The only real thing of note here, in following the Institute path for a bit, is the Battle of Bunker Hill, in which you're obviously going to be helping the railroad if you're committed to following that path. The game doesn't give you a good option to lie to Sean about it, and he just seems to know regardless that you set them free. So once again, what little choice you're given is shit on by the developers. This reminds me of Fallout 3, where Liam Neeson confronts you about nuking Megaton, and you just don't have the option to outright deny it with him believing you. He always just knows that you nuked this town, even though he shouldn't. Next is Precipice of War. The Brotherhood of Steel randomly decides for some reason that they've got to brutally wipe out the railroad, and launches an assault upon them. I get the Brotherhood hate the Synths, but the entire endeavor to wipe out the railroad seems like a pointless distraction for the Brotherhood, and a pointless conflict to throw at the player. I can't complain about this too much though, but that's just because I hate the railroad and them being wiped out is a good thing. It does feel like Bethesda should have done more work to justify the Brotherhood's hatred of the railroad specifically, to the point of wanting to wipe them out. Next is Rocket's Red Glare. You steal a vertebrate from the Brotherhood, run around their airship and plant some bombs, then fly off and watch the fireworks. And once again, I'm going to be saving the final quest for the end. Now we get to the railroad side quests. Many of them are Radiant quests themselves, but do have endings to them. First up is Boston After Dark, in which you escort a synth to a safe house. There's not much more to it. After that is Mercer Safe House, where you're sent to claim a random settlement for the railroad as a new safe house. If you're siding with the railroad to build the teleporter, this is a mandatory quest, as this is where you'll be building it. Following that is Burning Cover, which is less of a quest and more of a jumping point if your cover inside the Institute is blown for whatever reason. They just send you to the Minutemen to continue the main story with them. Next is Butcher's Bill. Go check on a safe house to find it overrun with raiders and deal with a Deathclaw. There's a part 2 to this quest as well, where you have to find a member of the railroad in a random location. He's fucking dead. Quest over. After that is Memory Interrupted, where the synth you helped earlier has since had his memories altered and needs to be escorted out of the Commonwealth. You have to clear a location of old synths, and another character is accidentally sent there as well, if she isn't dead yet in the main story. Just goes to show how organized the railroad is. The bigger issue here, though, is the fact the railroad wipes the memories of synths. This is implied to be a choice by the synths, to be fair, but the problem is the fact that our memories and experiences make us who we are. Imagine yourself as you are, right now, and suddenly all your memories and experiences are permanently wiped away, and you're separated from any of the people you previously knew, so they can't even tell you the person you were before. This would be tantamount to death of who you are right now, while your body keeps on living, and whatever little is left of you would essentially become a different person. So how would that be any different from what the Institute does to them, aside from the eternal servitude? Because when they escape, the implication is that they're scared of being reprogrammed and losing who they are, so to avoid capture, their memory is erased, losing who they are to escape the Institute. This also raises the question of why Synths the Railroad has helped don't remember being taken out of the Commonwealth. Dance makes no mention, as far as I've seen, of leaving this place and going to the capital wasteland. You'd think it'd be a pretty big flaw in the plan if Synths escaping the Commonwealth had any memory of once being in the Commonwealth, which they surely would have, as their memories are erased before leaving. Additionally, there's this holotape that raises another contradiction.
I've decided to have the operation. I know I'll lose all my memories. I don't want you to be sad. I have nightmares. And this world, the SRB, being hunted, I just can't handle it. Everyone says I'll be safer if I start a new life. I know I'll be happier. My only regret is I'll forget. Old Man Stockton, High Rise, and you. Looking back, there's only fear. Worse than fear. But I will miss my new friends.
Worst of all, no one knows why they do it, what their plan is, or where they are. Not even me. And I'm a synth myself. The discarded prototype, anyway.
You don't know anything about them. Really?
Some kind of security setting strips or blocks out those memories. And it's not just me. Any synth that gets trashed, left behind, or escapes the Institute has the same problem. Probably some kind of failsafe.
So memories of the Institute are erased upon escaping to prevent their secrets from getting out. But then also, here's a synth who remembers. This is just yet another example of the way in which this game was written. That is to say, with no care or attention to detail. I know someone somewhere is going to call this a nitpick, but this is foundational stuff to our understanding that is being jerked around. Nick doesn't remember anything, because synths lose their memory upon escape, which is the reason he can't tell us anything about the Institute when we need it. But now the game is trying to make a sad moment here, where a synth we saw and helped for 23 seconds called us a friend, and is sad to lose that memory. But has to, because the things he knows about the Institute and the SRB scares him and gives him nightmares. Following that is Operation Ticonderoga. The safe house you escorted the synth to earlier has been wiped out by Institute agents. Kill the two coursers and report back. Next is To the Mattresses, in which you're tasked with killing raiders in random locations. Literally, that's all there is to it. There's a gang that the Railroad hates, that specifically targets synths and is cruel to them, so they send you to kill their leadership in 6 different quests. Each one literally just shoves one extra NPC into a random established raider base. Again, how do these random raiders know who is and isn't a synth? You'd think that if it was that easy for the Railroad and these random pointless raiders to find out who is and isn't a synth, that could be pretty useful for other instances where there's suspicion of someone being a synth. I don't know, I guess it's just another one of those don't think about it moments. The raiders need this ability, so you could go kill the bad mean people, and the Railroad needs this ability to even exist. But no one else can ever have it, because that would ruin the deep and interesting theme of not knowing who your neighbor is.
The most important theme in Fallout 4 is suspicion. Who is this person sitting next to me? Are they human? Do they want to do me harm?
Finally is Randolph's safe house. Similar to the previous one, it's numbered. Literally all you do is clear out random areas of hostile creatures. That's it. The Railroad has separate Infinite Radiant quests too. Again, we'll be talking about this another time. One last note for this faction, fuck the Railroad. Finally, we reached the Brotherhood of Steel, so I can't prolong this anymore. Oh boy, this is gonna be rough. So at this point, the Brotherhood has had a bit of a rough history in terms of consistency, and that's largely Bethesda's fault. In Fallout 1, they were xenophobic technophiles. They hoarded technology because they didn't trust the dirty simpleton outsiders with it, as they believed the stupid and ignorant people in control of highly advanced technology is what led to the nuclear destruction of the world, as well as the horrors of the FEV. By the end of Fallout 1, they moved more to research and development, but this doesn't really seem to last. By Fallout 2, the Brotherhood has essentially fallen. They're still around, however they seem to be on the brink of destruction, facing heavy losses, and again, trying to acquire technology. But by the end, they're still not in a good position. The story of the Brotherhood is essentially that of a group that dies out due to stagnation and refusing to change their ways. By Fallout 3, they're just kind of randomly on the other side of the country. Keep in mind, traveling such a distance in a nuclear apocalypse with unknown dangers, mutations, and radioactive horrors is going to be a very long and dangerous journey. Not to mention, keeping supplied for such a journey would be difficult too. And now, in the capital wasteland, they're just super awesome good guy Power Rangers, going out and trying to help and save people, and dying en masse for no reason. This is a massive departure from what they were, and it was jarring for many fans of the first two games. Now in Fallout 4, they've dramatically changed once again to essentially be a diet enclave. They want to purge the mutants and ghouls with no nuance or deeper thought. They just mindlessly want to genocide them, regardless of how they act. Virgil helps you get into the Institute. It would be literally impossible without him, and yet the Brotherhood demands you kill him regardless, because he's a super mutant. Even if you tell them he's been cured, Captain Kells doesn't seem fully convinced, still considering him a threat. He doesn't ask about this cure, nor do they inquire about how more can be made to revert super mutants instead of simply just killing them. Worse yet, the Brotherhood come across as being almost completely uninterested in the acquisition of technology. During the Brotherhood path, you've got a chance to ask one of their head researchers about Institute technology, and he's practically horrified by it and wants it all destroyed.
That's quite the crater you've manifested in the center of Boston. Marvelous work. Simply marvelous.
You aren't disappointed that all the Institute's technical research just went up in smoke?
On the contrary. It's always been my sincerest hope that the Institute's ill-conceived research would never see the light of day. And, thanks to your efforts, it appears that my hopes have become reality.
No nuance, not just synths specifically, but total deletion of everything they've done. As if every single scientific or technological advancement or discovery is, in itself, an abomination, even though they're researching things such as how to grow healthy and edible plants in irradiated soil, as well as new weapons and even cybernetics, something that could be useful for some Brotherhood members. The Brotherhood practically used to worship technology, and now they seem to fear it and go off on crusades to destroy it. The Synths are at least partially understandable. They're fake people who could replace normal people and infiltrate groups, though it naturally goes to the extreme, and they want all synths killed regardless of what they're doing. But to mindlessly destroy everything else is just absurdity for what the Brotherhood is. Much like in Fallout 3, it feels as though Bethesda made their own faction, and just applied the Brotherhood name and iconography to it, as if it would just make total sense, because it's been years since the previous game. It very much feels as though Bethesda doesn't know what to do with the Brotherhood, and just includes them in every single game for brand recognition, because it's a popular and well-known faction. But because Bethesda doesn't seem to understand them in the slightest, they just keep doing seemingly random things with them that just don't fit in with what their Brotherhood are. And rather than naturally developing them to that point over time, they just move all the pieces on the board to what is most convenient for Bethesda to make the newest iteration of the Brotherhood, and just say, this is the way it is. The Brotherhood are saviors, the Brotherhood are Diet Enclave. The Brotherhood just had a satellite and started a new group of Brotherhood across the entire country, even though the original leaders are still in charge and would never fucking do this. It's totally okay. Our epic OC is over there and is friends with a deep lore character. No development of the faction's ideals, it's just a snap of the fingers and we get an entirely new Brotherhood. It is very irritating and jarring, because they're just being shoved into locations and time periods they should not exist in. And worse yet, they're constantly changing dramatically. So we can never tell what they're going to be doing or how they'll act. Honest to God, how are they going to act in Fallout 5? Will they be a full-on military conquering territory? Will they be pure research and development? Will they be Power Rangers again? Will they be so evil that the Enclave blushes at their deeds? Will they be full-on technophobes, hell-bent on destroying all technology to revert humanity back to the Stone Age? We just don't know, because Bethesda does whatever the f they want, to hell with consistency. This raises a similar problem as the Bethesda Fallout games themselves do. Because we have all these different iterations of both Fallout and the Brotherhood, we also have different perspectives on what the true Fallout and Brotherhood are. Some people unironically think Fallout 3 is the true Fallout, and how all the games in the series should be, which would be quite the grim future for any franchise, being held to such an insanely low standard. Much of the same seems to be the case for the Brotherhood. We've got the Technophiles, the Power Rangers, and the Diet Enclave. As such, their future appearances will be compared to these iterations, and they won't be faithful to one another. The other issue with the Brotherhood being here is a bit of a fatigue from seeing them constantly. It gets tiring seeing the same few factions over and over and over again, even if they are bastardized each time they show up, instead of anything new, especially when visiting new regions of the country. It makes sense to see the Brotherhood in Fallout 1 and 2, it's the same region of the world. It makes less sense to see them in Washington, D.C., then in Boston, then in West Virginia. At this point, it feels safe to say we'll see the Brotherhood in all 50 states and Canada and Mexico. You bet your f***ing ass the Brotherhood are in Hawaii. Rather than simply using only new factions in a new part of the world, they rely too heavily on established factions. They're constantly reusing the iconography of the original games. For some reason, Bethesda has a lot of trouble with factions in Fallout. In Fallout 3, the only real new factions were the Regulators and the Talon Company, both of which were microscopically thin. Fallout 4 introduces the Minutemen, the Institute, and the Railroad, and we've already been through their issues. It seems when it comes to Fallout, Bethesda can't work with a faction to save their lives, which is a bit dire when you realize that these games largely focused on groups, towns, and factions interacting with one another, especially a game like Fallout 4, which has 4 main factions to choose from. But regardless of any new factions being trash, there is no need to constantly revisit old factions, especially if all you're doing is damaging their lore. Even if new factions are made poorly, at least they're not damaging something that already exists. Bit of a tangent, but I felt it was required. Back to the immediate topic though, the Brotherhood comes to wipe out the Institute because they believe synths are abominations of technology. This starts off as being aware of vaguely described energy readings, but I guess at some point, they just learn that the synths originate from the Commonwealth and show up and forced to deal with it. I say I guess because this happens regardless of how much you interact with them. They just show up after killing Kellogg. Speaking of keeping advanced technology out of hands that will misuse it, the Brotherhood captures entire stockpiles of nukes to use against their enemies. Twice. Granted, one of them is a stockpile of mini-nukes, the point remains. Oh, and let's not forget their Gary Stu of a leader, Elder Maxon, a 20-year-old elder that became elder due to a unanimous vote of West Coast Brotherhood elders, and looks like he's seen 20 years of battle himself. That's right, this kid turned into this in just 10 years. Maybe it's a good thing they relegated him to Quest Giver, rather than giving him any actual importance in the story and world where he goes out and does things. As for their main quest, we'll start off with Revelli. You get this after killing Kellogg regardless of whether you've met Paladin Dancer done his quest yet or not. This sends you to the airport, where the Brotherhood set up their base of operations. If you've done Dance's quests, you'll be invited aboard. If you haven't, you'll be sent to the police station to meet him.
This area is off limits to civilians. I order you to stand down and tell me what you're doing here immediately.
I was hoping to track down the owners of that huge airship.
Well, you found us. And since this is a military installation, this is the closest you're gonna get to her.
I'm no stranger to these installations. My husband was in the military.
Really? Well then, you might just be in luck. With your experience, you might actually fit in with the Brotherhood. We're always looking to add a few more brothers and sisters to our ranks, if you think you have what it takes.
It is so weird that he just accepts at face value that a Wastelander was married to someone in the military, and that alone is enough for him to just think you might fit in with the Brotherhood, rather than having any military training. Either way, your first encounter with Dance starts with fire support. As you approach the police station, they're under siege by ghouls, and you help Dance kill them. Following that is Call to Arms, where you travel with Dance to a nearby location to retrieve an item, and the setup for this is kind of awful. If the Brotherhood isn't in the region yet, then it makes sense that you might need the deep-range transmitter to contact them all the way in the Capital Wasteland. Alright, that's fine, that makes sense. But if the Brotherhood is in the Commonwealth, then you still need the deep-range transmitter to contact them when they're in the same city. This makes much less sense and feels more contrived than anything. They didn't want to change the situation at all to properly account for the Brotherhood being here now, so instead they just have Dance say a different line in which he can't contact the Brotherhood, who are only a few miles away. After that is Semper Invicta, where you do a Radiant quest for each of Dance's buddies. One has you collect a random item from a random location, the other has you kill enemies in a random location. If the Brotherhood haven't arrived in their Zeppelin yet, this is where the questline pauses until they do show up. Or you can do the Radiant quest forever if you please. Next is Shadow of Steel. You go to the Zeppelin, talk to Captain Kells, then listen to Maxon's speech and talk to him. I'm not sure why this and the next quest are considered two different quests, when they amount to talking to NPCs and not much else. Tour of Duty has you introduce yourself to many of the supposedly key NPCs within the Brotherhood, most of which are Radiant quest dispensers, of course. They amount to a little more than cardboard cutouts that this game tries to pass off as characters. Just to make it clear too, since I keep complaining about how combat focused this game is, much of the dialogue here has very little value. You're learning about some of these characters and the Brotherhood, but having this information or not doesn't change much of anything either way. The dialogue once again comes across as the bare minimum to make this look like a military-styled faction. The scribe says he's overworked and has Radiant quests for you. The quartermaster says it's his job to be a quartermaster, and that he has Radiant quests for you. The mechanic talks to you about power armor, and alludes to the fact that she has Radiant quests for you. And the doctor asks you some extremely basic questions. Following that is Show No Mercy. Go to a nearby fort to kill all the super mutants there, so the Brotherhood could take the mini-nukes there to use in their war on the Institute. If you haven't made it into the Institute at this point, the Brotherhood will just tell you to do what you can to find a way into the Institute, even though there's no actual reason to not work on the repairs to Liberty Prime in the meantime, besides the fact that you still have the option to join the Institute, and completing their path requires Liberty Prime to not be functional yet. So the Brotherhood very kindly and respectfully just doesn't complete this vital task they have no reason to not do, because otherwise the Institute path can't be completed. Yeah, it's fucking dumb. Additionally, the game simply isn't prepared for what happens if you've built the teleporter with another faction, but do not enter the Institute, then join the Brotherhood and do their missions, leading to this weird exchange.
Now, I'm sure you're aware that Fort Strong was simply the first step towards the liberation of the Commonwealth. An even greater task lies ahead. The Institute and everyone responsible for the creation of the Synths must be eliminated. At all costs.
Elder Maxon?
The Institute and everyone responsible for the creation of the Synths must be eliminated. At all costs. The Institute and everyone responsible for the creation of the Synths must be...
The conversation just ends, and you can't speak with him anymore. This gets worse once you do enter the Institute and return to the Brotherhood only for him to chew you out for it.
Our latest intelligence tells us you've infiltrated the Institute and liberated a valuable holotape from their facility. I'm quite disappointed you chose to build the signal interceptor without the Brotherhood Knight. However, you've secured passage to and from their facility, which was one of our primary goals. So, I'm willing to overlook your lapse in judgment.
Once you do learn of a way in, you get the next quest, From Within. You're set to convince Dr. Lee to return to the Brotherhood. She wants to know what happened to Virgil, so you go to the FEV lab and get a personal log of his to show her, and that convinces her to leave, as she learns the Institute has been lying to her. You can tell her you've met him, but she doesn't believe you. This also kind of raises the question of why she's even here. There doesn't seem to be a good reason for it besides the fact she's a character we recognize from Fallout 3. She also seems to believe the Brotherhood is out to kill her, almost outright stating that she's been paranoid about it for years. Bonk. She claims this is because she worked on sensitive projects for them, but I'm not buying that as a reason. After that is Outside the Wire. This is a parallel to the Minutemen's Inside Job quest, where you just download from an Institute computer and return the info to the Brotherhood, and considering it's just a reskin of that other quest, it contains all the same issues. Next is Liberty Reprimed. You're sent to retrieve an item and build 4 items in the settlement workshop for Liberty Prime. Then you're sent to locate bombs for Liberty Prime to use in battle. This sends you to a military base in the Glowing Sea. It's been infested with the children of Adam, who were in turn killed by feral ghouls. Apparently they tried to launch a nuke, which just goes to show how fucking insane these obnoxious c***s are. One of them is still alive and tries to talk to you, but you're better off just blowing him away immediately. You know, I wrote that line several years ago, and I got to thinking, maybe I didn't give the game a proper chance here. Maybe this could be an interesting interaction. One could almost say that by writing this character off purely because he's a Cult of Adam follower, that I wasn't doing my job properly. So this time around, I talked to him.
State your purpose, stranger. You walk on Atom's hallowed ground.
Who's Adam?
Atom is all. He is the bringer of light, the great divider. He is the infinite worlds within all of us.
Oh, right. Hallowed ground. Obviously. Just look how wonderful this place is.
Your mockery is wasted. The children of Atom have sworn to guard this place until the time of the Great Divide. None shall enter.
Trust me, I'm on your side here. I want to help you out.
Atom has no need of help from non-believers. When he returns to us, these relics will carry his word and his glory to all corners of the earth. That is why they must be safeguarded.
This man is obviously delusional. I recommend we switch tactics.
I want to spread his glory. Look, the bombs will get used, okay? Isn't that what you want?
Your words ring hollow. I do not hear Atom's voice in yours. You seek to further your own ends, not his.
Yeah, I was completely right. You're better off just blowing him away immediately. There's also a holotape from the single most bored-sounding character in the entire game. Some pre-war worker in the facility, realizing the bombs dropping was real.
This is Captain Mitch Dunleavy, 132nd Engineering Corps at Sentinel Site Prescott. All lines of communication are down, and we're tracking multiple inbounds on radar. If this is a drill, we need confirmation immediately. We've got a lot of nervous soldiers over here, Command. If this is the big one, they want to head home to their families before it's too late. Some of the inbounds are getting awfully close. Wait a minute. The inbounds are splitting into multiple targets? Oh, hell. This is it, isn't it? May God have mercy on our souls.
Paladin Dan says he'll stay behind with the bombs, likely because he read the script and knew he has to hide in a dungeon for the next quest, and for that to happen, he can't be with you. It's also worth noting that these nukes are said to be the same class of nuke that was dropped from planes in the war. This isn't some kind of lesser nuke, this is the real deal. It's bizarre how casually used and weak they appear to be later, when these are the bombs that are being dropped during the war. Now obviously, these kinds of bombs can be built to different specs, but when you've got bombs like this, or like this, it raises the question of why you'd bother dropping these bombs from a plane when there's something that would be classified as a mini-nuke if the mini-nukes didn't already exist. A lot of their problem is in their portrayal when they're used because they do appear to be very weak. Why would you drop a nuke this weak from a plane when a conventional bomb will do? Additionally, another point I want to bring up is the fact that Dr. Lee is referred to several times as being one of the original designers of Liberty Prime.
Luckily, you were able to convince Dr. Madison Lee to return to the Brotherhood. She was on the original build team for Liberty Prime a little over a decade ago.
Why won't you help us with Liberty Prime?
I originally left the Brotherhood because I was tired of being stepped on and used. First, there was the Water Purification Project, designed to freely benefit the entire Capital Wasteland. Even though the Brotherhood allowed it to be activated, they wanted to control it. But that wasn't enough. They forced me to help design Liberty Prime. Turned my work into a weapon of war.
We're working with one of Prime's original designers. I don't see it getting any better than that.
Will she be harmed if she doesn't cooperate?
Absolutely not. We have big plans for Dr. Lee, including the resurrection of one of her greatest creations. The last thing we'd want to do is kill the Golden Goose.
I'm not sure why the writers decided to do this, because it just doesn't make any sense. Liberty Prime was almost complete before the war. Sure, she apparently helped solve the power issue off-screen in Fallout 3, but that does not constitute being an original designer, as it was designed over 200 years before Fallout 3. She just came along and solved a problem that hadn't been solved yet. Not to downplay the achievement of that either, because that is a big deal, but that still wouldn't make her an original designer. Further, she's characterizing it as them forcing her to turn her work into a weapon of war. But she knew this going into it in Fallout 3. She helped fix the power issue for Liberty Prime, so they could defeat the Enclave who were holding the water purifier. After that is blind betrayal. You're accused of knowing Paladin Dance is a synth and not reporting it. There's several issues with this quest from the start. First of all, after securing the nukes, you go back and test Liberty Prime with the mechanic and Dr. Lee. Then you have to go up to face Maxon. He believes you've been lying to him and hiding the truth about Dance from him for some reason. And yet his priority isn't to sort this out with him immediately, it's to allow you to watch these two turn Liberty Prime on for the first time. He's also coming at you as if you should have known that Dance is a synth, that he would have confided in you or something. Even though you might only know him for a few days or even hours at this point. If he did know he was a synth, why in the world would he trust you with this information after barely knowing him? So because he's a synth, you're sent to kill him.
Oh, Knight. I was told you were coming. Sorry about this business with Dance.
He'll be missed.
Doubtful. I wouldn't miss a synth any sooner than I'd miss a transistor radio. I was merely sorry that you'd been duped.
Jesus Christ, why so bloodthirsty and heartless? I genuinely find it hard to believe that people that have worked with Dance, trusted him for years, their brother-in-arms in many battles, are all suddenly just okay with the idea that all those experiences meant nothing and he's just a machine that needs to be put down. Now I understand that in cult-like situations, that when someone from the in-group changes in some way, or goes against the group, that the cult will turn on that person as if that person has betrayed them, and I could imagine this being the case for many members in the Brotherhood. But not all of them. I could understand the rabid devotion of the Brotherhood to eliminate synths prior to this, but this is the kind of thing that should make at least a few people stop and question their beliefs. Maybe even causing a bit of a divide within the Brotherhood for those who stick to the idea that synths are abominations, and those who genuinely rethink their position on the synths. The best we get is Dance's scribe buddy being against killing him. One single person.
Do you actually plan on killing Paladin Dance?
That's a risky question, Halen.
I know it is, but I need you to listen to me for a minute. I've known Paladin Dance ever since I was an initiate. He trained me, showed me the ropes, and when I screwed up, he taught me to dust myself off and move on. He's earned my admiration, my respect, and my friendship. I don't care what Quinlan's report says. I don't care if he's a machine or not. He's still Dance.
Why are you telling me all of this?
Because Someone has to before you rush off and carry out Maxon's orders without thinking about what you're doing. Dance is the most selfless person I've ever met. I've watched him risk his own life based on nothing more than principle alone. That's why I'm asking you, not just as a member of the Brotherhood, but as a human being. Give him a chance. Let him tell his side of the story. If you're not convinced by what he says, or somehow he's become truly lost to us, then you do what you have to do.
All right, I'll hear him out.
That's all that I ask. I'll just have to trust that when the time comes, you'll do the right thing.
This is genuinely a really good character moment and conversation where someone who knows Dance is begging you to spare him. But why is she the only one to feel this way? Dance has never saved anyone in the field? He never risked his life for one of his brothers? He's never been a good soldier to fight side by side against a relentless enemy. Bullshit. And don't give me any shit about random nameless Brotherhood NPCs possibly showing sympathy in their random lines of dialogue, if such lines even exist. That shit is shallow and meaningless. You can either kill him, or spare him. This will be a slight tangent, but when I was getting footage, I was testing to see what all the dialogue options were, to convince him to not die, and this was one of the options.
You're the proof that Maxon's wrong. You're a synth, but everything you've done has been for the good of mankind.
You're right. How could I have been so blind? I'm not technology that's gone out of control. I've been a benefit to mankind, not its downfall. Perhaps now that you've opened my eyes, I can consider my next move.
I genuinely really liked this response over the other two, which were either calling him a coward or appealing that you're his friend and you'd miss him if he were gone. I felt this response was the best one, and even after checking the other two, I went back to the one I liked more, only to remember that it didn't matter. See, each of these three options are drastically different, and realistically, should have a different impact on the character, with the one I'm highlighting here obviously being the best, because this genuinely feels like a moment for character growth. But because this is a cheap, shallow, lazy Bethesda game, we don't get that. Dance would stand as proof that synths are more than just machines, but he never goes on to fulfill that purpose in any major way. While I was loading the save to get this answer again, I realized how pointless it was, because the game was never going to reflect my choice of telling him that he's proof that Maxon is wrong about the synths over the other dialogue options, as all the dialogue responses here and in the next encounter will always be the same regardless of what you say, and all Dance does after this is be your companion. If you spare him, when you leave you'll find Maxon outside waiting for you, and he again demands you kill Dance. You can kill him, let Maxon kill him, or convince Maxon to let him live. The game almost has a good moment here, but it doesn't truly achieve it. There's a lot that could be said for Maxon deciding to spare Dance in this instance, but it ultimately rings hollow when the rest of the writing for this game is shallow and pointless. This doesn't lead to any character development for Maxon, it's just one synth he spares, and he's back to normal, wanting to destroy everything he considers to be an abomination. There's no introspection for the character, considering his ideals, nor is there any character growth. Keep in mind, he's known Dance for years, and Dance isn't a replacement of someone who's been taken, he's just a random synth that was freed, made it to the capital wasteland, and ended up joining the Brotherhood. Maxon even speaks very well of Dance prior to this discovery, saying he's one of Maxon's most trusted men.
Seeing as he's one of my most respected field officers, you couldn't get a better recommendation.
Dance has fought all his life for mankind. Him being a synth didn't change anything. He's as human as much as anyone else is, and this should be something people recognize. This should give Maxon some pause for thought, and consider things more deeply than acting rashly, but it might as well be nothing with how the game handles it.
Dance shares the same beliefs as the Brotherhood.
Don't be so naive. How can you trust the word of a machine that thinks it's alive? A machine that's had its mind erased, its thoughts programmed, its very soul manufactured. Those ethics that it's striving to champion aren't even its own. They were artificially inserted in an attempt to have it blend into society.
It's true. I was built within the confines of a laboratory, and some of my memories aren't my own. But when I saw my brothers dying at my feet, I felt sorrow. When I defeated an enemy of the Brotherhood, I felt pride. And when I heard your speech about saving the Commonwealth, I felt hope. Don't you understand? I thought I was human, Arthur. From the moment I was taken in by the Brotherhood, I've done absolutely nothing to betray your trust, and I never will.
This is where the dialogue system once again fails. Maxon is acting completely irrationally here, and you once again have no meaningful way to call him out for any of the nonsense he's spewing here. Dance's responses are pretty good too, because he isn't just talking over or around another character, like what happens with much of the rest of the game, but he's actually presenting arguments with sound logic behind them. But the best we get in response is this.
It's too late for that now. The Institute has foolishly chosen to grant you life. You simply should not exist. I don't intend to debate this any longer. My orders stand.
What do you mean it's too late for that now? This is actual nonsense. You just found out he's a synth, and that overrides years of dedicated service. I hate the line that it's too late, because that usually refers to literal passage of time, or some action that cannot be taken back. Nothing of what has happened here could be characterized as being too late. It's just used as an excuse to dismiss the actual sound arguments Dance is making, for the sake of the drama. Sure, you could make the argument that Maxon is a radical who will never change, but that immediately gets undercut by the fact that Maxon can be convinced to spare Dance.
That's insane. He dedicated his life to protecting mankind.
Is that what it told you?
He's literally been a part of your group for years. It's evidenced by his actions, not simply his words. See, there's also a greater issue here under the surface, and I think this highlights quite well just how shallow this game is. Going back to the whole issue of the synths, the big conflict here, and with the Institute, is the question of whether synths are truly sapient, or are they just machines programmed to act a certain way towards stimuli? Are they real people, or are they soulless automatons that mimic human behavior? Now, as a writer, you can raise this question without answering it, leaving it intentionally vague, or letting the audience decide for themselves. However, where the shallowness comes in is with your ability to even engage with this question. Because your options are always so limited, whether it be due to writer incompetence, or the god-awful dialogue system, or even simple laziness that results in your 4 dialogue options meaning nothing, you can never truly delve into this issue with the game, and it instead comes across as the game barely paying lip service to the idea. This is made worse by the Star Warsification of robots, and I guess that's an issue I'll have to deal with now too, because it ties into this whole discussion. In past games, robots have mostly been robots, and that they are automatons designed with a purpose, be it security, military use, or even for common household chores, or even having functions in a museum. Though there's no good reason this particular interaction should affect your karma. Even the companion RL3 in Fallout 3 is explained to have a simulated personality unit, which, as the name implies, simulates having a personality. But it is still just a metal tin with a voice box and a gun. The one exception to all these examples is in the Zax computers mentioned in the previous video. They're super powerful AI that seems to have gained sapience over time, but these are computers that take up entire massive rooms. Then, in Fallout 4, we get a robot butler that can apparently have feelings and judge you and make decisions, such as leaving for Concord, or forcing you to play a stupid game to find your family that you know aren't in Sanctuary.
Have I mentioned I'm afraid of heights? Especially ones with ramshackle crumbly bits? Real fault of stick to it, Mum. I'm glad to be right here with you through it all. Sarg, matey. Perchance we find a chest of doubloons. Mum, you've no idea how excruciating it is to see the Commonwealth in such a state. It simply sets off all my senses as a robot butler.
Codsworth, as he exists, seems to imply a greater intelligence and free will to the robots than they should maybe have. Then we have Cleo, who is straight up a sapient robot who runs a store and has plans to kill everyone in Good Neighbor under certain circumstances, even showing that she would have mercy towards one particular character. She talks about liking and disliking customers, and so forth.
Everything here is guaranteed to injure, maim, or kill at your discretion. Except me. I only kill when I want to. Designation, Assaultron. Designed to provide a variety of security-related tasks to the modern man. Runtime conclusion. Why work for the man when you can work for yourself? New designation, KLEO. Cleo. Fully independent small business owner.
You're an Assaultron?
That's what my makers called me. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm a woman. And I run a store that sells very large guns.
Don't need anything today.
Disappointing. Don't worry. I only test the weapons on customers I don't like. Feel free to browse.
Hey, Cleo.
I hope you're buying. Even a girl with an arsenal full of weapons needs to make a living, after all.
This is why I call it the Star Warsification of the robots, because the robots in Star Wars are often treated as you'd expect a machine would be, but then they'd have personalities and feelings beyond the scope of what you might expect from programming. C-3PO is prissy and uptight. He comments on when he thinks someone is rude. But this largely makes sense because he's a robot meant for diplomacy and translation. But then we get R2-D2, who clearly has a personality, despite being a utility droid that can only talk from beeps and boops. This raises the question of what the droids even are, in terms of intelligence and sapience, because there doesn't seem to be a clear answer, and it's something they can't really answer, because if they are just robots that don't actually feel, then those character moments with them don't mean much anymore. And if they are sapient beings, then that has horrific implications for the whole universe. That's much the same issue here in Fallout 4 now. Is Codsworth a machine following lines of code? Or is he a sapient being with true feelings and emotions, so mistreating him is morally wrong? You could program a character in a game to be upset if you're rude to them, but that's a program responding to input, so it doesn't matter, and killing that character in the game, similarly, is neither a good nor evil act. But if Codsworth is a real thinking life form, within the confines of a robot body, then killing him would be a bad thing to do. Further still, it's implied that programming is a limitation upon the robots, rather than allowing them to function as they do.
Ah, a fellow Mr. Handy. Hello there, old chap. Good to see another of General Atomic's finest, still eager to serve. And a good day to you too, sir. Can I interest you in a refreshing glass of Deezer's lemonade? Don't be daft. You know I can't use the stuff. No discrimination here. Everyone benefits from Deezer's lemonade. Get yours today while supplies last. A pity. It appears Deezer's programming is too severe to allow for normal conversation. Ah, well.
The implication is that robots are free by default, and it's their programming that limits them to servitude, or whatever function they're given. This now changes the moral implications behind using, controlling, and killing robots, because they're no longer toasters programmed to follow commands, but intelligent thinking beings that are essentially being lobotomized, having their tongues cut out, and being bent to someone's will. All of this, by the way, is before we even return to the question of the synths. This is just still regular-ass robots. I can't even tell if this is intentional by the writers, or if they accidentally raised this question in their game about whether synths are sapient life, or machines following code. If Codsworth and Cleo act as proof that machines can be intelligent beings capable of free will, thus deserving the right to live, then that handily answers the question of whether or not synths are too, right? But then this goes even deeper when you consider that Curie exists. She is a Miss Nanny robot that was used in a Vault experiment to create cures for illnesses and diseases, and apparently she was either given or retained sapience at some point, as she is yet another example of a robot that has feelings, likes, dislikes, and desires. Further still, she can have her consciousness and memories transferred into a synth body to allow her to grow and learn even further. This is treated as an AI essentially becoming human. This is Pinocchio becoming a real boy. I find it questionable that this is something that can even be done in the first place, but the implications are insane given everything implied by the game so far. This essentially means that most, if not all robots can become human, given the right circumstances and resources, making them total equivalents to us as far as intelligent, free-thinking life goes. This also naturally raises the question of whether this is even true free will and intelligence or not, which might not ever truly be answered and is far beyond the capabilities of the writers of this game to properly explore. Any sufficiently advanced AI should realistically be able to perfectly imitate something that appears to be natural human behavior. Given properly advanced AI and robotics, it should be entirely possible to program a robot to, for example, be arachnophobic. It is given a definition of what a spider is and what they look like, given the ability to detect what fictional versions of them may look like, maybe even alien versions if such a thing exists, and react with fear or terror in any number of ways that such a fear might result in. And if you can program something like that into a robot, why not other imitations of feelings as well? As a result of all this information and these ideas and concepts, these should naturally be examples and options that you should be able to bring up and explore when considering the question of whether every synth is a person with free will or a machine following lines of code. Even if we never get a definitive answer one way or the other, there still should be the option to argue the case anytime it comes up, and maybe even convince people one way or the other. Argue the case to the Institute that synths are free-thinking beings and give proof that even standard robots can attain sapience. Hell, argue in the other direction that Dance is just a machine programmed to follow commands and orders. That he is a machine that's made to believe he's a person and follow Brotherhood orders and beliefs. And even if you can't convince some people one way or the other, like Sean or Maxon or Desdemona, at least the possibility to reach those discussions should be there. At least it would go in depth to exploring the issue, rather than simply paying lip service to the idea that maybe synths are people, maybe they're just robots, I don't know. But also, here's a robot that clearly has free will. Here's a robot that becomes human and literally is a person. This is why I say the game is shallow and doesn't know what the fuck it's even doing. I don't even know if the writers intended for things to be this way or not, because while it was very clearly a question they intended to raise, I don't know if they intended all this other information to exist to augment the discussion or not, especially when the ability to even acknowledge this other information simply does not exist and isn't available to these conversations, and especially considering that any other time the game has something to say, it accidentally contradicts itself with something else. Synths are a brain scan. No wait, they're interrogations. No wait, I don't fucking know how they get their memories. Ghouls need water. Wait, no, they don't. Wait, yes, they do. One of the biggest problems with the majority of the writing for this game being terrible is that anytime something half-decent does come up, it's a question of whether there's truly any effort put into it, or if they just stumbled upon it by complete accident and didn't even realize it, thus devaluing these moments further. These are great moments with Scribe Halen, Nora and Dance's responses to Maxon, but they're undercut and ruined by everything else surrounding them in this quest. If anything, the fact that nothing truly comes from Maxon's decision to spare Dance more so just comes across as a lazy way out for the writers. This is a situation that you should have a real decision with impact. Kill Dance to stay with the Brotherhood, or stick with Dance and complete the game with a different faction. Having made a setup that would logically conclude this way, the writers come up with this third option, of both sticking with the Brotherhood and sparing Dance. To do so, they made it so Maxon would allow it. Sure, maybe that is a valid way to end this, but then they gave none of the key character development aspects that would be required for Maxon's decision to make sense and not just be a cheap, easy, and lazy cop-out from actually having to make a decision, because Maxson growing from this moment would change the entire Brotherhood at this point. But no, we can't have any hard choices here. We can't challenge the player at all, and we can't have any interesting character growth. Just go shoot some enemies or something, I don't know. After pretending that didn't happen, you're sent to go shoot some enemies or something. You now have to wipe out the railroad, and let me just say how fucking cathartic this is, after having to deal with this insanely annoying group of obnoxious c***s. Yes, I'm absolutely lingering on this moment, because fuck the railroad. This should also go without saying, but all the problems previously mentioned when the Institute wanted to wipe them out applies here as well. The Brotherhood give you 5 specific targets to take out that would mean the end of the railroad, and they all hang out in the same base. There's just no excuse for this. Following that is Spoils of War. This is the Brotherhood side of mass fusion. Enter a building, grab the item, and deal with enemy forces. It progresses in exactly the same way as the Institute side. Instead, you're fighting for the Brotherhood and against the Institute. It does raise the question, however, of how the Institute got their new reactor online, because on their side of this quest, the item taken was used for the nuclear reactor. But now they don't have it because it's in Liberty Prime, so how do they get around this? Next is Ad Victoriam. Basically, you turn on Liberty Prime and follow him on its path of destruction until you reach the Institute, and blow a hole in their ceiling to enter from. I don't understand why Liberty Prime was required for this. It seems like some explosives would have been enough, but I guess Bethesda wouldn't be able to nostalgia bait Liberty Prime otherwise. There's that final quest we're going to save for later once again, but we're really close to it now. I just need to talk about the Brotherhood side quests, and they don't have many. First up is a loose end. The Brotherhood decides that Virgil needs to die because he's a super mutant. You could kill him, you could spare him, or you could cure him and inform them of that fact. I already discussed the substance of this earlier, there's not much more to say on the matter. It is absolutely worth noting that Captain Kells acknowledges that Virgil is trapped in the glowing sea as a human, but the game does nothing to explain how he's going to survive. Even the basics of food and water don't seem to be covered, as far as I've seen. This is yet another instance where Bethesda should have done more, but simply didn't. Kells does mention that Virgil could be an asset to the Brotherhood, but doesn't elaborate on that and simply says they'll keep monitoring him. I fully expect Virgil to be a Brotherhood NPC by the next game. Next is Duty or Dishonor. Supplies are going missing, and strangely enough, it isn't weapons or armor, but food. After doing some questioning, you follow a guy to an underground area of the airport. Turns out, he felt bad about watching the Brotherhood kill all the ghouls at the airport, and now he's, feeding the remaining ones in the underground. Fucking what? I think this quest is trying to set up the ghouls can be domesticated or something. That they're just violent because they're hungry, or something. Which is fucking stupid. But otherwise, there isn't much to this quest at all. Finally is the Lost Patrol, which is a series of finding beacons and holotapes that lead you to an old bunker with a lone Brotherhood member. He's kind of fucked up, but you can convince him to rejoin the Brotherhood. Naturally, the Brotherhood has Radiant quests as well. You all know what I'm gonna say. But more importantly, we're finally done with this entire section, which means it's now time for the grand finale. As we've already seen, the Brotherhood march upon CIT with Liberty Prime. They blow a hole in the ground and enter through it. The Minutemen have you enter solo through a sewer system and teleport them in once you're through. The Railroad has you working undercover, and as such, they just have you teleport them in when it's time to strike. And that's where the differences end. From there, you and your team of NPCs from your chosen faction invade and kill most of the Institute's fighting forces. At this point, what would be the most logical course of action? The Institute, despite the horrible things they've done, could be of great benefit to each of the factions. The Brotherhood are technophiles who basically worship technology as a religion, Surely there's some seriously advanced tech within the Institute they can use or learn from, even if they do hate the Synths. Sure, they view the Synths as abominations, but the Institute has made scientific advances that aren't related to Synths, right? In fact, you could argue the case that any advancements in the fields of weapons development, medicine, and growing crops would be useful to all the factions. What about the Railroad? They'd have access to all the resources necessary to assist in freeing all the Synths they want, and maybe even take out opposing groups, such as the Raiders of the S&M gang or whatever the fuck they were called. On top of that, the Synths are basically an entirely new race now, right? As in, the Institute's facilities are the only method the entire species has to reproduce. So by destroying the Institute, you eliminate any future this species has and condemns them to go extinct after all the existing ones die. How about the Minutemen? Surely they would see how incredibly useful the Institute could be for them to take over. Sure, end synth production and oust the current leadership, but then you have the single safest place in the wasteland, unlimited power from their nuclear reactor, and decades upon decades of existing research to use to their advantage. Each of these factions would have very good reason to end the Institute and their practices, but take over the facility. So the natural course of action is to just fucking nuke the place. Yep, that's right. After securing most of the facility and eliminating nearly all their fighting force, you're sent up to Sean's room to release the lock on the door to the reactor, put a thing on said reactor, and teleport to a rooftop to go blow it up. I feel I need to stress this point. This includes the Brotherhood, who viewed the nuclear war that destroyed the entire planet as a misuse of technology. As for the Institute, they can't really blow themselves up now, can they? No, instead Sean just tells you that he's dying, then he dies. The fucking end. With the other three factions, you do have the chance to talk to him, and it's just such an underwhelming finale encounter with the big bad. Yes, Sean is the bad guy. He's on his deathbed, and he's essentially just upset that you're destroying his life's work. There's no real reconciliation, there's no recognition that what he's done is wrong. It doesn't even really come across as tragic or bittersweet. He's just an irredeemable asshole because the developers never designed him with any depth on any level.
I'm here to blow up your reactor, Sean. Put an end to the Institute.
Well, at least there's no need for guessing games now. It's not enough that I lay here dying. Now you plan on what? Destroying everything? Tell me then. Under what righteous pretense have you justified this atrocity?
Just for the sake of comparison, let's compare Sean to a previous Fallout antagonist, the Master. Just take in this entire scene. It has more character and personality to it than all of Fallout 4 combined.
So what shall it be? Do you join the Unity, or do you die here?
Join.
Die!
Join.
Die! I don't have to prove anything to you!
Prove.
Very demanding for one in your tenuous position. But I can
respect
your needs. The Unity will bring about the master race.
Master.
Master! One able to survive, or even
thrive
in the wasteland. As long as there are differences, we will tear ourselves apart fighting each other. We need one race.
Race.
One goal.
Goal.
One people to move forward to our destiny. Of course.
Mutants are best equipped to deal with the world today.
Who else? The ghouls? Please. Normals? They brought nuclear death to us all. This will be the age of mutants. Mutants. All that resist? Yes. And all those that are required for the
Unity?
As well. The remainder will be allowed to live out their days, but under Unity control
and protection.
But none shall breed, for they will be the last of their race.
And what is that? Preposterous!
The FEV2 virus doesn't destroy the reproductive organs of those it mutates. Do you have
Proof?
I must
Digest this information. One moment.
I understand now. You made a clever forgery. You made this up to fool me.
Fool!
Me!
But it cannot be. This would mean that
All my work.
has been for
Nothing.
everything that I've tried to...
A failure!
It can't be. I don't think that I can...
Continue.
Continue?
To have done the things I have done in the name of progress and healing. It was madness. I can see that now. Madness.
Madness?
There is no hope. Leave now. Leave while you still have
hope.
It starts off with the Master shouting.
I don't have to prove anything to you!
From the delivery, we could tell he's arrogant. He doesn't like being questioned by those he considers lesser than him, and he's asserting dominance. Next you say you can't know he represents the best future unless he proves it, to which he responds,
very demanding for one in your
Tenuous
position. But I can
respect
your needs.
He still doesn't think much of you. Here you are standing before him, this greater being, at the heart of his empire, making demands of him, simply asking questions, but he can understand the perspective that someone may need convincing. Then we get to the heart of the Master's character. He believes the super mutants are the next step in human evolution, that he can attain world peace with his Master race, able to survive, or even thrive, in the world ruined and destroyed by the humans. He believes that by unifying all humans as super mutants, one single race, that he'd be eliminating the differences that cause conflict. He believes so strongly in this that he actually calls it destiny, with real heart and conviction behind it.
To move forward to our destiny.
He even goes so far as to say that the humans that don't get converted will be allowed to live, but not to breed, outright saying this is to end the race of mankind. Then you reveal to him that the mutants are sterile. His response is more arrogance and unshakable confidence.
Preposterous!
The FEV2 virus doesn't destroy the reproductive organs of those it mutates.
He knows what he's doing. He knows he's working towards a better and brighter future, and he believes himself infallible. All you're trying to do is get in the way of his plans, to stop him from achieving his utopia for your own selfish desires. Then you give him the proof. His voice goes quiet.
I understand now.
His breathing grows a bit shaky.
You made a clever forgery.
He's trying to keep composure as he's trying to process the evidence. He tries to rationalize it away, by calling it a forgery. His breath's still shaky. He's getting angry.
You made this up to fool me.
Fool!
Me!
How dare this lesser being try to trick him? There's a bare, slightly noticeable stutter.
But it cannot be.
His vision of his perfect future is collapsing. The female voice that cuts in saying,
All my work,
sounds on the brink of tears. Exactly as he says, everything he's done has been for nothing. His master race wouldn't live beyond its current generation, and had he eliminated the humans, as he said he was planning, that would have been the end of intelligent life on Earth. Assuming he planned to take over the entire planet, that is. Finally, we reach the pinnacle of this interaction.
I don't think that I can
Continue.
continue?
to have done the things I have done in the name of progress and healing. It was madness.
His deeds weigh heavily upon him. He realized he was blinded by his own ego and arrogance, blinded by his own vision of his perfect world, that he didn't see the fatal flaw in it, and as a result, he's ruined countless lives and ended others. Performed horrible experimentations upon innocent people. He is overridden with guilt, stating outright that there is no hope.
There is no hope.
Meaning for himself, for his plans, for his super mutants. In his eyes, he can't redeem himself. He can't undo the damage he's done. He then urges you to leave.
While you still have
hope.
Because humanity, despite its flaws, despite its constant need for conflict and war, still has hope for a future. This entire interaction tells us everything we need to know about the Master, and it is the only time we interact with him in the entire game. Due to the masterful writing and performance, no pun intended, this ironically elevates the Master to be one of the most human characters in the entire series as a whole. Every word he speaks has emotion behind it, from sadness to arrogance to anger to self-righteousness. We don't get anything even approaching this from Sean in the entire game, let alone in the final encounter. The most we get is him being disgusted if you gloat about the Institute's destruction.
I just want to watch this place burn.
It's hard to believe I'm related to you.
Once again, there is no way to come to any kind of peaceful resolution. You talk to Sean, and he just says you're ruining everything. But there is no other path if you side with him either. As a result, all 4 of these paths result in incredibly unsatisfying endings. With the Institute, Sean is only ever a quest giver, then he dies, and you're left with a set piece, some figurative robots, and some actual robots, none of which you can really do anything with. With the other 3 factions, you kill your own son, blow up his home and all his friends and creations, and you get a boring congratulations from the leader of the faction you sided with. Oh yeah, you also get this prop for your settlement. After apparently believing Synths don't have a free will or whatever, and after hating you for destroying everything he's done, Sean gives you a mini fake Sean to stick in one of your settlements, and immediately become irrelevant. He just got out of his deathbed to reprogram this child synth before you nuked him into ash. This becomes infinitely more stupid if you decide to kill everyone in the Institute in your first time through. See, if Sean is dead, and so is everyone else, there isn't really anyone to reprogram Synth Sean, yet he still shows up when you're about to leave the Institute. He even gives you the same holotape from the real Sean, who should have been long dead. No clue, by the way, how they managed to fight a war against you at the castle, when no one is manning the Institute if you do kill everyone on your first visit. But whatever. Then, the cherry on the sundae is the ending. All 4 factions share the same cutscene. The Institute's version has a different opening, but otherwise the actual meat of the end cinematic is all the same.
I can feel it wash over me. The heat, the force, the radiation, the fear. I've lost the end of the world all over again. I close my eyes. I see my life before all of this. Before the bombs. Everything changed in an instant. And the future plans also shifts. Whether or not you're ready. At some point, it happens to all of us. This was not the world I wanted. But it was the one I found myself in. The Commonwealth. My home. Ripped apart and put back together. I hoped I could find my family. Cheat time. Make us whole again. The way we were. But now I know. I know I can't go back. I know the world has changed. The road ahead will be hard. This time I'm ready. Because I know war never changes.
This takes what few choices you could have made and renders them absolutely null and void. Instead of the typical slideshow, which details what effects our actions and choices have upon the world and characters we've encountered, we get a bland, boring cutscene It's just like the rest of the game, pointless, meaningless, and lacking substance. And just like that, the game is over. Or should I say the main story is over. After all the build-up, it just kinda suddenly ends, and you're left thinking, is that it? Yeah, that's it. For anyone watching this who hasn't played the game, it may seem like there's more to these quests, since I talked about each faction before getting to the end. But trust me, if you were to play it, it just kinda comes to a sudden halt, and the quests are as shallow as described here, or have as many issues as described here. That's what I mean when I say this game is a complete show in terms of story. The dialogue of this end cutscene doesn't even make sense. It's just a bunch of meaningless claptrap about the world being destroyed, and how your character thought they could cheat time, even though that concept never comes up in the entire story at any point, and it ends with your character accepting that they can't go back in time. Again, not something the game deals with in the slightest, and you get some vague bullshit about the road ahead being hard, but your character is ready, because they know war. War never changes. Like I really need to hammer home how f***ing asinine this is. The sole survivor says, I hoped I could find my family. Like, motherfucker, you know where your spouse is! They're still dead in the cryopod! They're f***ing lost! All that's lost is your dumb kid! As for the factions post-game, there doesn't seem to be much besides the Radiant quests. The Brotherhood still seem to appear in the Wasteland to kill raiders and other creatures, but that happens as soon as they arrive. I didn't notice much with the Railroad, and the Minutemen send out some patrols into the Wasteland. There's also no real reason that I've found to return to the Institute now either. The biggest change is that the flag of your chosen faction will be flown in Diamond City, and now 2 NPCs from that faction will just be milling about aimlessly in the market. Even the Institute, the secretive society who wants nothing to do with the surface, will plant their flags in Diamond City as if they own the place. And there will just randomly be a couple Gen 1 synths who wander about and act like any other NPC. They even work at the workbench and wipe the sweat from their brow while doing so. Also, if you destroyed the Institute and gave the evacuation order, I don't believe any of the scientists appear in the Wasteland. At least, they haven't from what I've seen. This is once again a missed opportunity where they could have potentially done something interesting post-game with the survivors of the Institute, trying to adapt to life on the surface, outside of the protective home they've known all their lives, and forming their own community, or integrating into existing ones. I think one of the biggest issues with the ending to this game is that the one big choice this game has doesn't feel all that significant, and it feels as though each faction simply stops, rather than having any kind of proper conclusion. The Railroad goes back to squatting in their dank church basement, rather than moving to more suitable headquarters, now that their adversary is destroyed and don't pose a threat to them anymore. The Railroad is bold enough to plant a flag in Diamond City, but they're in a perpetual state of being an underground resistance group, with nothing to resist anymore. They don't even return to their normal lives and families, because they simply were never given any. With their purpose now fulfilled, they have nothing to do. Forever. There's no more synths to help, none will be escaping ever again, and they don't need to get them out of the Commonwealth because the Institute isn't a threat to them anymore. The Brotherhood, despite completing their goal, just kinda hangs around, and does nothing. The Minutemen were nothing in the first place, and naturally, nothing happens with them either. The Minutemen should be trying to start a unifying government, or at the very least be established as the peacekeepers of the region. But no, they're just kind of there. All three are essentially in the same position now as they were at the start of the game, or in the Brotherhood's case, the moment they arrived in force. As for the Institute, it's the same deal, where all their enemies have been destroyed, but it doesn't seem like there's been any actual change. What progress is there to make? Have we figured out what's causing this defect with the synths? Why does the SRB still exist? Sure, some synths are still out there. I don't expect them to close down immediately, but surely there must be the rumblings of, this is the end days of the Synth Retention Bureau. With no more synths getting out, we don't need a dedicated division of our organization for this cause. The scientists in the Institute mill about and do nothing as much as they did when you first arrived. The difference between the Institute upon your first visit and upon beating the game is that Sean isn't there anymore. All the scientists are just milling about exactly the same as before, and they don't actually advance anything internally. Hell, they make a big deal of starting up their new nuclear reactor, but we don't know what that even means, because we've never had to see them struggle with energy usage. We're told about it repeatedly, but we never see it. It is so insignificant to the story that it might as well just not exist at all, because despite being an important plot point to the Institute, just like everything else in this game, everything is the same before and after starting this reactor. At the end of Oblivion, it felt like an impact was made on the world. Hell, even at the end of Fallout 3, there's at least the feeling that things will change in the Wasteland one way or the other, despite all the many problems that game has. In fact, this is so shallow and poorly handled in Fallout 4 that I'm actually going to use Fallout 3, another terribly shallow game, to prove this point, and I think this is best reflected in the end cutscene we got too. It's a bunch of empty claptrap, because these games end with a bit of narration, but the writers don't actually have anything to say at the end of the game. This is why the narration is largely incongruent with what we experienced in the rest of the game. It actually feels like they gave a very rough summary to an intern and told them to write the dialogue for the end cutscene. That's how out of place it is. But most of all, it doesn't convey any real change to the world. With even how shallow this game is, surely something could be said about which of the four factions controls the Commonwealth, right? Apparently not. Even in fucking Fallout 3, which also largely disregards your choices, the end slides tell you what happens if you poison the water or not. At least until Broken Steel completely fucks that over. It's weird being shown the dead people in Rivet City, due to the poisoned water, then waking up in the Citadel and strolling over to a perfectly fine Rivet City. Fallout 3 also fails hard in showing your consequences in the end slideshow, but even then they will occasionally show an image for something you've done, such as nuking Megaton or burning Herald. Yeah, it's just an image without narration. It sucks. It's terrible. There's no reason it should have been this bad, but at least it's still better than what Fallout 4 gave us. Fallout 3 will even show us water caravans in the post-game, delivering water from Project Purity to the rest of the Wasteland if you have Broken Steel. In Skyrim, the towns that come under siege in the Civil War will show marks of the battle, and the original guards will be replaced by the ones belonging to the faction you sided with. The number of named companion NPCs are reduced, the Dark Brotherhood hideout gets destroyed, and you get a new one. Again, what's done in Skyrim is shallow, the bare minimum at best, but the only thing comparable is the Brotherhood's airship being destroyed, and the Institute being nuked. The world doesn't feel any better off without the Institute to be paranoid about. The world doesn't feel any more paranoid or scared that they're still around and destroyed two major factions. In Oblivion, the gates are all gone. People talk about the crisis being over. The temple is destroyed, with the dragon statue in it. You get a statue in Bruma. The Imperial City is scarred from the attack. It's also worth noting that Fallout 4 breaks a trend that's been going since the series started, by having its end cutscene. Not only does it not detail the effects of your actions, but it is a straight-up cutscene instead of a slideshow. Now that we've finally finished the story, however, we could talk about why it doesn't work in some more detail. I'm going to use Nick Valentine for this, because he's basically a microcosm of the story as a whole. As explained in the last video, the first time we hear about Nick is when we're told to hire him to help find our lost son. There are numerous ways of finding this out, however, everyone who talks about him are intentionally vague. You might not notice this on your first time through, but it becomes apparent once you know everything. I've already pointed out the example in the last video where his secretary sends you to find him and gives the oh-so-helpful description of he wears a hat and trench coat getup. The most glaring issue obviously being the fact you're given a description of someone to go find them, but aren't given the most important piece of information that would be relevant to identifying him, the fact that he's a synth. This is absolutely not unique to the Secretary. Every character I've talked to in Diamond City absolutely will not talk about the fact that he's a synth under any circumstances prior to finding him. And no, this isn't because they view him as an equal or anything like that. One of the characters says people in town are afraid he'll draw the Institute's attention. From that line alone, the logical assumption is the fact that he's a detective that locates missing people might give the Institute cause for concern that he may end up tracking them down one day. This line has an entirely different meaning when we know he's in fact a synth. He might attract their attention because they want their property back, or because they might want to destroy him so he doesn't fall into the hands of their enemies. The main point is, characters are intentionally vague to a comical degree to keep you from learning he's a synth, to the point a character taunts him about being hungry immediately before you meet him, and the room he's in is cast in shadow, so you can't immediately see he's not human. The main story does this with Sean being a 60-year-old man, and the leader of the Institute. I know the entire point of a twist is to surprise the audience, but it has to be handled well for it to actually work or mean anything. I wasn't surprised at all in the reveal that Sean was father. In fact, I had called it in advance, simply because of how f***ing obvious it was, and I knew the fact Bethesda wouldn't do anything interesting with the concept. But such a lame twist that it destroyed any interest I ever had in playing Fallout 4 again, to the point I dropped the game there, and didn't pick it up again until I decided to do this analysis series. The 10-year-old Sean in Kellogg's memory is a misdirection, and not a good one, especially with what we learn about synths and the Institute's view on synths. Kellogg doesn't give away any information about Sean, aside from a comment that he's a bit older than you might expect, and Kellogg's memories quite conveniently have no memories of the real Sean as a child, or young adult, or middle-aged man, or even as an elderly man. This comes across less as a well-crafted twist, and more an exercise in ludicrous convenience for the sake of the plot. The very fact you're frozen again at the start of the game implies that time has passed since the kidnapping, so the default assumption is that he would be older. Why didn't they just bring you to the Institute if he wanted to meet you? Because he wanted to do the most stupid science experiment possible, again for the sake of the twist. The game even completely arbitrarily baits you with a fake synth Sean to make you think you finally found him, just to jerk you around one last time. Child synth Sean seems to exist solely for this purpose, because the only other use he has makes no sense given the information we have.
If you are hearing this, then whatever conflicts you and I have endured are over. I have no reason to believe that you'll honor the request I'm about to make. And I feel compelled to try anyway. This synth, this boy, he deserves more. He has been reprogrammed to believe he is your son. It is my hope that you will take him with you. I would only ask that you give him a chance. A chance to be part of whatever future awaits the Commonwealth.
Hey, yeah, I don't believe synths are people. They're defective machines. Oh my god, you're terrible for letting those synths go. Blah blah fucking blah. But oh, by the way, here's synth Sean reprogrammed to believe he's your son. He deserves more. Give him a chance. No. This emotionally manipulative garbage is essentially one last fuck you from the game.
Why did you call me Mom?
What? You're my mother. Why else would I call you that?
Who told you I was your mother?
What do you mean? Nobody told me. You just are.
I'm not your mother. Whoever told you that was lying.
But you are. Nobody told me, I just know it. Why would you say you're not? Don't you love me anymore?
You're not my son. You're a synth. A robot. Why would I love you?
What do you mean I'm not your son? You're just saying that so you can leave me here and not feel bad about it. I hate you!
Yeah, the feeling's mutual, you little shit. Oh, and before anyone tries to claim that this is character development, no. There is absolutely nothing to build up that Sean has changed his mind or views them differently. There's no change among Institute personnel as to what they believe about synths one way or the other. It's just an emotionally manipulative ass pull at the last second to try and tug at your heartstrings. In fact, this even happens if you kill Sean when you first meet him. On this save I recruited Dr. Lee for the Brotherhood. Then I killed everyone else, including Sean. All that was left was the unkillable children. When I attacked the Institute, some generic nameless scientists had spawned in, as well as a bunch of synths out of nowhere, even though no one was left to do anything. A well-handled plot twist can elevate a story, while a bad twist can ruin it, and that's some of what we're seeing here in Fallout 4. It still has a plethora of issues outside bad twists, but for now, I'm just talking about plot twists. Fallout 4 goes so far out of its way to preserve its twists that not only are characters being completely vague or stupid for no reason, but the world itself is devoid of any evidence or reference to certain things when there absolutely should be, and this only serves to make the world feel more artificial, when the entire point of a massive world with deep lore like this is to immerse you in that world, to present it as its own world, and that's really the key thing here. We all know the fiction we consume is not real. When watching Game of Thrones, for example, we know Westeros and White Walkers are not real. But it's made to show us this world where for the characters within that world, it's real to them. Their struggles, fears, goals, pains, hopes, and dreams, their problems are the stuff these characters have to deal with, and that is what builds our investment in these characters. That's why we care when they face hardship or are killed. The challenges they face, and the world having consistent rules, is important to building and maintaining that investment. Time is taken to add details to strengthen our perception that the world we're seeing, despite having dragons and magic, still follows basic logical consistency. At least prior to Season 5. The way Fallout 4 works, it's as if the whole world is trying to hide the twist from you, as if it knows the point of a twist is to surprise you. Because the writers are lazy and just want their easy payoffs, so they break logic and reality constantly. It could have easily been written in ways to still have the same twist, dumb as it is, that aren't completely stupid and only make things worse. See the example I gave in the last video about Kellogg being a synth copy of the real Kellogg who kidnapped Sean. There's more to it than that. We're given this bullshit sequence where he pranks through his memories that ultimately adds nothing to the game or series as a whole. It's a stupid, pointless, insipid, and hollow set piece with no meaning that someone at Bethesda thought was super duper cool. Spectacle over substance. The rule of cool. Show the player these cool looking but hollow set pieces that lack any substance, and that's apparently good enough. This entire sequence is directly responsible for some major plot holes and contrivances, but we don't gain any real info that could have been uniquely presented in this manner. What if, instead of seeing Kellogg's memories from a third-person perspective, we get a sequence where we actually have to play as him as he deals with certain situations, maybe even some situations our character might not want to deal with or have to act on. Instead, we learn the rushed and pointless backstory of generic villain man who is dead and irrelevant at this point, and we don't even learn anything interesting about him. It's just a very obvious attempt to hook the audience into feeling a bit of sympathy for him, because his wife and Babby died too. We do learn the Institute uses teleportation, and we learn the location of our next lead, but these things again could have been presented in a way that doesn't break everything. That's what I mean when I say everything about Nick Valentine is a microcosm of Fallout 4 as a whole, because this applies to him equally as a character. He is visually unique and distinct, but all they did with him as far as personality goes is generic good guy detective man with hardly any depth. More on that later. Neither of Fallout 4's twists make any sense once they're revealed. There's absolutely zero reason to taunt a robot about hunger. And there's absolutely zero reason for people to avoid saying he's a synth when people talk about being scared of synths all the time anyways. The Institute is aware that people on the surface know what synths are, and are not going to kidnap and replace someone just because they utter the word synth. Likewise, the whole setup of looking for your lost Babby, only to find he's now a 60-year-old man, is handled so poorly to the point the game turns Sean into a contradictory mess when you confront him about this. It's a superficial moment that's meant to be shocking, but there's no substance to it, and what little evidence that should exist to hide this fact is obfuscated in a very clunky way, especially looking back on it after knowing what the twist is. Looking back on everything leading up to a twist should improve your perception of the writing, that everything makes more sense with full context, but everything is made worse here when you have all the important information. For example, he wanted to meet his parent. He has potentially days left to live, but he also released you into the wasteland as a science experiment to see what you would do, to see if you'd come looking for him after all this time, as if the passage of time means anything to someone cryogenically frozen. But worse, his entire basis for convincing you that he's Sean when you first meet is that you had no concept of the passage of time.
In the vault, you had no concept of the passage of time. You were released from your pod and went searching for the sun you'd lost. Perhaps most curious to me, would you, after all this time, attempt to find me? And now I know the answer.
Yet another example of the game contradicting itself anytime it's got something to say. You didn't perceive the passage of time, but I wondered if you'd look for me after all this time. All it seems to be about is the moment-to-moment payoffs and justification, with apparently little to no awareness of anything else that has been established, and no care for making things consistent or make sense. We get this interaction.
Why let me out now? After all this time.
That's hard to explain. Certainly it was no longer necessary to keep you suspended. I suppose I wanted to see what would happen. An experiment of sorts. Would the Commonwealth corrupt you, as it has everything else? Would you even survive? Perhaps most curious to me, would you, after all this time, attempt to find me? And now I know the answer.
Because the game needed to justify why you go out and search for Sean when he wanted to meet you, and had the power to just bring you to the Institute, because that makes no goddamn sense, and now because of this interaction, it makes him seem like a manipulative, cold-hearted bastard, when I do not believe that's the game's intention. Even if you could argue the fact that Kellogg calls two different people by the same name, which is fucking stupid by the way, calling both the leader of the Institute 60 years ago and Sean the old man, everything else still doesn't make sense. Going back to the example just mentioned that Sean wanted to meet his surviving parent before he dies, because I get the impression some people won't fully grasp just how bad this is, instead of carefully transporting them to the Institute, he simply releases them into the Commonwealth, which he himself believes is a worthless wasteland, expects that parent to survive the harshness of the world, and dealing with countless threats. Now I know there's a line from Sean where he says he didn't expect you to survive.
I'll admit, when I had you released from Vault 111, I had no expectations that you'd survive out here in all this.
But this just creates more problems. First of all, there's just too much of the game based around the fact that you'd survive and make it into the Institute. The entire game expects this to happen because it is what factually happens. Kellogg and Synth Sean being bait. The fact Sean told everyone in the Institute that you'd be coming. Synth Sean being in place to torment you. Remember, this is the only child synth in the entire game, made to look like Sean as a child. There's no way in hell this wasn't planned out well in advance with the expectation you'd survive. Secondly, this again makes him seem like a cold-hearted bastard. Releasing a pre-war person into the wasteland like that is essentially dropping someone into a f***ing meat grinder. If he truly didn't expect you to survive, then he's essentially releasing you just to die, and by some miracle manage to survive the impossible. Remember, this is someone who potentially has no combat experience, and regardless, has no idea what kind of threats they'd face in the wasteland. Threats like super mutants, raiders, mutated insects, mutated animals, cannibals, starvation, dehydration, ghouls, robots, old world traps, radiation, synths, paranoid weirdos, gunners, cultists, getting trapped in an infinite loop of helping settlements for Preston Garvey, dying of boredom. You get the point. These are threats that regularly kill people in the wasteland. The average person doesn't stand a good chance against a super mutant or a deathclaw or a group of raiders. You survive through the sheer power of being the protagonist. On top of that, he's making things directly harder on his parent by having them kill Kellogg and his small army of synths. He's pitting his only surviving parent against deadly killing machines that are known to wipe entire towns off the map. He sets up his parent to deal with all the harshest threats in the world just to see if they'd make it. It's a little more than just another science experiment to him. Which, by the way, in the case of the player choosing a female character, then it can reasonably be assumed that she'd be far less likely to survive these threats, as the male playable character at least has military experience. To add to this, Sean is dying of cancer. An exact timeline can't be established due to the nature of the game being open world, and you can tackle the story at whatever speed you like. But this results in him putting his plan into action weeks or even days before he dies. He may not know how long he has left, which means he more or less waited until the last minute to release his parent, even though he could have done this at any point since becoming the unquestioned leader of the Institute. But he also did this when the clock is ticking down for him fast. The faster you complete the main story, the worse this becomes. Again, open world game. You could take a couple in-game days to complete the main story, or literal years, and Sean will be perfectly fine, because his cancer only kills him when the plot needs it to. But that then means if you complete the main story as quickly as possible, that Sean puts his plan into action to meet his parent mere days or even hours before he dies, and he has no way of knowing that Nora would be able to reach the Institute within that time, making this whole setup even more contrived than it already was, because he wants you to achieve the impossible, as discussed in the last video, but if he wants to meet his parent, then they need to do all of this in the span of just a couple of days. This is why you don't design your open world game around time-sensitive plot elements without having an actual time limit, by the way. Because Sean dying of cancer when you reach a certain point in the questline, but that questline isn't on any kind of time limit, now directly impacts the narrative. This doesn't help the game if going in the opposite direction in the timeline either. Let's say that rather than reaching the Institute within 3 days of leaving the vault, it instead takes Nora 5 years to reach the Institute. Remember, you could prolong the main story as long as you like, so this is entirely possible. It then becomes an issue of Sean having 5 years of life left on the clock that he doesn't get to spend with his parent because he'd rather do a dumb science experiment with the player, rather than just bringing him to the Institute. In Morrowind, there is no urgency or time limit necessary for taking out Dagoth, because he isn't on the verge of completing his plans as far as anyone is aware. The Emperor picks you to use you as an agent to calm those uppity locals, because certain details of your life resemble some backwater prophecy about the reincarnation of one of their mythical heroes. It just so happens that you actually fulfill that prophecy and stop Dagoth before he grows into a greater threat. In New Vegas, there similarly isn't any kind of time limit. There's going to be another upcoming battle, but both sides are preparing. In fact, Lanius isn't even in the region until towards the end of the main story, so Legion aren't even ready for their side of the battle yet. Regardless of any timeline fuckery, he's throwing a pre-war citizen into the post-apocalypse with no knowledge of how the world works, and just hopes they not only survive entirely without assistance, because remember that the average pre-war person would likely die upon reaching Concord, and if they don't, they're not likely to last long beyond that. But that the sole survivor also solves the greatest mystery of the Commonwealth, something no one has ever been able to do, over the past 2 centuries. Once again, Coursers are presented as a super soldier that can solo take out dozens of gunners, who are essentially trained soldiers themselves, and you're supposed to take out one all on your own to enter the Institute. Yet several Coursers fail utterly when going up against the faction entirely characterized as dirt farmers, wielding laser fucking muskets. But worse than that is the fact that he risks your character's perspective of the Institute being ruined for no reason. No one on the surface will ever have anything good to say about the Institute. They know this. They see the surface as a threat, and take actions to reduce that threat. Destroying the Brotherhood with their own fuck-off murder bot is a flex on the entire surface telling them not to fuck with the Institute. Look at the havoc, chaos, and paranoia they directly cause. So if Nate or Nora see all the evil from the Institute, much of which they have to directly encounter in order to reach the Institute, and get an extremely negative impression of the Institute, to go so far as to not side with them, then many of the Institute's secrets are essentially public knowledge due to Nate or Nora seeing them firsthand. They're under the ruins of CIT, they use teleportation, they absolutely replace people with synths, they're responsible for the super mutants, and so on. And in an absolute worst case scenario, such a security breach could possibly end up with the Institute being outright destroyed. Sean isn't just arbitrarily risking the life of his surviving parent, he's not just risking his lifetime of work, but he's risking the lives and lifetimes of work of the countless people that brought the Institute to where it is today. Both the men and women who built it from the ruins of the old world, to the people who are living and working there now. But it gets even worse, because as I mentioned earlier, members of the Institute mentioned numerous times that they don't trust you due to your contact with the Railroad, which further begs the question of why Sean would ever risk his surviving parent meeting them. Hell, even in the lead up to meeting Sean, he recognizes all the bad you must have heard about the Institute. Motherfucker, what the fuck did you expect? The Institute kidnapped your goddamn kid. Of course the player's character is going to hate the Institute. Beyond that, this twist adds nothing of value to not only the game as a whole, but even Fallout itself. It's a twist purely for the sake of shock value, except they did the most boring and obvious thing with it. Like I said about the set pieces, it's about style and spectacle over substance. The Institute itself is a set piece. We're told they have to budget resources to save power because it's such an issue. But we see they're wasting power everywhere for no reason. An entire division of the Institute recently went defunct, and they still have to budget their energy use. Part of the railroad path has to kill some guards in a section of the Institute that's under construction, a section that's never completed or even advanced, and isn't ever even f***ing mentioned if you take the Institute path. Never mind the fact they have 2 entire wings that could be repurposed, the robotics department, which you trudge through when invading the Institute with the other factions, and the super mutant department. The area they're digging out to expand the Institute is also just a random empty room on any playthrough that isn't siding with the Railroad. Again, empty hollow set pieces. Again, style over substance. And hell, I'm not even going to say that in itself is a bad thing if done in the right setting. There's nothing wrong with games or other entertainment media that is style over substance. The problem is when it's done with something that was all about its substance. When I sit down to watch an episode of Star Trek, well, my expectations can be varied. They did have some weird episodes after all. But typically what I expect are interesting concepts and ideas, well-told stories, great characterization, episodes that make you think, and sometimes some cool space battles when necessary. Not the garbage that is New Trek. Likewise, when I play Fallout or Elder Scrolls, I expect to be immersed in an interesting world with good stories, characterization, and world building. I honestly can't think of anything worthwhile that Fallout 4 adds to the lore or history of Fallout as a whole. The Minutemen? The Railroad? The Institute? Synths? What do any of these things really add to the lore? Especially considering how little sense it all makes. Fallout 1 establishes the super mutants as a force in the world, gives them a reason for existing the way they do, gives a method of creation, the FEV, and provides a backstory for the FEV itself. Fallout 2 expands upon this with Marcus and the conflict of Broken Hills. Fallout 4 gives us the Minutemen, who are entirely lacking in any substance as a group. They help people. Hell, Bethesda even gives a bit of a backstory, with the Minutemen being destroyed in Quincy, but you can't do anything with it. It's still fucking hollow and pointless. The Minutemen have no goals and no real purpose. Fallout 4 gives us the Railroad, a group of obnoxious fanatics who actually manage to get some power and resource in a world where both are hard to obtain, and instead of trying to help their fellow man, they spend over a decade helping fake people. They have no motivation, except the bizarre belief that they've got to dedicate their lives to helping these fake people. They care far more about the lives of Synths than their fellow man, which wouldn't be so bad if they had more characterization, instead of just caring about Synths and Synths only. See, it would go a long way of getting the player invested in this faction if any of these characters felt like real people. Maybe they're leading double lives in their pursuit of the Institute. Take Desdemona for example. What can you say about her? She's strong-willed and wants to help Synths. Got it. What else could you tell me about her character? Nothing, because she doesn't have anything besides the bare minimum needed for her to dispense quests to you and play the minute role she does in the story. If she had a family she was keen on protecting, it would add some conflict to both your character and hers. She would have to balance her life fighting the Institute and taking care of her family. You could even have missions where she sends you to protect her family from some attack that's going on, be it Institute related or otherwise. Then when it comes time to wiping out the Railroad on the Institute path, you'd be saddled with the guilt of taking a loving mother away from an innocent family. It might be enough to push you over the edge to side against the Institute. But no, apparently we can't have anything complex or interesting, and all the joinable factions have to be the good guys, even the bad guys. Especially the bad guys. Fallout 4 gives us the Institute, one of the most technologically advanced places in the world right now, full of some of the smartest people who seemingly have no reason to exist besides be a boogeyman for the main plot. Bethesda goes through all the effort of setting a backstory when it's all meaningless and contradictory anyways. The Institute has no goals, they have no motivation, they have no purpose. Can anyone tell me what the Institute actually wants to do? And don't f***ing say they're doing it for the future of mankind or whatever. That's such a vague f***ing bullshit statement, they might as well have said nothing at all. Every action they take is a detriment to everyone outside the Institute. They actively kidnap people. They actively release threats to people on the surface, yet say that no one has anything to fear from them. Fallout 4 gives us the Synths, which is supposed to be an allegory for slavery in a game series that's already shown slavery to exist multiple times. They don't even do anything deep or interesting with it. It's just kind of there for some reason. All these major elements introduced in Fallout 4 are entirely meaningless, and the comparison with Nick continues, as Nick as a character is pointless. Rather than naturally building Nick into a character people may like, it very much feels as though Bethesda is trying to fast-track players into liking him, and it comes across as somewhat clunky, cheap, and artificial, largely due to this one scene. Upon returning to his detective agency after rescuing him from the Triggermen, this happens.
You keep laughing at death. Someday, death's gonna laugh back.
Not as long as I got a few friends to back me up.
You know, if you're looking for work and don't mind putting on the detective hat, Nick sure could use a new partner.
Whoa. One case at a time, Ellie. Our new friend needs our help first.
And it's presented in almost a wink and a nod to the camera. But there isn't really anything to support the idea that you're his friend yet. You saved him because you wanted to hire him, not because you're his friend. You've known him for like 5 minutes at this point, maybe 10 if you walked with him back to Diamond City. Ellie also gives you a fedora, so you could do the whole detective look thing too, and suggests you and Nick work together on other cases immediately. I feel like this is partly a way to inform the player that the two detective cases exist, but it also comes across as clunky, and just feels like the developers are trying to force you to like this character and be friends with him. Worse yet, Bethesda seems to mistake learning about a character for actual character growth. Nick is generic good guy detective man, and if you keep him as a companion and do things he generally approves of, he'll eventually give you his personal quest. This will take a bit of time to explain, but it's worth it as the comparison is twofold here. For the pointlessness already mentioned, but for the extreme absurd convenience as well. In my last video, I explained all the coincidences needed to actually reach the Institute in the first half of the game. And as I said, Nick Valentine is a microcosm of the overall game. As mentioned, Nick is the memories and personality of a pre-war cop shoved into a synth, so he has all the same beliefs, opinions, ideas, and most importantly, the life experiences of the original Nick Valentine. As such, his story is his girlfriend was murdered by Johnny Winter, a mobster he was investigating before the war, and his quest is the fact that he wants closure. When I first got this quest, I foolishly thought that it might be a more story-heavy quest, in which we maybe learn how this mob boss died, so Nick can have some closure. Maybe the real Nick took him down at some point after the brain scan, thus our Nick would have no memory of it, and would just be a really good little story moment of finding the history of what happened, and coming to terms with it. Nope! Johnny Winter is still alive! As a ghoul. He ghoulified himself before the war, and locked himself in a bunker. In the train station. What? To top it off, you can only access his bunker with the combination password. No, it isn't 12345 like it was with the railroad. Somehow it's actually even more stupid. He hid parts of the password on numerous holotapes, which were taken as evidence by the cops before the war. This was done more so to taunt them than anything else. But you realize how utterly idiotic this setup is when you realize that if the cops know where he is and want to arrest him, they could just bust his door down, making this whole password game entirely stupid. For some reason, the cops didn't keep these holotapes in one place, they spread the evidence across numerous police stations. Part of what makes good quest design is when it feels like the situations you face are believable within the setting. I can believe the conflict of New Reno, and the addictiveness of Jed in Fallout 2. I can believe the main conflict in New Vegas. The setup to this quest is just entirely nonsense. If there are 9 holotapes that are evidence against Johnny Winter, then why in the world would they not all be kept in one location where the main investigation is happening? This is just cartoonishly contrived for the sake of a dumb quest, because now you need to collect all the holotapes to gain access to this bunker. Every single one of them are all intact and still at their original locations, after an entire 210 years. So you collect the holotapes, enter the bunker, and confront Johnny Winter, who has no armor, only one gun, and hasn't gone insane or feral in his 210 years alone, but has also somehow survived without food and water, a topic we very much will be returning to a little later. Oh, there is food and drink in the room, just not 210 years worth of food and drink. Once Winter is dead, Nick leads you to the surface and kneels down on the ground, saying this is where his girlfriend was killed. Literally right above Johnny Winter's bunker. I hope I don't need to explain the absurdity of all these coincidences, likewise with the coincidences that led you to the Institute. Having a couple of coincidences is fine, but too many and you risk ruining the suspension of disbelief. In both cases, it becomes absolutely farcical. I can't take Nick's shitty quest seriously because of this. Bethesda tries to write a serious moment, where we learn about Nick's past, losing his girlfriend and wanting vengeance against the man responsible, a strangely familiar scenario, I can't place why. But instead of being a heartfelt moment with character growth, it's just another vague thing for the player to do with no real substance or meaning, and Nick doesn't grow from it. Johnny Winter almost literally exists within a bubble. He's locked in a box, and has no reason to exist as a character, besides being the target of a quest to kill. What's his backstory? He was a mob boss? What's he doing now? Literally fucking nothing. How is this any fucking different from a Radiant quest, besides the fact that it has no randomized spawn points or locations? Go kill Johnny Winter because he's a bad guy that needs to be killed. Go kill random super mutant number 4832 because he's a bad guy that needs to be killed. Fallout 1 had Gizmo, a sleazy casino owner who wanted to take over Junktown and hires a hitman to kill Killian, who tries to keep some semblance of law and order in Junktown. Fallout 2 had the Mordino family, in which they try to gain influence and take over New Reno and Redding through getting people addicted to Jet. They both have goals they're working towards and are part of the world. Both games have different endings depending on the outcome of these situations, showing the characters are still doing things within the world. Johnny Winter is sitting in a room waiting to be killed, and nothing happens if you never kill him. He never does anything. He has no plans to do anything. He isn't a threat to anyone. He simply exists, locked away and waiting to be killed. The entire purpose of this character is to be killed and nothing more. How in the world can it get any more shallow and pointless than that? How much more interesting would it have been if Johnny had gone crazy, or is on the verge of going feral, and Nick, finding him in this state, loses his drive for vengeance, seeing that the man had already suffered far beyond what Nick could have done to him, to the point of having pity upon him for the state he's in, and killing him not out of vengeance, but to put him out of his misery. That would be so much more compelling and meaningful than, "This guy did mean things to me before the war. I'm going to kill him, walk 30 feet, and warn my girlfriend." As explained earlier, there is no end slideshow that details the effects of your actions, just a generic cutscene. I know I'm talking a lot about Nick here, but that's just for comparison that it isn't just the main story that has these issues. It's the entire fucking game. Nick isn't just coincidentally a microcosm of the main story. Lack of substance, meaning, goals, motivation, and proper characterization is the decaying, crumbling foundation that this entire game is built upon, to the point that nearly everything we're shown and told is either completely meaningless or can't be trusted because it contradicts something else, making Fallout 4 as a whole absolutely worthless to the lore and history of both the Fallout franchise and for itself as a standalone product as well. I frequently see people say that Fallout 4 is a good game, just not a good Fallout game. But even if you were to remove every single Fallout element and replace it with something else, make this an entirely unique game, the first in its own series, even then it falls apart at the fucking seams and is complete garbage. There's more examples of this too. The lack of meaning applies to the main story beyond simply the twist though. After the twist is revealed, you're just running errands for each faction, and there's little to no depth for most of them. You hire a guy for the Institute. You build some magnets for the Brotherhood. Another settlement needs your help, let me mark it on your map. Many of the quests you do in the main story of this game, especially after reaching the Institute, feels like the equivalent of when you'd be given an essay to write in school, and you had to put in a bunch of nonsense filler bullshit to reach the required page count. While the Brotherhood's path largely felt shallow and like a waste of time, at least it was largely focused on the war effort, advancing their goals, rebuilding Liberty Prime, and dealing with Dance. Yeah, many of these elements should have been handled better, but you could see something of a progression at least. In fact, after reaching the Institute, it feels like there's no real direction or motivation for what you're doing anymore. Typically in a story, especially in a game, there's some kind of goal to achieve that the characters or player is working towards, even if that goal evolves or changes over time, or as you progress in the story. For example, in one of my all-time favorite games, Legend of Dragoon, it starts off with Dart rushing off to save a childhood friend from imprisonment, to getting caught up in a civil war, to hunting down a man for killing someone, to eventually getting caught up in a grand conspiracy that the big bad has planned. Point is that there's always something pushing the plot forward. Even in other open-world games like Oblivion, where you can get an urgent quest, then go wander off to play with mudcrabs for 40 hours, it still feels like the game has a goal it's trying to achieve. Fallout 4 doesn't seem to have this. It's quite strange. It comes across as though the story lacks a point or purpose. It lacks direction and focus. On the Institute side, it feels as though you're just largely doing chores for them that doesn't seem to have any impact, at least until you wipe out the Brotherhood, then Sean dies. But it doesn't feel as though it's leading to anything, and it kind of doesn't. As for the other factions, they all want to wipe out the Institute, but it's hard to justify why your character would want to do this in every case. If you refuse to join the Institute, well, it gets weird. On the Minutemen path, Nora declares they're going to war with the Institute. Okay. Why? Can't we just leave them alone? As for the Brotherhood, they're determined to wipe out the Institute because they believe the Synths to be abominations, and Nora just kinda goes along with it. Maybe I wasn't picking the right speech options, but it felt more like she was just following orders, rather than having any particular drive to destroy the Institute. It also feels like you're just kinda going along with what the Railroad wants. It really comes across as though they had no idea how to end the story. It's just your character sort of going along for the ride, going through the motions of what the writers decided the rest of the story would be. Why are your only choices to either join the bad guys or kill your son, and why are these choices so lackluster and empty? Most importantly of all, why is your character just fine with these options? Your character can argue against Sean's actions and choices to a degree, but it changes nothing. It's empty dialogue. Or you nuke him and your character comes across as indifferent for the most part, unless you've got a dialogue option that suddenly makes them bloodthirsty and hateful towards the Institute. The spectrum of feelings and choices you should have is massive, but you've essentially only got two. Then the game has the nerve to repeatedly guilt trip you for not siding with the bad guys. By the end of the game, it doesn't feel like anything has truly been accomplished or achieved. I think that's a large part of the problem people have with this story. It's not just that it's poorly written in its own right, but the second half comes across as empty and meandering, with an unsatisfying outcome in all cases, and many of the characters make stupid decisions. I get the impression that Emil heard what a hard choice is in a game, and tried to do that, but is so utterly incompetent that it falls flat. It's like going to a fireworks show, only for like 90% of the fireworks in the second half to be complete duds. It leaves you without that really satisfying payoff, and just feels like you've wasted your time. You do get a big explosion at the end of the game, though. As discussed, there's two choices to end the game. Nuke the Institute and lose all their progress in areas of science outside of Synths, or join the Institute and wipe out the other factions. Once again, spectacle over substance. Fallout 1 and 2 ended with the Master's Lair and the Enclave's oil rig being nuked as a finale to well-told stories. The spectacle was part of the story. There were good reasons for the nukes going off, and they earned those nukes. It wasn't a bullshit explosion simply for the sake of an explosion. Or to put it another way, the story wasn't an excuse for the special effects. The Master's super mutant army were indoctrinated zealots who believed his vision for the future, to the point that Marcus in Fallout 2 outright still believes the Master's vision, and says his Brotherhood of Steel friend would have made a good mutant. The Master himself may not have been able to talk his own army down, not to mention the guilt he must have felt. They had to take the nuclear option to eliminate the threat. Likewise, the Enclave were fanatics obsessed with the purity of their DNA. Even with their leadership removed, they were a trained and organized military force. Eliminating them in that way was basically the only option. In Fallout 4, you become the leader of the Institute, and should be able to hand down orders and control the situation and try to make peace. But you're still following Sean's directions until he dies, including wiping out the Railroad and the Brotherhood, which you have no say in unless you betray the Institute and destroy them instead. And after Sean is dead, you have little to no control over the Institute's future anyways. You're essentially a pointless figurehead. Otherwise, the other three factions just have you outright nuke the Institute for no reason, even when taking it over would be beneficial for everyone in all three cases. Even when you're with the Railroad, and you're made leader of the Institute, you're simply not allowed the ability to just order the Institute to not be evil. You can't control them from within, despite being their leader. The Railroad characters don't even consider this option as far as I've found. Things are just the way they are, because reasons. Don't think about it, just look at the cool nuclear explosion. You have a quest where you can get rid of the head of the SRB, and you still do not have the option to control the Institute for the Railroad from within. You being the leader should be the single greatest boon to the Railroad's goals. But nah, let's nuke it. And again, destroy the only way the synths have to reproduce, damning them to extinction because we care about them. Spectacle over substance. This game is massively and absurdly inconsistent to an insane degree, to the point it's actually amazing it was released in this state. It's like they took the first draft of the story and said it was good enough and just rolled with it. Did no one on their team question any of these issues or errors? Did no one realize that this game was rife with massive inconsistencies? The case of 3 synths is a great example of there being no consistency right off the top. The first synth is a pre-war brain scan shoved into a synth. The second synth is the info gathered from a series of interrogations, not even mentioning how inaccurate that info would be when attempting to reconstruct the memories of someone's entire life, and all that is shoved into a synth, both of which contradict each other for the method used and still need the human to obtain the necessary information in the first place. In this case, the brain scan happened before the war. The third synth, the Institute apparently just pulled out of their ass and tossed into the world to go and replace the guy it was based on, not even saying where its memories of this guy's life came from. This isn't even counting the retcons. Speaking of which, let's talk about some, shall we? Now it's worth mentioning up front that retcons aren't inherently bad. They can be very useful for fixing issues that exist in previous entries to a series. However, it feels like the writers of Fallout 4 had an axe to grind with the established Fallout lore, as they frequently trample it, ignore it, and write over it, retconning many things totally unnecessarily. And when called out for it, Pete Hines outright says that they won't be beholden to something written 20 years ago.
What is DC? So it frees us up to not, crush any existing lore, or we're expanding on it. That's always been important for us, is not, and we have been accused of, retconning certain things for various reasons, and that's an entirely separate discussion. But, we are always really cognizant of, we love the lore. We never want to change the lore. We want to add to it.
I don't believe you. Seriously, I genuinely don't know how he can say this when there's ample proof of them retconning things. Like how Enclave power armor that was developed by the Enclave after the war can be found in pre-war locations. Oh, but don't worry guys, Bethesda and their fans have the convenient excuse of it being a prototype now. Or how Fallout 4 introduces T-60 power armor as another pre-war model that was deployed just before the war, when the most advanced set of pre-war power armor was established to be T-51B. It's such a weak, lame-ass excuse because it can be used infinitely to constantly introduce new variations of power armor. Oh, here's T-65 power armor. It went into service in Ohio 5 weeks before the bombs dropped. Oh, here's T-70 power armor. It was a prototype that went into service in New Mexico 3 days before the bombs dropped. Oh, here's T-420 power armor. It went into service 69 seconds before the bombs dropped. It's a very tiring excuse. Or how about Liberty Prime, who was apparently deployed to Anchorage, Alaska, despite being incomplete in Fallout 3 due to a proper power supply not being developed yet.
The research produced here has resulted in several of the components used in the Liberty Prime project that led to the successful defense of Anchorage.
Or how about the fact that the drug, Jet, is now a pre-war drug showing up in a vault based around people with drug addiction, as well as appearing in loot in pre-war locations and appearing on a Vault-Tec computer, despite being made by a kid named Myron slightly before the events of Fallout 2, and it was a major plot point in Fallout 2, because, as I referenced earlier, the Mordino family was using it to try and take over the region. They didn't just say it happened either, the actual process of inventing Jet was detailed in Fallout 2.
Yeah, what? Can't you see I'm thinking here? Yeah, what's on your mind? We've been over this. I'm not here to be your memory. In my lab? Next question? Christ. Well, when I came across the Mordino family way back when, they were farming peyote cacti and trying to sell it to tourists as the Reno experience. Total bullshit. I mean, peyote? Come on. It isn't even half the strength of, say, old school LSD. Plus, a peyote trip is too long. The profits and fast turnaround and high addiction, like barbiturates before the big one, you know? Right, can I finish? Problem is, in the new climate, we can't grow most of the veggies needed for the best drugs. Couldn't grow coca plants, opium poppies. Oh man, did we try. So, we figured our best bet was shrooms. You can grow them if you use plenty of Brahmin shit as fertilizer. Plus, hallucinogens have low overhead, so I started experimenting with derivatives of lysergic acid diethylamide and psilocybin. Still, I really wanted to whip up a hard hitter that didn't rely on veggie extracts. Man, was I an idiot, because the answer turned out to be the extracts, or more precisely, what they were growing in. You see, old Jesus Mordino wanted something that the Redding miners would get addicted to fast and make them work harder. So I said, no prob, right? Well, it wasn't too hard to come up with a good upper. A sample of that pre-war protein extract corrupted and bam, decent amphetamine. Before the big ones, some meat companies were experimenting with a cheap protein extract for growing food, but they had to ditch it. One little skin bacteria contaminates it and it's all screwed. The contaminated version acted like an amphetamine when ingested. A little side effect. Don't ask, it's, technical. I didn't have to. When they first screwed up, they contaminated tons of that shit. And rather than ditch it, they fed it to their Brahmin herds to try and recoup their losses. Close. See, we started experimenting with the Brahmin shit as fertilizer for the shrooms. Except get this, then we noticed the slaves working the fertilizer vats were getting high from the fumes. Right. By putting tons of Brahmin shit in the vats, we found out that the fumes give more than enough of a kick. Eureka! Literally. Of course, we had to test to get the mix right. About 100 slaves? Mostly heart attacks, cerebral hemorrhages, psychotic episodes, that sort of thing. Well, not on purpose. I mean, slaves are expensive. Still, we made the money back in the first few months, so the Mordino family wasn't too pissed at me. You're getting bent at me over a bunch of slaves? Hey, we had to make sure Jet wouldn't kill our customers.
I've seen two defenses for this problem. The first is people blaming the looting system, so allow me to show you why that's bullshit. They've been using pretty much the same method of loot generation since back in Morrowind, and I messed around with the construction set a lot for both Morrowind and Oblivion, so I know how some of these things work. I also verified it by checking Fallout 4's creation kit. See, if you want to spawn random loot, you need to make what is essentially a list of items. This is called leveled item in the creation kit, and in this list you put in the items you want to potentially appear and set their chances of spawning, and so forth. So for instance, if I wanted to create a list of pre-war chems, I could go into the menu and... Wait, what? It already exists? Let's check this out. Oh. Literally all they had to do was remove Jet from this list and place it in pre-war containers. Some brain-dead shills will call this a Herculean task, but it's really not, especially considering they had to make all these loot lists and containers in the first place in the process of creating the game. This also applies to every issue regarding misplaced loot spawns. Additionally, they'd need to remove the references to Jet existing on pre-war terminals. Fixing this would literally take 5 minutes at most, and they could push it out in the next patch, which they made clear they're not shy of doing with their constant Creation Club updates. And by the way, if you want to argue the same point on the Exo-1 Power Armor, aka Enclave Power Armor, then have a nice long look at this travesty. That's right, thanks to this abomination, Enclave Power Armor is cemented as pre-war, in case it wasn't clear enough yet. And before anyone f***ing says it's a display model, you don't take your top secret super weapon armor that is in development and give it a paint job to advertise for some f***ing company regardless of how connected they are to the government. Fallout 76 now calls XO1 a prototype, but that seems to be a cheap and lazy cover for this issue in Fallout 4. Then there's a little quest called Kid in a Fridge. Another microcosm of Fallout 4 as a whole. The absolute sheer stupidity of this quest is f***ing immense. Kid in a Fridge is a quest where you find a kid in a fridge. He's a ghoul, and he's been trapped in this fridge for 210 years.
How did you end up in there?
I hid in here to get away from the bombs. But there isn't a handle on the inside, and it's really dark in here.
The bombs were over 200 years ago. You're that old?
I don't know how long I've been in here. A long time, though. A really long time.
So, what's the story with you in that fridge?
It happened so long ago, back before everything got wrecked. When I heard the sirens, I tried to find someplace safe. When everything started to shake and fall apart, I just crawled inside.
He gets out and wants to go home to his parents. So your obvious thought, besides the fact that this is ridiculous, is, oh shit, this kid's parents are probably dead. So you take him to the house he lived in before the bombs dropped, and his parents are still there.
I hate this.
Alive as ghouls as well.
It is revolting.
They're just kind of standing there in the kitchen like creepy robots, as if their only purpose for existing was this quest. Spoiler, that is their only purpose. Along the way, a gunner wants to buy the kid off of you as a slave, and if you refuse, he'll show up to the house with a few of his buddies to try and raid the place and take the ghouls as prisoners. Because we can't have a quest without shooting, I guess.
You there, in the house. I want those ghouls, especially that kid.
It's weird just how much he wants the kid. So let's go over what's wrong with this in detail. Ghouls are established in Fallout 1 to need water to live, because if you don't repair their water pump, they will absolutely die out, as will their city of Necropolis.
The ghouls of Necropolis learn firsthand the final meaning of dehydration as their city succumbs to the desert sands and the water runs out. Without their water-purifying control chip, they do not survive.
This is backed up by Fallout New Vegas, in which Harlan will explain that he survived by drinking condensation to survive, and also serves as proof that ghouls need food, as he also ate radroaches to survive when he was trapped in a room by Nightkin. This is further backed up by Fallout 4 itself, in which not only do ghouls require food and water as part of the settlement building system, but there's even a settlement location that's initially entirely populated by ghouls who are growing their own food. So even if you ignore game mechanics from a storytelling perspective, there's an actual group who grows their own food, and even further, Kent Connolly requires sustenance to survive. There's also this line from Bullet in the quest itself.
Ghouls are immune to radiation, don't age, and don't need to eat. You can work 'em real hard.
And no, I won't be considering arguments from brain-dead morons who tried to use the excuse of, well, maybe they just like to eat food as a defense. So right off the top, Kid in a Fridge contradicts in Retcons' previously established lore, but also contradicts Fallout 4 itself once again. But it gets worse than that, because we now have to go over the amount of absurd coincidences yet again. Number 1, the fact that the kid survived the bombs dropping at all. Number 2, the fact he apparently didn't also need air for 210 years. Number 3, the fact his parents both survived the bombs dropping at all. Number 4, the fact that all three happened to become ghouls. Number 5, the fact that none of them became feral ghouls. Number 6, the fact that no one found this fridge sitting out in the open for 210 years and opened it looking to scavenge food. Number 7, the fact that no animals or mutated monsters of any kind found the fridge and decided to break into it for a meal in 210 years. Number 8, the fact that no raiders or super mutants or other baddies used the fridge for target practice in 210 years. Number 9, the fact that his parents weren't captured as slaves for 210 years. Number 10, the fact that his parents weren't killed by raiders or super mutants or animals or any other threat in 210 years. Number 11, the fact that his house managed to not get completely destroyed. Number 12, the fact his parents still live in the same house for 210 years. Number 13, the fact that they themselves didn't find him even though he's a short walk away. Number 14, the fact he didn't go insane from a lack of social interaction for 210 years.
Number 15,
the fact that you could hear him calling for help, but in all of 210 years, not a single other person ever did. So only by a miraculous string of insane coincidences, as well as retconning the lore, can this quest exist as it does. How is this anything but a goddamn farce? Games are a visual medium. What you tell and show the player is absolutely vital. Fallout 4 is showing us ghouls don't need to eat or drink, therefore the entire choice, the moral decision with Necropolis, and the struggles of the ghouls there, any meaning that entire segment of Fallout 1 had, is now completely undermined, made pointless and irrelevant, all thanks to Kid in a Fridge. Because if he didn't need food and water for 210 years, then neither do they, or any other ghoul in the franchise. And if it's not showing us that, then it's showing us the writers are either lazy, incompetent, or don't care about what they're writing. Additionally, remember how in the previous video, I said I thought there was a contradiction with ghouls aging, but the two examples I found turned out to be false? Well, I have a trap card, motherfucker! There is an example of someone who was ghoulified as a child and grew into an adult ghoul. In Fallout 2, there was a ghoul named Typhon, who is the son of Set from Fallout 1, and he references that he grew up as a ghoul and never knew any other way of existing. So in addition to all the other problems, the fact that Billy, the ghoulified kid, also didn't age into an adult ghoul is yet another problem with this one single quest. It really is the perfect little microcosm of the game as a whole. Incredibly contradictory, full of plot holes and retcons, and absurd convenience for the plot.
Is that really you?
It's me. It's really me.
Oh my god! We thought you were dead. Oh, what just happened?
But moving away from that, possibly one of the biggest contradictions of all is the one this entire game is predicated on. The fact that the Institute took Sean because he was a pure human that never had exposure to radiation. Now, gamma radiation travels at the speed of light. Everyone on this platform is fucked, except Sean, as a parent who is holding him is actually shielding him from this radiation. The parent will turn after the explosion, but all that matters is the Flash in this regard. This raises the issue of why you aren't irradiated when you leave the vault. However, all that dust and debris is arguably far worse. The fact you're in a hole doesn't protect you, as much of that dust and debris would be raining down upon you, and all of that would be carrying alpha and beta radiation, which would be harmful too, and that would affect Sean. While the game fails to portray it, the suction caused by the elevator's descent would pull some of that dust and debris down upon everyone on the platform. More importantly, a child that young is more susceptible to the effects of radiation, meaning he would be entirely useless for the Institute's goals. They might have been able to do something interesting with this, if him being impure is what was causing the synths to malfunction so badly, and this was also the cause of his cancer that kills him. But nope, they never do that, and this moment is entirely forgotten about. I mean, even then you need to explain why, as the Institute obviously would have done a medical exam on him, in which the radiation exposure surely would have come up. So maybe that idea wouldn't work out, but hey, at least it's more depth than absolutely nothing. So even the basis of the story of this game is flawed from the outset, because they wanted to get that money shot of a nuke going off. This is what I mean when I say Bethesda just doesn't care. Why am I railing on so hard about all these issues? Because the information a story gives us through its lore, its established canon through previous entries, and this new entry itself, forms our basis of understanding how these fictional worlds function, which is vital to the investment of many people in any given audience. Sure, most people won't be going nearly as deep as I have here, but I also never even knew what the depths of this game were. All of this spawned out of a few issues I had with the game, looking for answers, and either finding more issues as a result, or learning the issues I had were far bigger than anticipated. But the point is that many people will be taken out of the experience due to bad writing, and while that line in the sand is going to be different for each individual person, there's really no excuse for writing something this bad. When a story establishes a mechanic or function or natural law of the world, is providing us with information to give us an understanding of that world. When these things are contradicted or outright ignored, or when the implications aren't considered by the writers, then it can break the story and audience investment. For example, if you have a character that is shown to be totally immune to conventional weapons, such as guns or knives, then we as the audience now know that anyone who might use those weapons against that character won't stand a chance. So it raises the tension and stakes if a character we like is fighting them and could potentially die here because their weapons are useless. If, however, you then show that character suddenly being damaged by a knife with no reason for them to suddenly lose their immunity, and this is done to save a character we're supposed to like, that would be bad writing. The world itself is warping to accommodate the writers being lazy. Not only can this ruin the investment and stakes of any given situation, but it also significantly weakens the payoff that the story is trying to build up. Necropolis needs water to survive. Ghouls in the settlement building feature need food and water. There's a ghoul settlement that grows food. But Billy doesn't need food or water. What is the purpose of telling the player one thing, then doing something completely contradictory to it? What is the point of trying to tell the player any kind of serious story to try and get them invested in the world and story, if it doesn't make sense? The logic is broken and the world ceases to make any sense. Now your audience doesn't know what to think, or they think it's stupid and pointless because the world has proven that what it's taught you is worthless, and that all that matters to the writers is the moment-to-moment payoffs, even if everything supporting them is contradicting something else the game establishes. This isn't even taking into consideration that when things are well written, many audiences have a greater appreciation for it, because they can see the elements that all tie together and make sense and provides a very satisfying story. Anyone who tells you that logical consistency isn't that important, or isn't important at all to telling a good story, is a fucking idiot who doesn't know what they're talking about and should be ignored. Logical consistency is arguably one of the most important elements to storytelling, because that's what ties all the events and information together to provide a coherent narrative. Otherwise, it's just actual nonsense. It's vague ideas slapdashed together with little to no meaning or substance for the sake of those moment-to-moment payoffs, and that's exactly what we see constantly through this game. Most importantly, why should I get invested in the game? Why should I pay attention to the world and characters and details? Why should I invest my time into this game when the developers will not invest their time into making it good? When they will not invest their time in making it worth my time? To give an example of what I'm talking about, let's say I make my own post-apocalypse game and have a big long intro cutscene. The area of the world the game takes place in is in a massive food shortage, rampaging famine, people are dying of starvation. It's fucking horrible. Cutscene ends and you load into the game to find yourself in the middle of a vast green field with all types of food growing. Apples, strawberries, watermelon, potatoes, carrots, and so forth. There's farms raising cattle and pigs. Food is the least concern for the people in this world. What are you, the player, supposed to believe at this point? Quest givers are talking about how they're starving or their people are dying, despite standing right next to a wagon full of perfectly fine and edible oranges. It is meaningless to be sent on a quest to find food when there's abundant food all around. Now that's obviously just a hyperbolic example I invented, and I use such an extreme and absurd example to highlight why there's such a focus on Fallout's lore being fucked up by Bethesda. These aren't just the little issues that are being nitpicked, they're fundamental issues with the very foundation of the story and world the game is trying to present. People try to write off genuine criticism as nitpicks, to the point the word nitpick has lost all meaning, but these are serious issues if you want a cohesive world, which many fans of RPGs do want. I'd also like to tangent about nitpicking quickly. The damage the overuse of this word has done to discussion online is immense, as now anytime a criticism is made about a piece of media, there's a fairly high chance of someone calling it a nitpick. The word nitpick has gone from meaning a small and inconsequential but accurate criticism to becoming a tool to outright dismiss and ignore criticism of major failings in a work, because the person using it doesn't want to have to deal with or acknowledge criticism against the thing they like. It's a comment I get frequently. I even had a much larger YouTuber call out my Saints Row video as mostly being nitpicking, despite the majority of that video covering major issues of story, world, and characterization. The levels of water changing in a glass between shots in a movie would be a nitpick. Kid in a fridge not needing water for 200 years isn't a nitpick. The absurd lists of conveniences that allow things to happen in this game are not nitpicks. Anyways, the consistency in Fallout 4 is now in tatters thanks to Bethesda. The best info I could find on the subject says that it took 4 years each to make Fallout 3 and 4. For a point of reference, Fallout New Vegas was made in a year and a half by a smaller team with a smaller budget, and they weren't even familiar with Bethesda's toolset, and it was so well done despite its technical flaws that it not only blew Fallout 3 out of the water in terms of quality, but it manages to blow Fallout 4 and 76 out of the water as well. So instead of taking a lesson from Obsidian and the success of New Vegas, instead of looking into what made that game great, and why so many of the fans praise it as the best Fallout game, instead of looking at why people disliked Fallout 3 and still like the original Fallout games better, Bethesda instead decided to learn nothing of substance and double down and make it worse. There's a reason Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas are praised so much, and it isn't nostalgia. There's also a very good reason why people disliked Fallout 3, 4, and now 76 so much, and it sure as isn't because it's new, or because it's Bethesda, or anything as petty and stupid as that. The argument that people like things only because they're old or hate things because they're new is so fucking asinine, and it only serves to dismiss legitimate criticism. Yes, there are some people like that in the world. No, they are absolutely not the majority of people who criticize these games. It's because Bethesda is taking these beloved franchises and dumbing them down in nearly every fucking way. They strip away everything that made these series so good in the first place. The depth, the stories, the mechanics, the lore, and characters are all stripped out or dumbed down. The difference between Morrowind, Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas versus Skyrim, Fallout 3, 4, and 76 is the difference between baseball and t-ball. When Bethesda sells an Elder Scrolls game or a Fallout game as a story-rich RPG now, it's selling someone a ticket to a baseball game but presenting them with a fucking t-ball game. Bethesda no longer cares about what made their games good. They care about slapping together a product and making bank off an established and beloved title. They've distilled Fallout down to aesthetic rather than the core of what made the games beloved in the first place. Seeing everyone lose their shit back when Fallout 76 came out, and realizing Bethesda isn't as great as everyone thought, felt like vindication to me. When people were saying 76 makes them look back at Bethesda's previous releases with suspicion and realize they're maybe not as great as they remember, it makes me ask, where have you been all this time? I've been following Bethesda since Morrowind, and I'd have considered myself a fanboy when I was a lot younger, and I did ignore some issues for a while, though as far back as Oblivion, I'd been making complaints about quality. Only about a year after Skyrim's release did I finally become critical of the entertainment media I consume, and hold it to a higher standard, and with that came the realization that there has been a steady downward spiral, a consistent and constant dumbing down and oversimplification with each release. Morrowind isn't perfect, I realize that, but it's my entry point here as I haven't played Arena or Daggerfall. That said, I do plan on playing them in the future. Morrowind presents you with a world to explore. Characters talk to you and give directions. You're given freedom to decide who your character is. You aren't given a hand-holding tutorial dungeon. Instead, you're thrown into the world, and the starting town has a sampling of each type of gameplay there is. The attributes and skill system are complex and handled well. There's a decent variety of enemies. You could get locked out of factions for joining or doing missions for opposing factions, adding replayability to the game. Factions also have skill and attribute requirements needed for advancement, so you need to be good at what the faction was based around in order to gain a higher rank. The villain has clear goals and objectives he's working towards, and a reasoning for it. When the world presents information, it's very often consistent. Morrowind is a land in which slavery is illegal, so we see slaves being used on plantations or in mines, and we see slave markets. Fallout 3 has a group of slavers with no customers until a DLC added in one customer for them. No one uses slaves in the capital wasteland. Then there's Oblivion. I can't call it great, but I will say it's alright or passable, though it does introduce a number of elements that persist to this day and have become a tumor upon Bethesda's game design. You're given an overly long extended dungeon introduction sequence in which you're almost forced to experience every type of gameplay before being thrown into the world. After that, you're given a quest marker which just leads you to everything with little to no thought. I do want to give the benefit of the doubt here, as that little thought aspect might have been unintentional, as there is still decent story given to your objectives, but it did make your objectives rather mindless. Factions had more centralized and focused storylines, but they weren't all great. A lot of people praise the Dark Brotherhood, and while yes, it probably is the best faction in the game, I still think it's highly overrated as far as story goes. There were also less factions than in Morrowind. As a result of the dialogue all being voiced, the dialogue system and information given was severely reduced. Also reduced are the number of skills, though this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Next is Fallout 3, and this is where things start to get bad. Rather than giving you a blank slate character to build your own story for, you're given a long and drawn out introductory sequence that tells you nearly all of your character's backstory before vomiting you into the world and giving you a binary good versus evil karma system. While Fallout 1 and 2 had some history established for your character, 1 being a vault dweller and 2 being a tribal descendant of that vault dweller, there is still some freedom, and there is a reputation system that determined your standing with a faction or town. Fallout 3's story is a cobbled together mess and makes little sense, borrows heavily from the previous games, without truly understanding the lore or elements it takes from those games. It haphazardly shoves the Brotherhood, the Enclave, and Super Mutants into the world, without much thought or reasoning for it besides iconography and recognizability. It reduces each of these groups to a caricature of their former selves. Quests are generally more reliant on the quest marker, and there seems to be lots of shallow drama mixed in, such as the guy who needs a stim pack for his heart attack during the Enclave attack at the water purifier, when you could just leave and go buy one and return. Following that is Skyrim, which once again has an overly long introduction sequence and starting dungeon. Right out of the gate, attributes and birth signs have been outright removed, in turn removing a level of depth from the mechanics. Instead, leveling up is reduced to picking which colored bar you want to have more points, the red one, the blue one, or the green one. Factions are reduced to farcical goals to complete, which requires little to no real skill. 2 whole quests into the companions and they invite you to join their inner circle, which you absolutely must become a werewolf to join, and they're sworn enemies of what should be a good guy faction, but are really generic enemies to kill. A group of werewolf hunters who are so stupid they attack a supposedly major faction, the Companions, in the middle of the city and have absolutely zero communication with anyone that could help them, like the city guards. You could become the leader of all the factions without even having the right skills. This is most evident with the College of Winterhold, in which you could become the Archmage by casting the bare minimum amount of spells required by the quests, and having all your magic skills extremely low. The only faction exclusivity there is with the Civil War, in which you could swap sides after you join one to a point, and it's meaningless anyway since most of their quests are either shared or attacking random forts. Dragons are uninteresting as enemies, as they're obnoxious giant flying health bars that occasionally land with no unique fighting mechanics. And quests mostly feel like busy work, not even counting the introduction of modern Bethesda's really lazily designed Radiant quests, which are also in Fallout 4. More on that later. Then there's Fallout 4 itself, of which there is so much wrong I can make a video series several hours long on all its issues. This isn't even mentioning Fallout 76 or Fallout Shelter, by the way. There are now more bad Fallout games than good ones. The Fallout franchise, built on its RPG mechanics, deep lore, great characterization, unique world, and interesting stories, has been reduced to a shallow husk of its former self, the most bottom-of-the-barrel dumbfuck shooter with a totally worthless story, written by people with no imagination, token RPG mechanics, absolutely two-dimensional characters, broken lore and history, and exists solely as a brand to sell people and to sell shit to people. This is something I've been saying for a while, and it's something I'm going to keep saying as long as it's true, so I might be repeating myself for a very long time. All Fallout seems to be to Bethesda are its surface-level superficial aspects, the iconography of the series, everything that is marketable, Power Armor, Brotherhood of Steel, The Enclave, Super Mutants, Vault Boy, Vault Tech, Nuka-Cola, ghouls. The lore and history behind these things mean nothing, only their appearance. Why else would they constantly trample over the lore and make statements about not being beholden to something written 20 years ago as if that's a bad thing? Nothing else matters to them. Fallout 3 could have been excused as a blunder, a rushed fucked up bastard child to plant their flag into the series. Obsidian laid the groundwork for Bethesda to carry on the series, keeping true to what made it great, but Bethesda took no lessons from that and instead gave us Fallout 4 and Fallout 76, two colossal fuck-ups, absolutely cementing the fact that they do not care about the series for what made it great, only for its power as a brand, as a recognizable name, and in a mere 2 fucking games have rendered the lore worthless. If Bethesda were to sell the ownership of the franchise tomorrow, fixing it would absolutely require the retconning of Fallout 3, 4, and 76 as a whole. And yet, despite all that, despite everything I've said so far, despite how long this video has gone on, I'm not done yet. Because there's still more factions to talk about. Oh yeah, I've talked about the joinable factions, but this game isn't just limited to the joinable ones. There are others that exist within the world, and they absolutely require discussion as well. As I've explained since the start of this video, the major joinable factions have a plethora of issues. I'd argue none of them are fleshed out well, especially the Minutemen. But this extends beyond that to every other group that appears in this game. Presented as a major force in the wasteland, the Gunners essentially boil down to generic bad guys with guns. They're a mercenary group that will take any job and are shown to be highly militaristic, going so far as to have their own working vertibirds. Yet they're also openly hostile to anyone who isn't written to have hired them for some reason, which includes the player. As such, it's impossible to hire them yourself. This reduces the Gunners from a potentially interesting faction had they been developed more, into basically raiders that aren't officially raiders, for the sake of story purposes sometimes. They could have been far more interesting had they been developed as an actual faction, but as it stands now they exist solely as generic enemies in the world. Raiders, but stronger, and are used in a few rare cases when needed, where raiders just wouldn't work. Instead, what they should have done was turn the Gunners into a full-on joinable faction, which could result in your character doing some really evil shit. See, in the last video I described a scenario where your character would have to adapt to or embrace the morality of the post-apocalypse world, and this could have been an interesting way to do it. As an alternate path, you could seek help from the Gunners, and in doing so, end up joining them. You start doing missions for them, and as you do so, the Minutemen are rebuilding themselves, like in the scenario I described earlier. Your relationship with the Gunners leads you down a darker path, embracing the New World's morality and that of the Gunners, eventually getting into skirmishes with the Minutemen, who are now maybe lacking proper leadership due to your absence. They launch a premature attack on Quincy and you defeat them. It's a massacre. This could lead into a war in which you start taking over the Minutemen's bases of operations for the Gunners. The Castle, Concord, Sanctuary Hills, and in doing so, effectively giving control of the Commonwealth to the Gunners. This is capped off with taking over or destroying the Institute. Maybe this isn't the best idea ever, but it sure is a hell of a lot better than the nothing they are in the base game. With the Minutemen and the Gunners, I've explained a few instances where this game is severely lacking depth and character. Going into the topic of the Triggermen brings me to a new discussion. If I had to describe this game in only 2 words, it would be wasted potential. And I honestly think that describes a lot of the game as a whole. Besides the plethora of issues I've already discussed, and I've yet to discuss in future parts of this analysis series, one of Fallout 4's biggest issues is in its wasted potential on nearly every level. There are so many instances within this game where untapped potential exists for something that could have been interesting, but was ultimately underdeveloped. Much like the Minutemen and the Gunners, the Triggermen are another 2-dimensional faction with no substance. Presented as an old-world mafia-type group, They exist for the sake of a couple quests and not much else. The first time you'll likely see them is in rescuing Nick Valentine, who is entirely relevant to this discussion. During this sequence, you learn there's some kind of history between Nick and Skinny Malone, the apparent leader of the Triggermen, but it's never expanded upon. You either kill him, or talk him down, and he immediately becomes completely irrelevant. Skinny Malone as a whole, as well as his history with Nick, are completely without substance. They're just meaningless word salad tossed at the player for a cheap explanation for the events that are happening. There's no depth, there's no true history, there's no real backstory. There's simply the illusion that it's there with nothing to back it up. This is someone who should be a big player in this world. He's apparently the leader of what appears at a glance to be a significant faction, but there's basically nothing. The backstory is Nick and Malone were rivals or something? That's it, explained away in a single line. We also hear Malone and his gang have been pushed out of Good Neighbor, and that's why they're living in a vault. So now Nick, the Triggermen, and Malone are all severely lacking depth and character. This brings me back to the missing potential I was talking about. It feels like we're just barely missing a few elements to a setup for something greater. Maybe there's a bigger threat growing, one that forces the player, Nick and Malone, to maybe team up. Or maybe Malone becomes a recurring threat for Nick, and vice versa as his conflict grows. This also plays into the whole morality aspect as well. Here's the scenario I've come up with based on that. There is indeed a growing threat, another rival gang, possibly following a similar path to the Mardinos from Fallout 2, in which are trying to control the region via getting people addicted to chems, or maybe they have other goals and intentions in mind. Either way, they're far more sinister, they have more power, money, and influence, and they're growing. They're responsible for pushing Malone out, and if they're not taken care of now, they might become near unstoppable. This causes Nick to realize that maybe Malone is the lesser of two evils, and maybe not necessarily sides with him, but teams up with him for the time being to take out the greater threat. As a result, there's a dichotomy in this questline between Nick's path of righteous morality and Malone's path of thuggish violence. Many situations arise where you have to make choices between the two, and maybe the answer isn't always clear. Malone could shake people down, something Nick would never do, and Nick could do some serious investigating and following leads, something Malone might not be capable of doing as well. Doing things Nick's way might not always be the right decision, and Malone's might not always be the wrong decision. For example, doing things the honorable way with Nick could lead you to being too late to save someone, while Malone's way may have saved them by being less honorable or more violent in the process, giving you the question of do the ends justify the means. Yet at the same time, there are clear good and bad moral decisions that affect your character's overall outcome, again, sticking to the path of morality or embracing the darker side of this new world. For an additional level of depth, this could affect Nick and Malone as well. If you keep pushing Nick, you can maybe turn him into a dirty cop type character. As for Malone, maybe you can pull him back from his criminal origins, give him a redemption arc. Or you could do the total opposite and push Malone farther down the darker path. Instead of simply taking out this rival gang, he takes over it. Likewise, you can reinforce Nick's beliefs and essentially make him a paragon of justice. These are obviously just loose ideas based on the scraps we get from Bethesda. Again, same as the Gunners, this isn't the best idea ever, but it's still a hell of a lot more depth than a worthless throwaway line and never expanded upon again for a character that is implied to be more significant than what we get. You could do 100 different things based on what little info we have from the game itself, but once again, it's cheap and shallow like everything else in this game. Give this loose setup Bethesda has in Fallout 4 to a professional writer, and they could do something amazing with it. Well, no, not him, obviously. No, not him either. God, no. Not them either. Okay, you know what? It doesn't have to be a professional writer, just someone who is good. The default basic human enemy of the game. They seem like an obvious playable faction, yet at the same time I think raiders might be a little too chaotic and unpredictable to have any kind of meaningful story. I'm not saying it's impossible or that I'm against the idea, but more the fact that raiders are rather simple in their goals and desires. That said, I do wish they were more developed in some way. As it stands, raiders are generic bad guy enemies and amount to little more than that. There's some terminal logs for them at some of their bases, but it amounts to little more than flavor text at best, or an excuse for raiders making a base out of some location at worst. There are two minor exceptions, but nothing interesting is done with them either. The first are a small clan of raiders named the Forged. They're involved in one whole quest and have no development beyond the fact they're raiders who like fire or something. The other is involved in one of the lamest quests in the entire game. A guy pretends to be a scavenger and asks you to fix his water pump so he can empty a quarry. If you come back later, you find it's entirely populated by raiders and he's the leader of the group. Something interesting could have been done with this, but no, it's just more generic enemies to shoot. Also, does anyone else think a giant hole in the ground is a bad place for a base of operation? You're intentionally taking the low ground to literally any and every enemy that would approach you. What would have been far more interesting is if Bethesda had developed a few specific large raider clans with their own personalities, traits, and goals, as well as a couple smaller ones. But beyond that, make them dynamic as well, where they can battle each other and dynamically claim or lose territory to other clans and actually spread out and expand in natural ways. Imagine this. Instead of just generic raiders, we have 4 major clans with their own themes. For this example, I'm going to use some generic ones. Cannibals, drug dealers and addicts, maybe some tribal group, and the previously mentioned Forged. They each have notable territory, and the decoration of raider encampments can change depending on who is currently in control of it. Do the cannibals control this camp? It's covered in various types of bone decorations. Do the Forged control this location? There's their insignia made of metal, big fiery braziers and the like. It would add a slightly interesting dynamic to the world that, sure, some people might miss, but would help make the world feel more alive. There isn't just one big generic group of raiders in the world, there's individual groups that are constantly gaining and losing territory with their rivals. Hell, maybe you can even develop a side storyline based on that where you join one of the clans and help them establish dominance. Oh boy. Super Mutants. This is where it gets complicated because we actually have to go into some history of the Super Mutants to even discuss this. The FEV, Forced Evolutionary Virus, is introduced in Fallout 1. It's essentially presented as a top-secret government project. The FEV started off as the PvP, the Pan Immunity Viron Project. This was being developed by infamous nylon bag producer Westtech, who is also a major defense contractor for the USA. They developed power armor, a variety of weapons including laser, plasma, biological, and chemical, and most importantly, the PvP itself. The PvP was made out of fear of the Chinese developing their own biological weapons, so the intent behind the PvP would be to make humans immune to viruses and disease. A side effect during testing was mutation, particularly a growth in muscle mass and brain activity. The US Army realized that this could be used to turn the average soldier into a super soldier, many times more powerful and smarter than the average person. They took over the project, moved it to Mariposa military base, and changed the name of the PvP to the FEV and began testing it in secret. Here's where things get very critical as far as storytelling goes. The FEV at this point is essentially seen as the real-world equivalent of the atomic bomb in 1945. That is to say, a weapon that could end the war. When dealing with something that's top secret, it's generally understood you don't go sharing it about on a whim. Coupled with the fact that the USA was infested with Chinese spies, it's very unlikely they would just go about sharing the FEV with any random group, even within their own government. Let's say, just for example, Vault Tech. The purpose of the vaults were to save some people and rebuild the world, but also to perform a variety of experiments on people to see how they would react in certain scenarios. This also allowed room for other types of experimentation. That said, I do not believe the FEV would be so easily shared with Vault Tech. If a sample, or even the formula for the FEV got out, it could spell disaster for the war effort. Rather than gaining an advantage over the Chinese through the use of the FEV, it would just bring them to a level playing field again. This is absolutely something you would not want your active enemies to get a hold of during the war. Sharing FEV with Vault-Tec would be like sharing the atomic bomb with the Coast Guard. As a result, Vault 87 and its alternate strain of FEV in Fallout 3 feels like an ass pull, an excuse to shove super mutants into a new game in a different part of the country, especially since the super mutants themselves in Fallout 3 are just angry orcs. This is a sentiment you may see shared by other YouTubers, but they say as much for good reason. Someone explained to me the need to reuse elements from an older game if you're not going to do anything interesting with it. Just look at this progression and think about it for a minute. The super mutants in Fallout 1 followed the Master's plan, attempting to convert everyone into their master race in order to bring about world peace. The super mutants in Fallout 2, with no means to continue that goal, try to fit in with the world. There is some fear and hatred of them by normal people, and there's themes of racism, yet they're still presented as individuals with their own goals and beliefs. They're just trying to survive in this world as much as anyone else is. The super mutants in Fallout 3 are all stupid and angry all the time. All they want is to rip and tear, kill and eat you and everyone else, and sometimes kidnap people to turn them into super mutants too. The super mutants in Fallout 4 are all stupid and angry all the time. All they want is to rip and tear, kill and eat you and everyone else. The super mutants in Fallout 76 are all stupid and angry all the time. All they want is to rip and tear, kill and eat you and everyone else. A race in previous games was complex and interesting, had goals, ideas, their own beliefs, and even struggles, is reduced to generic angry enemies to shoot at. In that sense, how are they much different from Raiders? Thought Vault-Tec having FEV was stupid? Well, think again, motherfuckers. Imagine a random fucking college having FEV. I've discussed this to a degree earlier during the Institute section, but I'm going in deeper here. We find out in the Brotherhood path, this is a different strain of FEV from both Mariposa and Vault 87, thanks to a terminal log that states these super mutants are different. Yet once again, nothing is done with this. The super mutants are still just angry orcs with no real personality. In fact, they're even worse for the fact they have suicide bomber mutants. Now let's think about this real carefully for a minute. The fact they have suicide bombers means they have no sense of self-preservation. This is compounded by the fact they have no method to create new super mutants. They are on a collision course to wiping themselves out and are too stupid to realize it. The Vault 87 super mutants at least had their own source of FEV, which they were in total control of, but the Commonwealth super mutants don't. They're all created by the Institute in a project that was forcibly shut down. Now they don't know that, yet still have no method of reproduction, and are therefore willingly killing themselves despite not being able to continue their species in any way. This raises all sorts of questions. Where did the Institute get its FEV from? Why do they have it? Why are they wasting so much time and energy making super mutants and sending them to the surface? As explained earlier, they have to be very careful with their power usage to try and save as much energy as possible, and this is with the FEV labs down already. How much greater would the strain have been on their systems with the FEV lab teleporting super mutants to the surface every few hours? More so, why would they risk their own surface missions by intentionally adding greater threats to the wasteland above? The ruins above CIT itself has super mutants inside it fighting the Institute's own synth forces. What logical sense does this make? Just how many people have the Institute turned into super mutants? It's not an insignificant number, I can tell you that. They're still adamant the surface has nothing to fear, despite using them as test subjects and intentionally making the surface more dangerous for them to live in through numerous means. Additionally, a point I went through before, but how the hell is Virgil a smart super mutant? I mean, it doesn't seem like being a super mutant made him any smarter, but it also didn't turn him into a rip and tear destroy everything super mutant either. See, something established in the original game is the fact that the Master's army needed pure humans to convert into super mutants, because that would result in the smart super mutants. Dumb ones did exist, and there's two theories in-game for why this might be the case. The Master thinks it's the radiation having corrupted the DNA of every living person that results in dumb super mutants. Lieutenant believes some of the FEV has gone airborne when the bombs dropped, and everyone has been exposed just enough to ruin the effects of greater exposure to FEV, but haven't been affected enough to alter them in any major ways. These theories seem to be backed up by the Institute's constant failures in creating super mutants, as detailed on Virgil's terminal in the Institute. So with all that established, how the hell did Virgil come out of his exposure to FEV perfectly fine? He didn't go insane, he didn't become a violent monster, he didn't become incredibly stupid, he didn't die due to complications from exposure, he just so happened to turn out perfectly fine. I guess it's because the plot needed him to, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get into the Institute. Was he a pure human? From fucking where? This is just another example of Bethesda throwing any shit they want into the game without a care. You know, it's really easy to force your shitty contrived plot to work if you just ignore the lore and don't explain anything. This is an argument Mr. Caption made in his own Fallout 3 videos, which I highly recommend. But I'm going to make the same argument here. Take the super mutants in FEV of Fallout 3 and 4, and replace them with literally anything else. Come up with something new on your own. They function exactly the same as they do in-game now, but they're called something else and look different. Is anything lost in the process? Is there any detriment to the storytelling of these games? Probably not. In fact, if anything, it provides a base to create something new and potentially interesting from, rather than taking an existing concept and dumbing it down so as to make it meaningless, and that's what it ultimately is. The super mutants in Fallout 3 and 4 are, like much of the issues I've discussed so far, meaningless and without substance. They lacked the nuance that made the original super mutants interesting as a group. There's a bare minimum of reasoning for them being there, and that's about the extent of it. Besides that, they're just a different flavor of enemy to shoot at. Instead of raiders, there's bigger, dumber raiders that want to eat people. The last faction I'll be talking about is, of course, the Children of Adam. I have truly saved the worst for last. I just flat out hate them and don't think they should exist as a faction. This is a group introduced in Fallout 3 and evolved from an incredibly obnoxious asshole constantly shouting in Megaton into a full-blown aggressive religious cult that's apparently spread as far as Boston. This is retreaded. Incredibly so. While I won't deny the fact that people can and do believe in ridiculous shit, I don't believe their existence adds anything to the series. The games seem to go their way to treat these people like nothing more than a joke constantly, and as a result, it makes me not care about them. It's just not really compelling to me when the heart of most interactions with them is either a joke or making them absurdly fucking annoying. They're just fucking obnoxious in every way possible, compounded by the fact that Bethesda doesn't write characters, they write two-dimensional walking tropes. Instead of even attempting to make them interesting, all of the ones I've encountered are just spaced out generic religious fanatics who all talk the same way like this.
He is the bringer of light, the great divider. He is the infinite worlds within all of us.
In fact, between Fallout 3 and 4, they've evolved into a full-blown radicalized cult, hostile to anyone who isn't a part of their group, except for when the story needs you to interact with them. They specifically use gamma guns, weapons that only do radiation damage, and are super fucking annoying to deal with because instead of radiation being separate from your health, radiation is now an active debuff to your max health. I swear, the only purpose of these guns existing is for the Children of Adam. All of their encampments I've found are all in sites where radiation is high, including the Glowing Sea. You know, it goes a long way to devalue the narrative threat and danger of the Glowing Sea and radiation as a whole, when these assholes can just play around and go swimming in it all the time and establish a functional and active town at ground fucking zero. It turns radiation from a real threat within the world into a fucking joke. Oh, that's right, they've just got LOL immunity to radiation for no reason to explain this away. It is insane that the people who worship radiation turn out to be the only humans completely immune to it. I don't really know what else I could say on the subject of the Children of Adam. I just really hate them and everything about them, and they seem designed to make you not take them seriously. They seem designed to be as stupid and obnoxious as possible. So at this point, I think it's worth some time to talk about what goes into making a good story. I believe that consistency is absolutely the most important aspect to any story, because without consistency, the world starts to break down, and the information you provide to the audience is essentially worthless. This goes back to the kid in the fridge issue from earlier. Fallout 1 says ghouls need water. Fallout 4 says ghouls don't need water. So in Fallout 5, if I'm faced with a question of whether to help a ghoul in need of water, I have two conflicting pieces of information on which I need to base my decision off of. Fallout 4 tells me he doesn't need water, so I don't give him any, but because the rules might have changed again in Fallout 5, this could result in him dying. Fallout 1 tells me ghouls do need water, so I give him some, but because we're still running on Fallout 4 logic, that was actually a waste of water that could have gone to someone more in need who dies instead. Worse yet, what if this encounter is as contradictory as all Fallout 4 is? What if this one potential interaction is the only example in Fallout 5 of a ghoul needing water to survive, and all the others don't? It is immensely frustrating when the rules are constantly changing. Imagine you're playing a game of soccer or baseball or whatever, and the rules keep changing on the fly mid-game, or if certain rules only apply to certain people. Like one basketball player is just allowed to hug the ball with both arms as he runs across the court, but none of the other players can do this. It would be exceptionally annoying as both the audience and as a player. Because our foundational understanding of how this world works has been damaged, it not only becomes difficult or even impossible to have an understanding or make judgments about things within these games, and for many people, this could sever both their immersion and investment within the game or series as a whole. But it could also frustrate them when trying to simply understand the world from a story and lore perspective when everything is contradictory. Why should I pay attention to the lore and information being presented if the developers are going to change it on a whim to whatever is most convenient to them at the time? Do I really have to reference these assholes again? Why should I pay attention to the lore if the writers and developers don't care? Because it's a silly game with talking mutants in it. It becomes less of a cohesive and well thought out world, and more of an exercise in anything goes, and all the information is worthless because it only exists long enough to justify what's immediately happening directly related to it, but also conflicts with 12 different pieces of information, which also all conflict with one another. So nothing makes sense. And the only point of this information in the first place is to point you in a direction to shoot hordes of pointless nameless enemies. What's the point in providing the information to justify the current quest if it's going to be contradicted anyways? At that point, why not just scrap the justification? It's clearly not worth anything anyways, if it's just going to be ignored, contradicted, and have the developers pretend it isn't there. This isn't just me talking up my ass because I dislike this game either. This is honest to God Bethesda's design philosophy. They've bragged about not being beholden to something someone wrote 20 years ago, as if writing from 20 years ago is somehow bad or not worthy of respect simply because it's old. And Pete Hines has gone on record as defending such changes, wording it in the most bizarre way possible, as the unreliable narrator, in which history might be written by the victor, or what's most convenient to factions and groups, rather than based on the truth, because that's how things tend to work in the real world. And that's all well and fine until you realize they aren't simply doing this with events that are susceptible to an unreliable narrator, they do it to things that should be impossible to change. Ghouls needing water in Fallout 1 isn't a matter of an unreliable narrator lying or getting stuff wrong, it's an immutable fact. With no water, they die. But not in Fallout 4. Because some dumb fuck didn't look at the lore of the series or the mechanics of Fallout 4 itself, and wanted a dumb feel-good quest about a child being reunited with his parents. Consistency to the lore be damned, even though you didn't need to fuck over the lore to have this quest exist. Maybe have him missing for a few days, not 200 fucking years. Christ. It's a really convenient tool for Bethesda to write whatever the f they want and ignore everything that was written before. This is the exact reason the consistency of the Elder Scrolls series is in f***ing shambles. I also believe that answering questions that may arise from your story, especially through world design, is a very important aspect to telling a good story in a game, because if someone is asking a why question, it means that they're interested in learning more, or they want to understand how something works, especially when it's a key aspect of the world we're shown. There's no reason the why of Institute making synths should not be answered. As a developer, answering the whys yourself in turn adds greater depth to the world you're presenting, and the answer to a why doesn't have to be given by a character either. Video games, especially open world video games, allow you the freedom to explore, and you can learn things by looking at the environment. A criticism against Fallout 3 was the fact that apparently no one was growing food, therefore everyone was surviving off of 200-year-old food from grocery stores that should have all been looted. Fallout New Vegas came along and actually showed people to be growing and farming their own food. This isn't exactly a why, but a what. What do they eat? Ask this in Fallout 3 and there isn't an answer for all but one settlement. Ask this in New Vegas and you could see for yourself just by looking at the world. I also received a comment that expands upon this in an interesting way, but for Oblivion, in which the commenter talks about how obvious it is that the world is designed around the player, because services that any world would have simply do not exist in Oblivion in any fashion. If it's not needed for the player, then it can be cut. As a result, the world now has a dire lack of carpenters and butchers and other such professions because they're not a service the player would ever need. As a result of the world lacking these professions, the game feels all the more artificial. In Fallout 1, the FEV does not simply exist. It's explained why it exists, it explains why the super mutants are doing what they're doing, it explains why the Master's plan is futile. The FEV ceases to simply be a plot device and becomes part of the history of the world. It has a creation, a reason for being created, effects, uses, groups that have their own opinions on it, and most importantly, consistency. This brings me back to Fallout 4, and a series of posts from 4chan, in which someone was playing the game for the first time and trying to get immersed in the game, and was constantly getting frustrated with the experience, including asking basic and core questions about the narrative that the game fails to answer. Apparently the Institute is kidnapping random people and replacing them with robots. Ask why. There is no why. Find out my real son is now the head of the Institute. Ask why he built a robot duplicate of himself just to fuck with me. There's no why. Ask Institute why they created conscious life to water plants instead of using a Mr. Handy. There's no why. Son tells me he released me from the vault. Ask why he didn't just bring me to the Institute then, and had all his robots from before attack me on sight. There's no why. Railroad decides the only way to get them out is through armed revolt, killing all the scientists and blowing up the most technologically advanced and safest place in the entire wasteland. Why? No why. Ask why my son was kidnapped. They needed DNA that wasn't affected by radiation. Ask why they killed everyone else in the vault then, especially my wife who they shot in the face for no reason. No why. I bring up this random 4chan post as an example of what I mean. Someone who wanted to give Fallout 4 a fair and even chance seems to have gotten more and more frustrated with its lazy writing. Even though it may not seem like it now, I gave Fallout 4 a fair chance myself. People are absolutely free to call me biased and they'd be right to assume so. But I'd like to think my opinion on Fallout 4 is based on the facts I've shown and the conclusions I've come to based on the information presented in the game. For most situations in Fallout 4, there is no why, and if there is, it only raises more questions. Essentially this scene from Futurama.
Whoa! My home! It burned down! Oh! How did this happen?
That's a very good question.
So that's where I left my cigar.
That just raises further questions!
Explaining the why is imperative, otherwise you have a disjointed mess of elements jammed together that have no meaning or substance, which is ultimately what Fallout 4 as a whole is. Its entire world and story are held together by paper clips, rubber bands, and scotch tape, and the moment you even graze one of them, the entire thing starts to collapse. This finally brings me to the heart of the issue. Emil Pagliarulo. Maybe Todd can be blamed for approving his ideas, in which case he's at fault too. But the core of the issue is Emil's absolute incompetence as a writer. Now, I'm not going to say he wrote every single quest or line of dialogue in the game, but he is responsible for the main quest at the very least. He actually did a speech on writing Fallout 4. Emil Pagliarulo, the lead writer for Bethesda, and has been since Fallout 3, coincidentally around the time where their writing started taking a nosedive, a professional writer, cannot even manage to keep himself on track in a speech he himself wrote and presented. His entire presentation is a meandering, rambling, disjointed mess, not so different from the stories he writes. He doesn't say anything of value for anyone interested in writing, and he never seems to make it around to any kind of point he's trying to make. The best thing about this speech is it gives some insight to why so many aspects of these games are really poorly handled or are outright bad. This speech as a whole feels like a project he had months to prepare for and only wrote it the night before it was due. The first real point of note is this clip.
But for the last 13 years, I've been at Bethesda Game Studios. The first game I worked on there was Blood Moon, the expansion to Morrowind. Then from there, Oblivion and Skyrim, of course. But really, I've been known as the Fallout guy, sort of. My first big gig at Bethesda was as lead designer and writer of Fallout 3, and then most recently, Fallout Shelter, which just sort of came out of nowhere and was a big hit for us, and in Fallout 4. The most recent thing I worked on.
This is part of the reason that I'm focusing so much on him. He's the lead guy behind Fallout 3 and 4, and for some reason Bethesda keeps trusting him with their games. Oh, and by the way, I feel some people are setting themselves up for disappointment when it comes to Starfield. Yeah, he wrote that too. You might do well to temper your expectations. He also wastes some time rambling about how his parents came to the city he's doing the speech in on a vacation, and how this country he's visiting is a place where games are made. I suppose he's trying to endear himself to the audience, but it's just not necessary. He then gets to the subject of this speech, where he outlines the 3 guidelines or rules he uses to write stories. Keep it simple, stupid. Write what you know. And great games are played, not made. For a section on Keep It Simple, Stupid, he talks about themes, but doesn't seem to properly understand it, talking only in either basic or vague terms. He says a lot of great movies or games have 1 or 2 central themes.
See a bad movie, play a bad game with a bad story, and sometimes it's a mess. I saw a movie recently, which I will not name, that was kind of a mess. And the story was all over the place, and it really didn't know what it wanted to be.
I can't overstate just how bewildering it is hearing this statement come from him of all people. If he thinks Fallout 4 is good and isn't a mess, then what is a mess to this guy? He throws up some slides saying a movie or game is about something, then moves on. This is a good parallel to his story writing skills. We hit some surface level details that are never expanded upon or developed. What is Casablanca about? It's about love, but in reality it's about sacrifice. Great, can you tell me more? No, he just moves on to the next example and does the same thing. Same absolutely applies to his story writing, even in examples I've already provided. Something happens, then you're pushed along to the next quest. Don't question it, don't ask the why, just move on. He also fails to point out any examples of a bad or poorly made story, which would be helpful in showing some of the pitfalls of writing a story and how it could go wrong. This is likely because he doesn't want to step on anyone's toes, but it could also simply be a skill issue. That is to say, he might not be aware of how stories can go bad. It does make sense that as an audience member, he can tell when something someone else made stinks, but doesn't fully comprehend how or why, especially given the quality of his writing.
And of course, The Last of Us. If you think of a game with a great story, a lot of people think of The Last of Us. And that sort of combines the themes of, of family, of survival, and about working together. So it's a game about a virus and a post-apocalypse, but really it's the story of these 2 characters and how they're trying to work together, right? And, Skyrim. Skyrim is a game about dragons, right? Even in the studio, what is the game about? It's about dragons, but the story is not really about dragons, right? It is about the lone hero, right? It is it is much more biblical than a lot of the other stories we've done. It's about the Dragonborn, the Dovahkiin, is much more of a messiah sort of character.
It's a bit weird that he can get the theme of The Last of Us right, then he immediately trips and stumbles all over the place with Skyrim. In fact, it's shocking that he essentially admits that the whole point of Skyrim was the dragons, especially considering how poorly implemented they were. Themes are absolutely an important part of writing a story, but when it comes to Skyrim, he says it's all about dragons, but not really. It's about the lone hero, and goes so far as to say it's almost biblical, that the Dragonborn is something of a messiah. But he doesn't elaborate on the subject, and just moves on, when it would be helpful to understand what he even means when he says this. This implies poor priorities on Bethesda's part. It implies the thing I've been talking about for much of this video, and that is the whole rule of cool or style over substance issue. We were all so focused on dragons because they're cool. We didn't have dragons in Morrowind or Oblivion. As someone who has played Skyrim numerous times, I never once felt like I was the messiah in this game. I felt like some asshole in a world that was designed around me existing, because these games are designed around the player existing. It's a cheap power fantasy where the universe revolves around you existing, rather than you simply being a part of the world. Fallout 3, 4, and New Vegas are a great example of what I'm talking about here too. Fallout 3 and 4 are clearly power fantasies, where everything exists purely for the purpose of the player. The universe feels like it revolves around the player. Every major aspect of the main story revolves around you personally. It's all about your dad's water purifier and finishing the work he started. It's all about your kidnapped son, and now he's the leader of the central faction you can either join or destroy. That's not necessarily a bad thing, and that doesn't even solely make these games power fantasies. But then every major event that takes place in these games also centers on you. And I don't mean you completing quests in the world. Three Dog and Travis constantly talk about you on the radio. In New Vegas, the war isn't about you. You're someone who gets involved in existing conflicts. Mr. New Vegas doesn't constantly name drop you. He doesn't even seem to be aware of your existence, only ever mentioning you in vague terms like an unknown third party, or a nameless contractor, and so forth. New Vegas feels like it's a world that exists regardless of you being there. Fallout 3 and 4 feel like worlds designed purely around you existing, and that's part of what makes them feel so artificial. Take a look at the vault entrance here. It is the one single example in the entire series of a giant platform elevator that goes down purely so you, the player, can see the nuke go off. This elevator is an absurdly bad idea in terms of people actually living in this world, because if it failed for any reason, then the people inside are doomed, and it is a miracle that any elevator even works after 210 years, but especially one this big. Going back to the speech, you want to talk about the hero's journey? Look at f***ing Morrowind. You start off as nobody, the locals hate your guts, you're weak, but you grow as you level up, as you accomplish things, and when you finally fulfill the Nerevarine prophecy, people are nervous being around you, because you are an actual living, breathing messiah to them. In Skyrim, you kill a dragon 20 minutes into the game and are proclaimed the Dragonborn, and guards tell you to stop shouting as if you're a hooligan stepping on the grass, in front of a "Don't Step on the Grass" sign. Nothing has ever made me feel less like a messiah in the game than being lightly scolded by a nameless guard for using a legendary mythical power of legend that only the greatest heroes are born with. The lone hero isn't even a theme of Skyrim. It's more Bethesda's style of game design of playing a lone free character in an open world. In fact, Skyrim specifically has companions that can follow you around, so is it even the lone hero at that point? Morrowind barely has companions. Some escort quests, sure, and a bodyguard you can hire in Mournhold, but that's about it. Morrowind is a lot closer to the theme of a lone hero and a messiah. And if the lone hero really does apply to Skyrim, then it also applies to all their games. Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, Fallout 3, Skyrim, Fallout 4, Fallout 76. Being the lone hero isn't all that special or unique to Skyrim when it's the thing you do every single time. Then he says Fallout 4 is about synths. Or is it? and begins listing off a few surface level aspects, which hilariously enough goes against his point earlier.
KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. What does that mean? Well, for me, that means when I'm coming up with a story for a game, I like to concentrate on strong central themes. And 1 or 2 strong central themes is enough. I find that think of a good movie or think of a good game, and you can usually think of a good movie or good game with a good story, and you can usually realize that there's a strong central theme, a strong undercurrent, right? See a bad movie, play a bad game with a bad story. So Fallout 4 is about androids, right? Or is it? I mean, the Fallout 4, there are a lot of themes, right? The Fallout 4 is about 1950s Americana, or Fallout 4 is about, the post-apocalypse. But at its core, Fallout 4 is about androids that look like humans, okay? And so
first of all, 1950s Americana isn't a theme, it's an aesthetic. It's like saying your game that takes place in the Victorian era is a theme, or your game where the buildings all have Gothic architecture is a theme. Then he includes the post-apocalypse, which again, isn't a theme. A theme in a story is essentially the deeper meaning of that story, or what it's really about at the core of it. Stuff like the hero's journey, growing old, revenge, freedom, death, war and sending inexperienced men to their deaths, being human, hope, family, good versus evil, identity, man versus nature, redemption, and so forth. Having a 1950s aesthetic is not a fucking theme, and neither is the post-apocalypse. The post-apocalypse is a setting, it's the backdrop for the story you're telling. The theme of Fallout as a whole is that no matter how much changes technologically or within our societies, war will always be a fact of life for humanity.
the theme, and this became a very important point for us, and is something that we didn't realize until a little late in pre-production. The most important theme in Fallout 4 is suspicion. Who is this person sitting next to me? Are they human? Do they want to do me harm?
Maybe I'm alone here, but I never viewed who is or isn't a synth as a level of suspicion because I never had a reason to. If they got up and started shooting me, they were just another nameless enemy to kill. Were they a threat to my settlements? Cool, one of my nameless NPCs is killing the other nameless NPCs in my big dumb pointless ant farm. Why should I care? Especially when there's literally, once again, no substance to it. Oh, a synth joined my settlement and went berserk? Okay. As I went over earlier too, the whole question of who is or isn't a synth was never really a big part of the game. The only evil synths you ever deal with were either explicitly told to you in the first place, or were very clearly flagged as someone to not trust. Everyone else was either neutral or good. Dance being a synth didn't make him a traitor to you, nor did he intend any ill will towards you. Neither does any friendly synth. Again, there's never that moment of a synth betraying you. Worse yet is the fact that this isn't the best setting to try to even tell such a story, because this is a nuclear wasteland in which people fight and struggle to survive, where it's already a question of whether people should trust one another or not. Throwing synths into the mix doesn't really change much of that aspect. If anything, the player being betrayed by someone who they didn't know was a synth would be subversive not for the fact there was a synth doing it, and you couldn't trust them due to that, but for the fact that Bethesda doesn't really ever do big betrayal moments where it isn't painfully obvious that you're going to be betrayed in advance. There's also the fact that most of the named NPCs in the game as a whole barely have a personality to begin with. They have personality traits, but they're not actually developed characters. The shopkeeper who hates synths, what is her personality? She's paranoid. Cool, anything else? She's paranoid. Right. Suspicion in this way is basically impossible without the player being invested, and there's not enough depth to the world or characters for the player to properly get invested in. But more than that, we've already seen our investment is meaningless by the lack of choice in the world and for the fact that the game constantly contradicts itself. There's a scripted encounter in which a man is holding his brother at gunpoint in Diamond City, paranoid that his brother is a synth. This encounter quickly ends with a nameless Diamond City guard killing the man and telling everyone to move along. There's nothing you can do, and the surviving brother is immediately made irrelevant, and he will get removed from the game. This encounter almost always happens the second time you enter the market area of Diamond City, so you don't have a chance to meet and learn about these characters, and it's presented in a way that's supposed to be dramatic or important. Again, it's just another one of these Kodak moments for Bethesda, where they try to show something to the player that just feels entirely artificial and forced. Let's talk a bit more about the phrase "keep it simple, stupid," though. This is a pretty good phrase. I like it, as it applies to, well, just about everything. Except f***ing story writing. See, the basis of this saying is in the fact that the more complicated something is, the more likely error or issue will arise as a result. The more moving parts a machine has, the more points of failure there are, so it's worth trying to keep the designs as simple as possible, while still achieving the goal or purpose of the machine. As far as this phrase goes, it absolutely does not apply to story writing. In the creation of fiction, the more complex and detailed the world, events, and characters are, the better, as long as they are consistent. This makes the worlds feel more real, regardless of how fantastical it may be. It gives them depth and complexities that we could see every day in our own world. A developed character with personality traits, a backstory, reason for doing things the way they do, and an actual personality is infinitely more interesting than Bethesda's one-note characters that seem to be based around a single trait. Worlds where there's established history, reasons for locations existing in the way they do, reasons for factions to exist, and goals for them to strive for, help them stand out as existing with purpose despite being fiction. These details not only make these worlds interesting, but also makes them unique and memorable. Now, many great stories have been told with simple concepts or ideas. I love the fuck out of Dread, and it's an hour and a half of motherfuckers getting shot. But the point I'm making is that not every story should be something simple, especially when you're dealing with a large open-world RPG with plenty of factions and decades of lore behind it. Hell, I don't even f***ing know if he actually applied Keep It Simple Stupid to Fallout 4, since it is one of the most complexly awful stories you could possibly come up with. It is very clear that Emil is unable to write regardless of complexity. And before anyone brings up the Dark Brotherhood from Oblivion, yeah, Emil was responsible for that, and while it is one of the better parts of the game, it is also really kind of overrated, and less to do with his writing skill, and more the quality of the individual quest design, especially for the fan favorite Whodunit. See, the majority of the Dark Brotherhood story is actually minimally presented. You join, do some missions killing random people, then Lucian advances you to be his underling, starting with purging the sanctuary due to a traitor. Then you do his dead drops, and after doing several of those, he confronts you telling you you've been killing Dark Brotherhood members this entire time. Dun dun dun! He has you investigate the next dead drop, which ultimately doesn't really lead to much since you can never use it. You return to meet Lucian to find he's been killed by the remaining members of the Dark Brotherhood, and everyone is going to go talk to the Night Mother. The traitor reveals himself and is killed. Once you start doing the dead drops, they're simple kill quests, and even when the traitor starts swapping your dead drops for his own, you can't even acknowledge it. You're just on rails for the story Emil wants to tell. So even if you do notice the swap, your character is made artificially retreaded by Emil, locking you to those rails much like what he's done in the first half of Fallout 4's main story. What saved the Dark Brotherhood was, as I said, the quality of the individual quest designs in the first half of the faction, due to the bonus objectives that made them more interesting than simply killing a Randy. Additionally, the personalities of some of the characters involved helped too. While still a bit too shallow for my taste, it is far superior to anything in Fallout 4. Once again, this could have been far more interesting if you actually had to seek out evidence and clues to learn who the traitor is, or even acknowledge that the dead drops have been swapped.
Am I human? What are my own motivations?
So the question of whether you're human or not doesn't really come up, and your motivations are obvious until you reach the Institute. You want your babby back. I do want to address the question of whether the sole survivor is human or not, because this has become one of the most obnoxious theories that totally saves the game. I despise this theory. Not only would this make the game worse, but there's nothing in the base game to even support this idea in the first place. I don't know if this theory existed before Far Harbor, but I'll tackle the evidence that expansion provides once I get to covering that expansion as a whole. First of all, there is no benefit to the Institute for doing this. They consider the Gen 3 synths to be highly valuable, and they don't believe the synths to have real free will at all, to the point it can't really be argued with them, and anytime you can bring it up, they dismiss you immediately. This does not support the idea they think their synths are advanced enough to have true human emotions or free will, and they would believe that any synth that they would put into your place would simply be following what they programmed it to. Secondly, when you decide against joining the Institute, a recall code is never used on you. Due to the previous point, this can barely be excused, if at all, for meeting Sean. It absolutely can't be excused for the destruction of the Institute when you have your final confrontation with him. There's no way in the world he'd allow everyone he's known and all their work and his own to get destroyed. Third, given the information in the first point again, there's no way in hell Sean would make you the leader of the Institute. Fourth, the Brotherhood would know if you were a synth too when they found out about Dance. Fifth, I guess a lot of people who believe this theory either didn't pay attention or forgot or somehow missed this, but Kellogg specifically calls out leaving you alive as a very bad idea. The one person they should have killed is the one they left alive. I've seen people use the idea that everyone else in the vault is killed as proof, but the game specifically goes out of its way to tell you that you are in fact left alive. There's no way in hell Sean could have known you'd have entered Kellogg's mind and saw this moment either, so it's not like he could have or would have faked this memory for Kellogg. The theory is just stupid and makes no sense. Anyways, back to the stupid speech. You'll notice when watching this that he didn't actually say anything of substance. I've mentioned this already, but it bears repeating, because it shows his lack of skill and understanding as a writer. He points out some central themes in movies, and stumbles when it comes to his own works, and says Fallout 4 has a theme of suspicion, but doesn't elaborate on what that means, or why and how it works or is good. He just moves on immediately to his next point, which is, write what you know. He uses washing dishes as a counterexample of what he means, then makes a joke that he thinks a game about washing dishes would be fun.
Does this mean that if you are working as a dishwasher and decide to become a game developer, you need to make a game about washing dishes? No. Though that would be a fun game.
Unsurprisingly, this is more of a rambling mess. He shows one of the most recognizable faces of anime, and says people might not recognize him. I don't even need to comment on how fucking retreaded this is. I'm not a weeb. There's only a handful of anime I've ever actually enjoyed, and I still know who this guy is. But he paraphrases something Miyazaki said, essentially that the state of anime has been going downhill because people have stopped observing other people, life, and the world around them. Emil uses this to build upon his point that write what you know refers to taking personal experiences and using them for telling your stories. He starts giving the example of how he is tasked with writing the Dark Brotherhood, and how he's not a fantasy assassin and knows nothing about that.
What do I know? Write what you know. What do I know about being a medieval or fantasy assassin? Not a lot, right? There are certainly people I would like to kill.
The intrusive thoughts one. He rambles a bit on the creation of the Dark Brotherhood, and says he based it off of Christianity, that the Dark Brotherhood's beliefs are the evil versions of Christianity. Synths is the evil version of God, and the Night Mother is the evil version of the Virgin Mary. My biggest problem with this is the outright admission that the Elder Scrolls lore was such a mess that the writers were given a carte blanche pass to do pretty much whatever they wanted.
So what I did, at this point in Bethesda, the fiction was sort of malleable. Like the Elder Scrolls had a long history, but everything was sort of all over the place. So the designers at that point were given sort of carte blanche to create our own stories and do what we wanted. So
this should be a massive red flag about the state of the series to everyone. Overall, I don't have a big issue with the fact that he based it upon something he knew, But we as an audience still don't really know what this means, because anyone can go and look at a religion and be inspired or base their story on parts of that religion, whether it's one they're directly connected to or not. What part about Emil growing up Catholic and his experiences informs his creative decisions with the creation of the Dark Brotherhood for Oblivion? We don't know, because he doesn't tell us. He just says Synths and the Night Mother are the dark versions of God and the Virgin Mary, but that's very much a surface level thing. Even when the writer is explaining it himself, it comes across as being absurdly shallow. Also, if the Night Mother is the Virgin Mary, then who's the Dark Brotherhood's version of Jesus? He rambles more about the creation of Fallout 4 in Boston, lists some places he knew, and even says he put his bedroom from when he was a kid into the game. Not sure what this has to do with story writing, but okay. He keeps saying he's working from personal experience on Fallout, then says the game is based on two people, himself as a kid, and Johnny Depp. I assure you, the level of frustration I'm experiencing right now is immense. He corrects that to be a character Depp played in a movie based on real life, James Whitey Bulger, a mafia boss. He explains that no one knew what he looked like, and for Emil as a child, this mob boss was the boogeyman, the monster in the closet. He then says he used this experience to write The Institute, the Commonwealth's monster in the closet. He directly says the Institute is James Whitey Bulger. He concludes that write what you know simply means draw from your personal experience, and it takes a lot of inane rambling to get to this point. This is also a point I very much disagree with. You can write good stories without direct first-hand knowledge or personal experience. You can be inspired by someone else's experience they are told to you, or that you hear of to write great things. I've thankfully never had to fight in a war, but by drawing historical information and the stories of personal experiences of people who have faced such things, I could write a story about characters who face such hardships, challenges, and experiences. Emil's point again rings hollow too, when you see firsthand how shallow much of Fallout 4 is. What he's saying about using his experiences and what you see in Fallout 4 itself feels totally incongruent. He then moves on to the final point. Great games are played, not made, and this applies to all of Bethesda. There's more rambling, he pauses a lot and says it has several meanings. He then says a couple interesting things. They're very flexible to changing things and don't have a lot of design documents. They had to get stuff into the game, play it, and change it. He basically says their design philosophy is constantly iterating.
We are actually at a state now in the development of the studio. We don't have a lot of extensive design documentation. We found that probably after we hit Fallout 3, the design docs that we had became outdated very quickly.
Funny that around the time their game started getting significantly worse is around the time they abandoned documentation.
We would have these extensive 50-page design documents that were completely outdated, and the time it took to maintain those just wasn't worth it.
Man, I don't know. Maybe if you had documented things properly, you wouldn't have so many issues in your games. This doesn't even have to be super professional T's crossed and I's dotted type documentation. Just make sure you're taking notes on what you're doing so everyone else on the project knows what's being done and added to the game. I feel like if Fallout 4 had proper documentation, it would fix a significant chunk of their issues and would be far more coherent than it is now.
But it's incumbent upon every designer and everyone at the studio that makes the content to go into the game and play it and see if it's any good.
Holy f***ing shit, what a damning indictment of your entire company. There's also a lot of rambling and repetition here that I'm cutting out. He has said great games are played, not made like a dozen times in this section, some of which are in sentences that trail off and don't get completed as his mind moves on to something else.
That's right, it's difficult for me to play my own stuff.
What a coincidence. I find it difficult to play your stuff too.
You have great ideas. Things look great on paper. Then you put it in the game, especially when it's your own stuff. Everything's brilliant. Everything you do is brilliant. It's gonna be great. You write your design documents, and then you play it in the game, and wow, it sucks, right? Every game developer has gone through that. And so you have to, there's a moment of fear where you have to really come to grips with the fact that maybe the content you've created isn't that good.
It is a terrifying realization that what we got in Fallout 4 is what they thought didn't suck. He switches tracks to talking about writing and rambles about how every game developer is a storyteller, and he goes on to show a bunch of pictures of the development team from Bethesda, and goes on to say that a lot of quests are made by level designers, world designers, character artists, and so forth. On a surface level, this is fine. Remember, a good idea can come from anywhere. If I play an amazingly great quest in a game, I don't care if it was made by a professional quest designer, or if it was made by the fucking janitor. A good quest is a good quest. The problem seems to be that there's little to no quality control in the whole process. I have done every single quest in Fallout 4, and I can't for the life of me figure out which ones were made by quest designers, or character artists or janitors. And that isn't a compliment to the non-quest designers, because all these quests f***ing suck. He repeats the played not made line again and rambles again, while switching to an image from Star Wars. He says that they always try to start big, tell a huge story. They always want to write the great American novel. They want their next games to be as epic as The Great Gatsby or Moby Dick or The Scarlet Letter. But those are non-interactive. You've always got to keep the player in mind when writing a story for a video game.
And there's an inherent problem with that, right? These are all amazing works of fiction. But they're all non-interactive, right? So when you're writing a story for a video game, you always have to keep the player in mind, right? And so what happens we're writing our great American novel. This is the process. This is what happens at Bethesda when you write the main story of a game, and even some of the smaller stories. So let's say, okay, we're going to write the great American novel. It's going to be this thick, and on every page will be written comedy and tragedy, and it'll be wonderful. It'll be amazing. And you're going to give this book, this great American novel, to the player. And what are they going to do with it? They're going to rip out every page and make paper airplanes out of them. And they're going to throw them around the room. And they're never going to see your story. Because the story is there, right? But they are going to spend 30 hours making shacks. Okay? They're going to spend 20 hours looking for bobbleheads. Okay?
This honestly just makes him look like a complete dickhead here, and this just comes across as an excuse for being lazy and writing a shit story. I have so many problems with this mentality. Just because someone is going to spend 200 hours building shacks doesn't mean they're never going to see the story, as evidenced by all the people who did see the fucking story. I like building shit in games that have that feature. I also want to enjoy a good story in Fallout 4, and got nothing. This is essentially saying that because side content exists that may distract players, they're gonna shit all over your story, which is monumentally fucking stupid, and this is a really bad look for Bethesda. Even if you think people are going to spend the majority of their time building shacks or whatever, that's no reason to make an utterly dogshit story with no redeeming qualities.
But that's okay. We know that going in. That's the jagged pill that we swallow when we do this.
Christ, you are fucking insufferable. This comes across as someone with no understanding of how people play games and is just completely out of touch with gaming. Maybe there will be some people who never touch the story, but to write it off as no one ever seeing your great American novel because they'll rip the pages out, make paper airplanes and build shacks seems like the peak of ignorance, because not only will you still have players interested in the story, even if they do spend 10,000 hours building shacks, but also because this is a long-running beloved franchise of story-heavy RPGs, and the people who love those games who haven't lost hope in Bethesda ever making a good Fallout game will be here for that story. I was here for that good story, for that great American novel, and all I got was a steaming pile of shit. Hell, there are fans of this game who admit outright that they have to ignore the issues or come up with their own headcanon solutions for problems in your shit story because of your utter incompetence. It's also rich that he complains about people ignoring the story to go build shacks when that was a feature they decided to add to the game. You could have not done this. He then says the greatest characters are the players, then shows a bunch of cosplayers and says that they're making it for them. He then goes on about how important characters, interaction, and narrative choice are. Sir, are you aware of what game you created? He uses this to go into the dialogue system with the controller as his image, which already explains the idea behind the 4 options.
And what is most important to us. And so for us, we realized that one of the most important thing is people, characters, NPCs, interacting with the characters in the world. You know, and again, making sure we remember that you are truly interacting with them, okay? This is the experience. The player has a controller in their hand, and they can alter the narrative whenever they want.
No, they can't! They literally cannot alter the narrative anytime they want. What the actual f*** are you talking about, you clown? This is a game in which your 4 dialogue options have a different opening response from the NPC you're talking to, that smash cuts into the same generic dialogue that all 4 options also receive in the vast majority of your conversations, with extremely few chances to ever change the narrative. Take for example meeting Sean. 3 of your responses at one stage in this conversation has him trying to convince you that he's your son due to you not perceiving the passage of time while frozen. The 4th option has you accept immediately that he is your son, he confirms this, then goes right back to trying to convince you as if you denied it.
Come on. That's crazy.
I assure you, I am completely sane and entirely honest. In the vault, you had no concept of the passage of time. You were released from your pod and went searching for the sun you'd lost. But then you learned that your son was no longer an infant, but a 10-year-old boy. You believed that 10 years had passed. Is it really so hard to accept that it was not 10, but 60 years? That is the reality, and here I am, raised by the Institute, and now its leader.
How is that even possible?
I know this is a lot to take in. In the vault, you had no concept of the passage of time. You were released from your pod and went searching for the son you'd lost. But then you learned that your son was no longer an infant, but a 10-year-old boy. You believed that 10 years had passed. Is it really so hard to accept that it was not 10, but 60 years? That is the reality, and here I am, raised by the Institute, and now its leader.
Bullshit!
Is it? After all the things you've seen and experienced in the Commonwealth? Think about it. In the vault, you had no concept of the passage of time. You were released from your pod and went searching for the son you'd lost. But then you learned that your son was no longer an infant, but a 10-year-old boy. You believed that 10 years had passed. Is it really so hard to accept that it was not 10, but 60 years? That is the reality, and here I am, raised by the Institute, and now its leader.
It's really you. After all this time.
Yes. It's true. In the vault, you had no concept of the passage of time. You were released from your pod and went searching for the son you'd lost. But then you learned that your son was no longer an infant, but a 10-year-old boy. You believed that 10 years had passed. Is it really so hard to accept that it was not 10, but 60 years? That is the reality, and here I am, raised by the Institute, and now its leader.
The ironic thing is that there is less choice and interaction with the world in this game than any previous game in the series, and here he is talking as if there's more choice and option than ever before. That this game somehow has greater interactivity than ever before. He talks about how they knew they needed to redo their dialogue system, because the main way of giving or getting information is through dialogue. But this still doesn't explain why they needed to change it. He points out that the dialogue systems look very similar in the older games and wanted to do something different. This is a classic case of if it ain't broken, don't fix it. So they looked at other games praised for their narrative choice, like Mass Effect and Telltale. I haven't played any significant amount of the Mass Effect games, but I have played a number of Telltale's games, and things begin to make a bit more sense here in terms of lack of choice. Telltale's games, despite being based all around your actions having meaning, have very little actual choice and rarely have totally unique outcomes. For example, in Season 2 of The Walking Dead, You could prevent one of your group members, Nick, from dying in episode 2. He immediately becomes absolutely irrelevant. He barely has any lines, if any, of non-optional dialogue, and maybe 1 or 2 lines of optional dialogue. He then gets separated from the group and shows up dead. Your choice to save him is made meaningless through him being made irrelevant. The only difference your choice ultimately has is if a character model is loaded into a couple scenes or not. In Season 1 of Telltale's Walking Dead, you have the option to save one of 2 characters. Regardless of who you save, they die at the exact same point later on anyways, and they play a very minor role in between these 2 points. Knowing that this was part of the inspiration for Fallout 4, it actually makes a whole hell of a lot more sense that it turned out the way it did, in particular with your choices meaning very little. The discussion of Fallout 4's dialogue system is for a future video though. Then he says this.
And God, I've lost track, but Fallout 4 has something like 120,000 lines of spoken dialogue, and I think 40 or 50% of that is actually the player character dialogue.
There are over 120,000 lines of spoken dialogue, 40 to 50% of which are by the player. Maybe that 40 to 50% would have been better used on, I don't know, literally f***ing anything else? Make more interesting characters, make some choices that actually matter, do something with it. But no, once again Bethesda does nothing with it. The voice protagonist adds nothing of value to the game, and in fact is an active detriment.
And so they had a lot of work over a lot of months, and we knew that that was part of it, because we realized that when you're trying to relay emotion, the story that we wanted to tell in Fallout, which is, ultimately the story of you looking for your child, we knew that we needed 2 actors who could relay that sort of emotion, and we needed a voice protagonist to do that.
What about situations where my character doesn't react the way I want? Or situations where I have little to no choice in how they react?
And so the scheme we had for dialogue was actually really simple. If you look at it, and this translates to the PC, to mouse and keyboard as well, but if you look at a standard controller, the general gist was, A would be a positive response, X would be a neutral response, B would be a negative response, and Y would be a question.
I don't even like this idea in concept just because it's so limiting. What if you have a choice with only 2 options? What if you have a choice with 7 options? The problem with this image, aside from the fact that it doesn't align with what's in the game, is the fact that it assumes that every conversation you will ever have will only ever have 1 positive, 1 negative, 1 question, or 1 neutral response. What if there's a character that has a proposition for you, and there's numerous ways to respond with disgust to truly portray how you feel? It's the difference between something like, I disagree, and this is disgusting, you're the absolute scum of the earth, and everything in between. Not saying every encounter needs such a response, but it would be irritating to be given scenarios where someone says something truly awful, and your only way to respond negatively would be in a way you also disagree with. There's yet more rambling from Emil, before he moves on to discussing that the implementation of the 4-choice system was a nightmare for the designers, forcing them to create 4 responses to absolutely everything, no matter how complex or simple, and as a result, it had taken a lot of time.
The dialogue system, as you see, it's very fluid in the game. You have, every time you talk to an NPC, there are 4 options. Well, for the designers, this was something of a nightmare, because every interaction with any NPC meant that they had to write 4 responses for anything. They might want to tell a guy that, the restrooms are over there, but they had to write that for it in 4 different ways, right? It became a logistical nightmare. And so this is one of the smaller interactions. You can just see how, and our editor, our tool, is full of this kind of stuff.
More of Fallout 4's shortcomings are beginning to make more sense, but now it's time for me to reference great games are played, not made. I think I've earned that right after having heard it from him 30 times now. In all of their playtesting and iterative design, and the issues they had with this entire system, why didn't they decide to just f***ing scrap it? It might be an issue of the sunken cost fallacy, possibly a literal sunken cost if they had all the dialogue recorded, But this system is just inherently limiting, clunky, awkward, and annoying for both the developers and players. There is a point where you should reconsider your options and maybe be willing to take a loss on a really fucking stupid idea.
And this slide sums up all the horrors of the dialogue. Those are the designers wanting to kill me. That's the spaghetti-like structure, and that's all the designers in the mental institution at the end of the project. We actually, trying to create the story for this game and using the dialogue system was incredibly difficult.
Geez, maybe if you stuck to the old system that wasn't broken, you could have put all that effort into making a better game. He rambles about not wanting to drop lore bombs and that they tell stories through environmental details. Lore bombs aren't inherently bad. Sometimes you just need to convey important information to the player, but I guess that lore would have to be consistent to mean anything anyways, and I think I've done a good job at showing just how insanely inconsistent this entire game is already. If there was a lore bomb that explained that the Synths all use a brain scan of the person they're replacing, then Roger Warwick and art would still be an issue. Then he rambles about Skyrim's intro.
So this scene is from, kind of hard to make out, this is the very beginning of Skyrim. You're in a cart, being transported to your own execution. You can't even, your hands, you can't talk to the other NPCs, there's no dialogue. Your hands are bound. So you have very little interaction. It's basically like a bus ride, right? And so I worked with one of the designers, William Shen, on the sequence in particular. How do we make this an interactive experience, even though we can't? And we just try to leverage every tool that we had. So you can turn your head, you can look at things. And so what we did is we used the other NPCs in the cart to sort of narrate. So, you know, you look someplace and he's like, oh, I knew a girl in this village, or, you know, I remember fighting over here.
This feels like another example of missing the point. He seems to think they've made some great creative way to convey information to the player by having NPCs in the cart narrate things, but this is actually some of the most awful and clunky exposition I've ever seen. Emil also says this scene is interactive when it isn't at all. He talks briefly about a quest with some choice, and kind of oversells how it branches out, but he fails to ever come to a point with it and moves on to the Museum of Witchcraft quest. Once again, he fucking rambles a lot.
Sometimes the stories, when you're making a game, the story that you write on paper has to change. So with this quest, the example with this quest, we were leveraging things we didn't have, okay? Because Salem, when I think Salem, I think witches. I actually lived in Salem for a while. We thought, well, maybe we'll actually have characters that can act like witches, but they're using radiation to sort of like, you know, use powers that look like witchcraft, kind of like the X-Men or something, right? And we'll do that. We'll leverage Skyrim's magic system, right? Because we still have it in the code, and we had it in the code. It got ripped out at some point, okay? So we didn't have that anymore. And so we weren't going to recreate that entirely just for one quest. It wasn't going to happen.
The future of Fallout is fucking doomed if it remains in this man's control. He rambles about how much of this location changed over time, before saying that the quest here has you fight a Deathclaw, one of the scariest monsters in the game.
One of our newest designers at that point, Liam, he's like, you know what, let me give it a shot. And so I worked with him to we had all these different options, and it turned out we did a very simple quest. Everything is contained in this building. You fight a Deathclaw, one of the scariest creatures in Fallen. And it turned out really great. It was a self-contained experience. It was an example of how I work with my team to help craft these stories, and how, looking at the player and the player's experience, we're constantly changing things and constantly keeping the player in mind.
That's it. That's the quest. And he calls it great. Why is this a quest when you could go and fight a Deathclaw elsewhere in the game? Why is this a quest when you can shred one to bits in the first 10 minutes of the game? Yeah, I know about the whole returning the egg part, but that's just stupid Disney bullshit that feels tacked on to make this quest more than just killing a Deathclaw. Yet, even more rambling, he mentions Preston's endless fucking quests, and even mentions they get overbearing.
Preston Garvey, head of the Minutemen, who we decided to do something different with him, and Preston Garvey, if you've played the game, will give you quests for the Minutemen, and these are radiant quests. They never end. And Preston basically sits on his ass while you do everything yourself, right? So it's content that never ends for the player, but it's sometimes gets a little overbearing.
Huh, I thought your iterative design while playing, not making the game, should fix issues like that, shouldn't it? He then talks about Paladin Dance and this idea they had where you could kill Elder Maxon and become the leader of the Brotherhood. This idea is so f***ing insanely stupid that I'm surprised it didn't make it into the game.
We've got Paladin Dance, another great example. Paladin Dance, spoilers incoming, sorry if you haven't played the game. If you haven't played Fallout 4, I'm sorry, that's your problem, so that's spoiler territory now. So Paladin Dance, when you're playing the game, he is an important character in the Brotherhood of Steel. It also turns out that he has a very important secret. And when you uncover this secret, and you go to Elder Maxon, the head of the Brotherhood of Steel, we had this idea on paper, sounded great, that you will, if Elder Maxon, the head of the Brotherhood of Steel, doesn't like Paladin Dance and wants to kill him, you can kill Elder Maxon and you can become the head of the Brotherhood of Steel. And it sounds great, right? Like on paper, of course. I kill the head of the organization, I become the head of the organization.
No, it does not f***ing sound great. Klingon promotion in the Brotherhood would be absolutely f***ing nonsense. What are you talking about, you absolute f***ing clown person? This gets worse too. The reason this choice was abandoned wasn't for lore reasons related to the Brotherhood, but because it felt wrong. Because everyone else in the Brotherhood felt the same way as Maxon.
And we were going down this path, and then we started playing this in the studio. And so what happens is, you kill Elder Maxon, you become the head of this faction, and it felt wrong. And it felt wrong because everyone else in the faction, all the other members of the Brotherhood of Steel, felt the same way that Elder Maxon did. They didn't like this guy, they didn't like his secret. And it felt very wrong that you could take over the organization and everybody just accepted magically that it was okay that he had the secret. So we changed it.
One single iota of self-awareness saved us from an even more stupid version of this game. He then talks a bit about Nick Valentine, our little microcosm from earlier. Then he f***ing says this.
It is not meant to, and this is another problem for us when we tell our stories. We think big, and sometimes, the player wants to throw their paper airplanes, they want to build their shacks. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they actually want to experience a story all at once.
Well, no f***ing shit, Sherlock. He then makes some nonsensical comparisons between games and movies. There's a dude dressed up as a baseball player in The Warriors? You can play that. There's Leonardo DiCaprio getting mauled by a bear in The Revenant. That's your narrative in Skyrim. How about the red f***ing wedding from Game of Thrones? You can play that in Skyrim too. I didn't even realize this quest was supposed to be a reference to that. This has got to be the most flaccid reference to anything ever. These comparisons are just insane too. A bear attacking you in Skyrim is nothing like the Revenant. Killing this dumb bitch in Skyrim is not the Red Wedding. This is actually the perfect representation of how simplistic his understanding of everything is. Spoiler for A Song of Ice and Fire as well as Game of Thrones. The Red Wedding is the culmination of a long ongoing war when both sides are facing heavy losses for various reasons, and winter is coming. For those who don't know, summers and winters both last for years on end in Westeros, and winters are particularly harsh. Robb Stark, the king in the north, is trying to fortify his army with soldiers from a lord, so he can continue the war against the Lannisters. The exact reason why is a bit different between the books and the show, but the lord already feels betrayed by Robb due to breaking a pact with him previously. While Tywin Lannister, the lord in command of the opposing army, is making deals with people to betray the Starks. The Red Wedding is Tywin's plan being enacted, in which both Walder Frey, the Lord Robb was petitioning for help, and Roose Bolton, while the lords in the north serving Robb both betrayed him, broke guest right customs, and murdered the Starks and their bannermen and soldiers during a wedding celebration, ending the war in which Robb Stark had won every battle. Tywin was pragmatic about it too, reasoning that it made more sense to kill a dozen people over dinner than to have tens of thousands die in the battlefield. This moment is a stopping point or a turning point for many characters within both the books and the show, and the significance of it cannot be overstated. Killing this character in Skyrim doesn't hold 1/100th of the significance and meaning as the Red Wedding does. To end his speech, he goes over his main points again. On Write What You Know, he actually says there's so many stereotypical characters now because no one is looking at real people. Again, are you aware of what game you made? Fallout 4 is nothing but stereotypes. Characters based entirely off of one personality trait. The paranoid weirdo, the noble detective, the bad guy crime boss, the dangerous mercenary. None of these are developed beyond their most basic forms. His final conclusion is if you do all that, you can eventually see your work on store shelves, and a true mark of being a game developer is waiting for the reviews to come in, reading the reviews, and if you're lucky, ignoring the reviews.
You know, if you get lucky, extremely fortunate, you get to, you know, see the fruits of your labor, see your game on the shelves or in the store. But that's not the end, though. That's not the end of being a video game developer. Because the true mark of being a real developer is, as every developer knows, is waiting for reviews to come in, right? And then reading the reviews, of course, and hopefully, if you get lucky, ignoring the reviews, right? Thank you very much, guys.
This really speaks to his level of maturity. Now, a lot of the issues with the game begin to make a lot more sense. Based on everything we've seen, my conclusion is this. Their team was disorganized and didn't consult each other on what they were doing. They also didn't reference the existing lore or history to stay accurate to it. They also had the idea for this twist, where your son is an old man by the time you meet him, and I absolutely believe they started there, and built everything up around that. First, let's talk about the lore issues again really quickly. We already know this is not an issue to Bethesda, as they're willing to rewrite anything to suit themselves, such as the Brotherhood of Steel having a chapter in West Virginia in Fallout 76. Pete Hines tried to write this off in a strange statement, which I think a lot of people misunderstood. But I didn't. He said, "Our developers take things like lore and canon seriously. If they're going to do something, they're going to make sure there's a real and defensible reason for it. We have proven with Elder Scrolls games, we're willing to say, well, lots of people will say things happen one way, and the opposite or something else could entirely be true. So there's no question that we've gone back to change things to fit what the developers have wanted to do, and not be beholden to something that somebody wrote 20 years ago, even in franchises we created like the Elder Scrolls." Now let me break this down so people who are confused by this statement can understand what he meant here. First off, he's using the same doublespeak as he did with the Creation Club. It's not paid mods, but it's not DLC either. They're like mini DLC. This is to worm them out being labeled as paid mods or straight up DLC, both of which would cause people to be angry. People were angry in fact, but Bethesda just ignored it. He starts out saying that they care about lore and canon, but then goes on to say they won't be beholden to something someone wrote 20 years ago, and are willing to change it. This is showing clear disregard for lore consistency. It is literally saying, fuck you, I do what I want. I think most people understood that aspect. The part that confused people was right in the middle. Well, lots of people will say things happen one way, and then the opposite or something else could entirely be true. This is referring to how the world internally remembers things. That is to say, characters might hold contradictory records of historical events within the world, such as history being written by the victor. A good example of this is in Morrowind. Part of the story behind Morrowind is what happened to Lord Nerevar in a major historical event. Now, I'm not going to explain the entire history here, but I'll try to sum it up as quickly as possible and get to the point of contradicting histories. The Chimera were a race of elves that migrated to Morrowind. There they came into conflict with the native Dwemer. Eventually peace was made for a time, until the Chimera learned that the Dwemer had the heart of a god and were willing to exploit it for power. This led to a massive war. One of the greatest Dwemer minds created tools to tap into the heart's power, but he made a mistake in using them that resulted in the entire Dwemer race being eradicated in an instant. As I recall it, Nerevar and Vorin Dagoth were at Red Mountain at the time of the battle, when the Dwemer were all killed by the Heart's power. Upon discovering the tools with his friend, he decided to consult his council, Vivek, Almalexia, and Silthasil, and together, they made a vow to Azura to never use the tools. Nerevar returned to Red Mountain to find Vorin had been driven mad by the Heart and was forced to fight and kill him. This is where the historical records get messy. Some accounts say Nerevar died there from his wounds. Some say he died earlier after the battle with the Dwemer. Some say he was betrayed by his council and killed by them so they could use the tools to attain godhood, for which Azura cursed the race of the Chimer to have grey skin and red eyes, the Dunmer as we see them now in-game. The fact is, the historical records aren't reliable due to conflicting reports and accounts. Vivek himself says he did not kill Nerevar, but he could just as easily be lying, and who would question the living god? Now this might seem like a bit of a random tangent for a video about Fallout, but I'm positive a situation like this is what Pete Hines was referring to, where the recorded history isn't always true, and in contradiction with other accounts, which could be interesting if handled right, like it was with Morrowind. See, Morrowind was seemingly designed around allowing the player as much option as possible as to who their character is, despite having little to no choice in quests in the game. It's set up that you could be the true reincarnation of Nerevar, or you could just be a puppet that Azura is using to get vengeance upon the Tribunal. Or even that you just don't know, but they let the player decide for themselves. Likewise, this works well with the death of Nerevar himself, as it allows the player to decide for themselves which version of events was how their character originally died before being reincarnated many ages later. The problem with trying this in Fallout is the fact that it's an entirely different world, and shit like that doesn't fly as easily. There's many computer records of events happening, and beyond that, there's what we see in-game ourselves. No amount of history being recorded incorrectly will nullify the fact that ghouls needed water to live at Necropolis in Fallout 1, and Fallout 4 retcons that with Kid in a Fridge and Johnny Winter. We know for a fact that the Brotherhood was an isolationist group because they didn't trust the dirty simpleton outsiders with extremely advanced technology. Yet Fallout 76 says they had a satellite that allowed them to contact a random group of people across the country to start a new branch of the Brotherhood. Pete is trying to cover the shitty writing with the excuse that characters within the world might just be wrong, or history might be remembered incorrectly, and that doesn't work when it's fundamentals of the series being changed to accommodate their bullshit. Back to the game being centered around the twist mentioned earlier, I honestly do not believe any other way this story could come to exist the way it has. The twist is such a centerpiece in the story that it seems obvious that was likely the starting point, and they just worked around it. Or more realistically, the actual starting point was that monster in the closet Emil talked about earlier. The Institute is the Commonwealth's unseen enemy, their monster in the closet. The problem then becomes making the player invested in finding this monster in the closet. For this purpose, you're given a son for them to kidnap. It's at this point I think they decided to do the twist, which only made things harder for themselves, because it then became harder to explain away everything that happens leading up to the reveal. Everything is just ass-pulled and crammed together in an attempt to string together a story that makes sense for the twist reveal. Now they've got all this set up and reveal that father is really your son, the story now needs a conclusion of some kind. As explained, the Minutemen have the bare minimum of a conclusion. The Institute attacks and you nuke them. The other factions are largely just busy work for them to have their own methods of nuking the Institute, or in the Institute's case, wiping out the Railroad and the Brotherhood. There is very obviously a litany of issues with Bethesda regarding their game design as a whole, from story writing to quest design to character development to lore accuracy, and literally just everything else. The script for this video is over 55,000 words at this point, so I don't believe I need to repeat myself to give examples, as I've been giving them this whole time. Nothing that Bethesda says as a company should be trusted. Nothing that Bethesda writes into its stories or lore should be accepted as fact, since they've proven they don't care and are willing to break it as much as possible to get their own way with their shitty stories. I see people trying to defend the changes using the new lore additions from Fallout 4 and 76. I hate to break it to you, but you're trying to stop a ship from sinking by trying to plug the hole with the iceberg that caused it in the first place. I've had people regurgitate Bethesda's lore excuses to me, such as the Brotherhood satellite to explain them being in 76, as if inventing bullshit out of thin air for the sake of shoving a faction into a new game is good writing. I said this about Fallout 3, and I'm going to say it for Fallout 4. Fallout 4 isn't a Fallout game. It's a Fallout-themed game. It's a theme park with a Fallout coat of paint. If you really don't believe me when I say they don't care, I've got a final piece of evidence for you. Jarrett Johnston says, "So is this going to be changed in a patch? Jet is a post-war drug. It did not exist until Fallout 2. Pete Hines responds, doesn't say what year that was posted. Right away he's not even bothering to look into it or check it out. Jarrett's not done though. It was in a Vault-Tec HQ by a Dr. Reed for the Vault experiment with drugs. Has to be pre-war. There's also the Kid in a Fridge quest where a ghoul kid survived 200 years in a fridge without food or water. How'd he do that?" Pete Hines responds again, "Not interested in discussing how realistic things are in an alternate universe post-apocalypse game with talking mutants and ghouls."
It's good to show contempt for your audience.
Holy fuck, what's with the hostility, Pete? For anyone who isn't aware, Pete Hines is the vice president of Bethesda Softworks, and he's in charge of PR and marketing. And this is how he's responding to a customer and fan of the games. Not by looking into an actual lore issue, but by getting hostile and rude, ignoring the valid points being raised, and hand-waving the issue because it's an alternate universe post-apocalypse game with talking mutants and ghouls. He was looking for the quickest excuse to not have to deal with this, using the Space Wizards argument to do so. That alone should tell you the level of respect that these people have for Fallout and the fans. Not just the fact that they're ignoring major lore issues that they themselves caused, but also by essentially viewing it as nothing more than just a silly post-apocalypse game, so realism doesn't matter, even though realism wasn't the issue. The person who manages PR is essentially trying to represent the company in the best light possible. If your PR guy, not to mention vice president, has so little care for one of your biggest intellectual properties that he's getting rude with customers for asking genuine questions, hand-waving those issues at the earliest moment of convenience, and reduces one of the greatest RPG series ever made to a post-apocalypse game with talking mutants. That seems pretty indicative of the general feeling towards the series internally. If you think things are bad now with Fallout 4 and 76, then they're only going to get worse from here. Oh yeah, they're also apparently adding f***ing werewolves in the Fallout 76 now.
There's that roar again!
Invaders, if this doesn't prove they don't give a fuck about the lore of this series, then nothing will. Thank you to everyone who actually watched and listened to this entire thing.